Welcome to Great Audiobook. If you enjoy my work and love these amazing novels, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a chapter. Chapter 1, The Last of Humanity. This is my new original story which I have been working on recently. I was inspired by the other DC/Fate fanfic here which was abandoned by the author. This concept has an interesting charm. I wanted to try getting some input on how to assimilate the Nasuverse stuff into the story and the direction. As an avid Nasuverse fan, I'll try to merge some elements of it in the DC universe. But not too many world-ending stuff, DC already have plenty of it. Without further BS, enjoy. This feels way too bright for 10 p.m. That was the first thought that slithered into my half-conscious brain as warmth and blinding light seeped through my closed eyelids. My bed, which had never failed to cradle me after a long shift, suddenly felt like it was sitting under a tanning lamp from hell. Groggy, I cracked one eye open. And that's when I saw it. A mushroom cloud. Glowing, monstrous, and rising like an ancient god from the horizon. A literal goddamn mushroom cloud. Orange, red, and yellow flames spiraled upward, dancing on the bones of the earth as if to mock the idea that we ever thought we were in control. What the actual fuck? My brain lagged. Was this a movie? A prank? Was someone filming a nuclear drama down the street? No. This was real. Too real. Did World War III start while I was asleep? I mumbled, dumbfounded. Wait, who the hell even nukes Canada? We did have oil reserves, but not that we ever used it. We didn't have military bases worth targeting. We don't even have gold or uranium mines that is valuable enough. Our biggest exports were politeness, maple syrup, and poutine. Hell, we practically spoon-fed America all our money and resources while we were busy arguing over hockey. Why nuke us? If anyone deserves to live through this, it better be Ryan Reynolds, I thought bitterly. He's the only universally loved Canadian we have left. Before I could reach for my phone, or, more accurately, before I even finished blinking, another white-hot flash lit up the sky. Then another. I checked my phone, and apparently Israel was nuked by Russia after they decided to double-team Iran. Then China also released a bio-weapon in USA, and Uncle Sam always shoots first and asks questions later. So they nuked China. Now where does Canada get nuked? Apparently, the missile range from China was miscalculated by their scientists. I don't know how that's even possible by an Asian. And lucky us, we were the recipients of our neighbor's delivery. Would have been nice if it was an Amazon package, not multiple nuclear missiles. So, we're fucked I guess, I muttered as I clicked on YouTube and played 21 Guns, and put on my headphones. I lit up a cigarette and closed my eyes as I inhaled the smoke. The music played softly. Do you know what's worth fighting for? When it's not worth dying for? Does it take your breath away? And you feel yourself suffocating? Does the pain weigh out the pride? And you look for a place to hide? Did someone break your heart inside? You're in ruins. 21 Guns. Lay down your arms, give up the fight. 21 Guns. Throw up your arms into the sky. You and I. I calmly watched as people were running around, probably screaming and crying. I wonder, will humanity survive this war? Probably not. We have pushed our luck for too long. But it's sad that many innocents will die as well. But if they survive, thousands of years later, how will they remember us? Will we be just a footnote of what not to do? Will there be a person who will know that once, there existed a man named Edward Elric? Another bomb dropped from the sky, right across the block this time. The explosion went off first as smoke rose above with heat, forming a mushroom cloud. The shockwave came next, faster than I could process. My window shattered inward, the walls crashed, and the floor beneath me crumbled as if the world had grown tired of my humble one-bedroom apartment. I was smashed by countless debris and my vision was blocked by the dust. Then, silence. When I opened my eyes again, I immediately wished I hadn't. I was in hell, or something very close. The world shall know pain, I muttered in a dry rasp, quoting Naruto for no apparent reason. Maybe I thought it would be funny. It wasn't. I couldn't feel my legs. That thought hit first. Then came the realization of why my lower half was missing. Gone. Splattered across what remained of my living room like a modern art piece painted by God's worst mood swing. My dick was gone as well, so no point struggling to survive or some shit. Might as well give up. A metal rod had impaled my midsection. My intestines were dangling like streamers from a birthday party held in a graveyard. I should have been screaming. Panicking. Crying. Instead, I felt nothing. No pain. No fear. Just an odd numbness. Maybe it was shock, or maybe, just maybe, my brain had already given up. Guess I don't have to go to work tomorrow, I thought with a dry chuckle. Small victories. Blood filled my mouth like copper syrup. My throat burned, but I wasn't coughing. Wasn't struggling. Just lying there. Alive, technically. Why am I not dead? That question repeated in my head like a broken song lyric. Am I immortal? Did I unlock Wolverine's powers? Or maybe I'm just stuck in one of those horrible simulation nightmares where your brain keeps the body alive for no reason. I mused. The world around me was gone. Flattened. No neighbors. No buildings. Just scorched earth and the occasional flaming husk of a car or tree. No sound. No birds. No cries for help. Just silence. Death had been efficient. And yet here I was, impaled, dismembered, and apparently still not dead. That's when I felt it. A force pulling me, tearing me away from the scorched ruins. It didn't hurt. Not exactly. But it felt like I was being yanked through reality by something older and stronger than logic. I didn't fight it. What was there to fight for? One moment I was lying in nuclear rubble, and the next. I was floating in space. Actual space. Not a dream. Not a hallucination. The stars twinkled like scattered diamonds. Galaxies swirled in slow motion, and everything felt infinite, eternal, peaceful. I should have been awestruck. And I was, briefly. Then, of course, I remembered, humans can't breathe in space. Yet here I was, very much conscious, not suffocating. A comet, or a burning asteroid, maybe a solar flare streaked by, I honestly never paid enough attention in school. Its radiant tail casting waves of light around me. I stared, dumbly fascinated. I failed science class 3 times. But I'm pretty sure none of this is normal. Suddenly, the stars shifted. Darkness bloomed behind me, complete and inescapable. And formed a very special phenomena. A black hole. It pulsed, beckoning. Great. A giant space vacuum. Just what I needed. Hope this ends me. I didn't resist as it pulled me in. What was the point? The planet was likely ash. My family was probably gone. I was already dead, or should be. Maybe this was the afterlife's way of clearing up loose ends. As I drew closer, I felt the pressure, impossible pressure. Crushing, folding, compacting. Every atom of my body screamed. Finally, I felt something. Not pain. Not fear. Just an overwhelming sadness and regret. Not for myself. But for the life I'd lived. I'd been average. Forgettable. Edward Elric, not the famous alchemist from anime, mind you. Just a tired 20-year-old minimum wage drone working double shifts at a gas station in Toronto. My biggest accomplishment was once convincing a raccoon to leave a customer's car alone using a bag of chips. I had dreams, of course. Who didn't? I wanted to travel. Fall in love. Scream at Warner Brothers and James Gunn for butchering Superman again while quoting Godfather, "Look how they massacred my boy." But I'd never gotten the chance. Some asshat politician pushed a button in a bunker somewhere, and my story, our story, was over. Billions of people wiped out for reasons we'd never understand. What a meaningless end, I whispered as the black hole consumed me. Then everything went dark. But Edward's story didn't end there. Unseen by mortal eyes, a shimmer of light erupted the moment his body broke apart. 10 fragments, small, glowing orbs, circled the point before he had vanished. They pulsed with energy, each one holding power far beyond human comprehension. 10 symbols. 10 legacies. 10 heroes. They didn't mourn. They didn't speak. They simply entered Edward's broken soul, as if summoned by fate itself. A being appeared in the place Edward vanished. Its whole body was shrouded in darkness and light. It looked at the ruined planet and spoke softly, "The land of steel, the end of humanity." Yet it persists, like a flame flickering before burning out. Perhaps you will show me a different future. After all, you inherited the will of your ancestor. Let me bear witness to your story, Edward. And then, just as quickly as he'd vanished, he was gone. Meanwhile, Edward was being hurled through space and dimensions. Not dead. Not alive. But somewhere else entirely. Somewhere far stranger. Somewhere far more dangerous. I woke up face first in sand with the sun shining brightly. Seagulls cawed in the sky and the sound of waves hitting the shores entered my ears. Not exactly how I expected to start the day. The first thing I felt was sunlight kicking me in the face like it had a personal vendetta. The second was the warm breeze brushing against my cheeks, real breeze, not the kind that smells like piss and concrete steam back in Toronto. This definitely ain't Toronto, I muttered to myself. No honking taxis, no college kids vaping beside Tim Hortons, no drugged-out guy having a full-on anime battle with a lamppost. Most importantly, no overwhelming scent of sweat from packed subways full of people who don't know what deodorant is. I sat up slowly, brushing sand off my shirt, blinking against the sunlight. The sky above was too blue, the air too fresh. The usual soul-crushing cloud blanket over Toronto was nowhere in sight. Instead, it was like someone had photoshopped the real world, crystal clear waves, white sand, tropical birds chirping like they'd been paid to do it. Beautiful. Unreal. Was I dead? Or dreaming? Or maybe this was limbo, and I had to find Ryan Reynolds to guide me to heaven. But as I stood up and patted myself down, I realized something else: my body was perfectly fine. No burn marks. No twisted limbs. No sign of the metal rod that had impaled me or the nuke-to-hell suburban wasteland I was stuck in 5 minutes ago. Was it a dream? A hallucination before death? Yeah, no. My gut said otherwise. And my gut was proven right when a freaking shadow blotted out the sun behind me. I turned around slowly. And there it was. A cyclops. A literal one-eyed, towering cyclops holding what looked like an entire uprooted tree as a club. He stared down at me, a single massive brown eye blinking curiously like he couldn't decide whether to kill me or ask for directions. I raised my hand and waved weakly. "Hello there, good sir. Nice day for fishing, ain't it?" He blinked again, confused. Then, to my surprise, he replied in a deep rumble, "Why are you not running in fear or attacking me like the others?" I scratched the back of my head, still taking in the fact that this giant had better English than half the people in my high school. Why would I? You haven't tried to eat me or smash me into paste. Seems rude to make assumptions. He tilted his head, considering that. True. I only attack those who try to steal my things. Most humans who come here try to kill me or take my sheep. I squinted past his huge frame. Sure enough, there were dozens of fluffy sheep grazing peacefully nearby, completely unbothered by their massive guardian. "Well, I don't even like lamb meat," I said, shrugging. "You're safe, big guy." The Cyclops scratched his thick head with a giant finger. "You are strange. You feel no fear. What is your name?" "Edward Elric, at your service," I replied, half out of habit, half out of sarcasm. Though I have a sneaking suspicion this ain't the same world I came from. Probably fell from the sky. "My name is Polyphemus." "You came from the sea, didn't you?" "You must have hit your head," he said, frowning. "Humans don't fall from the sky." "Buddy," I sighed, "if only you knew. But seriously, what is this place? What era are we in? Is there a name for this island?" He looked a little downcast. "I don't know. I was left here a long time ago. Father banished me from the seas. Said I was too ugly and weak to walk among mortals." I raised an eyebrow. "Harsh. Who's your dad, some kind of strict fisherman?" He puffed up proudly. "Poseidon." God of the sea and earthquakes. I blinked. Right. Of course. Why not? That explains the whole Greek myth vibe. He nodded, missing my sarcasm completely. The last humans who came here said they were from Athens. They spoke of a war, something about going to Troy. I visibly flinched. The Trojan War. That meant either I was in the past, inside some bizarre mythological dreamscape, or in one hell of a bad acid trip. Well, crap, I muttered. So I've been nuked to death, dragged through a black hole, and now I've landed in ancient Greece with Pokemon tier monsters. The Cyclops looked sad again, watching me quietly. Hey, I added, softening a little, you're not that ugly, dude. I mean, sure, you wouldn't win a beauty contest, but neither would I. And you're definitely strong enough. Overall, you seem like a nice guy. His face lit up like I'd handed him a winning lottery ticket. You think so? Yeah, really, I grinned. It's nice to meet you and all, but I don't plan to spend my life in this island. This is my new life, so I plan to see the world and experience everything it has to offer. His eyes somewhat dimmed, probably sad that the only decent person he met was going away. I thought for a while and decided. Tell you what, can you shrink down to my size or something? Then you can join me and see the world. Because otherwise you're gonna have a hard time fitting in on our upcoming epic quest to nowhere. His face lit up but dimmed again. Father forbade me from ever leaving this island. He said punishment would follow if I disobeyed. I walked over and patted his massive leg, the only thing I could reach. Living under someone else's orders your whole life isn't living at all. You've got to make your own choices, fam. Fam. Yeah. Polyphemus is a mouthful. I'm calling you fam. You're officially my Cyclops sidekick now. He looked touched. Actually touched. Like no one had ever said anything nice to him before. You're very kind, Edward. No one has ever treated me like this. Not even my father or brothers. Thank you. Don't get weepy on me, big guy, I said, smirking. Come on, we're gonna build a boat, stock up on food, and see what the hell this world has in store. Can't be worse than being atomized. He sniffled, wiped his eye, and then something incredible happened, his massive frame shrank. Not fully human-sized, but down to a solid 7 feet. Like a roided-out basketball player in a fur toga. Perfect, I nodded. Now we just need a ship. And snacks. Lots of snacks. Fam knelt beside me, offering a gentle smile. Thank you, Edward. My first and only friend. I raised my fist toward him. No worries, fam. Friends don't need to thank each other. He stared at my fist in confusion. I showed him how to fist bump. When he got the hang of it, he grinned ear to ear. This is what friends do. Yup. And you better get used to it, big guy. Because we've got one hell of a journey ahead. As we walked down the beach together, me, a sarcastic Canadian with a death wish, and him, a misunderstood Cyclops with daddy issues, I felt something hum inside me. A strange warmth pulsing through my chest. Unknown to fam, and even to me, 10 small lights glimmered faintly beneath my skin, 10 forgotten relics, 10 fragments of heroic legacies, waiting for their time. The world had ended once. But my story? It was just getting started. Chapter 2, My Friend. Are you sure this is how boats are made? Fam squinted down at the half-built monstrosity we were working on, if you could even call it a boat. To me, it looked like someone tried to cosplay Noah's Ark with zero prior experience and no YouTube tutorials. A few logs tied together with vine ropes, a half-hollowed tree trunk for steering, and a tarp that looked suspiciously like a sheep's blanket. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and flopped down on the sand, panting. Absolutely not. I once failed woodworking class in high school because I glued my project to the desk. But unless Poseidon airdrops us a luxury yacht, this is the best we've got. Fam tilted his head. What is high school? Ah. Right. Myth world. It's like a place where young humans go to pretend to learn things while secretly just trying to survive hormonal warfare and eat instant noodles without getting bullied. I see. He nodded solemnly, as if I'd just described the Iliad. Anyway, I continued, grabbing a crude ore and inspecting its crookedness. We're not trying to win Ship of the Year. We just need this bad boy to float. Fam smiled, sitting cross-legged beside me, the sand crunching under his huge form. This reminds me of when I used to help my mother weave fishing nets. I was very bad at it. Let me guess, you tangled yourself up. No, he said with a sheepish smile. I tore them by accident. My fingers were too big. I chuckled. Hey, I once broke a vending machine because I punched it when it ate my change. So technically, we're both threats to fragile things. We shared a laugh, the kind that sneaks up on you when the world feels a little less terrible than it did 5 minutes ago. The days passed slowly but not unpleasantly. Each morning we'd wake up to ocean waves slapping the shore, the sheep baaing like they were performing their own chorus, and sunlight warming the sand. And each morning, Fam would prepare breakfast, usually fruits, nuts, and what he insisted were organic mountain herbs. Tasted like wet socks. But I ate it anyway. During the day, we'd haul wood, carve planks, and argue about designs like two bickering old men who'd watched too many pirate movies. I wanted sails, he wanted horns. I wanted a steering wheel, he suggested we use a goat skull as a compass. Fam, buddy, I said one afternoon, pointing at the horned figurehead he'd proudly mounted. Are we building a ship or a sea demon? Both, he offered. I stared. He blinked innocently. Fine, I sighed. But if this thing starts chanting in Latin, I'm jumping overboard. When we weren't busy pretending to be ancient engineers, we talked. A lot. Fam turned out to be a surprisingly curious soul. For someone raised in isolation, he wanted to know everything: what cities looked like, what ice cream tasted like, why humans wore socks, what an anime was, and how my world had managed to build flying machines but couldn't figure out world peace. I don't get it, he said one evening as we sat beside a small fire, the half-built ship looming in the moonlight behind us. If your people can go to the moon, why can't they stop hurting each other? I threw a stone into the sea. Because going to the moon is easier than getting everyone to stop being greedy idiots. He nodded slowly. That makes sense. Even the gods fight each other all the time. They are powerful but foolish. Yeah, sounds about right. Replace gods with presidents and you've nailed it. Silence fell for a bit. Then Fam asked, almost hesitantly, do you miss your home? I thought about that. Did I? I miss certain things. The smell of coffee in the morning. The sound of rain on my window. Video games. The dumb memes. The rare moments of peace when everything felt normal. But I didn't miss the soul-sucking jobs. The loneliness. The feeling that the world was just grinding you down. I guess I miss the good parts, I replied, voice soft. But I don't think I ever really fit there. I was just another cog in the machine. Fam tilted his head. Then maybe this is your second chance. A new world where you can do more than just survive. I blinked at him. Damn, Fam. That was deep. Did you read that off a seashell or something? He grinned. No. I just said what I felt. It wasn't all heart-to-hearts and shipbuilding, though. There were incidents. Like the time I tried to chop wood and accidentally dropped the axe on my foot. Or when Fam tried to help me swim and accidentally yeeted me 15 feet across the water because he forgot his strength. Or the time we built a sail, but he sewed it backward and the boat spun in circles like a drunk Beyblade. We argued. We laughed. We learned. Fam had a childlike wonder, but also a gentle heart. Despite being physically terrifying, he was the least monstrous being I'd ever met. Every time I showed him something new, how to use a nail, how to carve shapes, even how to make fart noises with your armpit, his eyes would light up like Christmas morning. And every time I stumbled or messed up, he never mocked me. Just offered a hand, a grin, and sometimes, an overly enthusiastic high five that almost dislocated my arm. By the end of the next month, our ship was, by some miracle, complete. Well, complete, in the same way a cardboard tank is complete, technically functional, questionably reliable, and 100% bound to earn us a Darwin Award. But we were proud of it. Made from scavenged wood, vines, animal hide, and a ridiculous amount of hope, it had one sail, 2 seats, and a goat skull on the prow that Fam insisted would protect us from sea monsters. His name is Atlantis, Pham said proudly. Great, I nodded. Atlantis the goat skull. Exactly what every heroic journey needs. As we started loading supplies, fruit, water, extra vines, and whatever other random junk Pham thought might be, blessed by forest spirits, I felt a strange knot in my stomach. Not fear. Not dread. Excitement. Maybe for the first time in my life. That night, before we set sail, Pham and I sat by the fire again. The stars twinkled above, and the boat sat ready just a few feet away. Thank you, Edward. Pham said, his voice low. For freeing me from this island and loneliness. For treating me like a friend when others tried to only kill me. I gave him a sideways look. Don't get all emotional on me now, big guy. This is only the start. He looked down, I soft. Even so. No one's ever given me a choice before. Not even my father. I nudged his arm. Well, now you've got one. And tomorrow, we're choosing chaos, adventure, and probably a high chance of death. He laughed. A deep, booming laugh that echoed across the beach and into the night. I joined in. For the first time in ages, I didn't feel like just a guy who died in a nuclear disaster. I felt alive. We stood at the shore. The boat, patched together from wood, vines, sheepwool sails, and ambition, was finally ready. The morning sky was clear, and the waves lapped gently at the beach like the world itself was giving us a soft green light to begin. Everything's packed, I said, hoisting our bags of fruit and water into the boat. This is it, Pham. Our grand, possibly ill-fated adventure begins. Pham was beaming. His 7-foot form stood proud, his one eye filled with something I'd never seen before, hope. He looked down at the boat, then at the ocean stretching into infinity. I never thought I'd leave this island, he said quietly, almost like he didn't want to jinx it. I grinned. Told you. Sometimes all you need is a push, and maybe a sarcastic Canadian stowaway. He laughed, deep, pure, and real. For once, he didn't seem like a lonely outcast or a discarded son of a god. He seemed free. But freedom doesn't come without a price. The first crack of thunder echoed across the sky. I looked up. The clear blue had turned the color grayish-black. Clouds churned like angry beasts above, swallowing the sun. The waves, once calm, now thrashed against the shore, as if trying to pull the boat back to land. What the hell? I muttered. Pham's smile vanished. No, 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 he muttered, stepping back from the shore. His eye widened in fear. It's him. He knows. He's angry. Another bolt of lightning split the sky, this one so close it lit up the sand beneath our feet. Who? I asked, already guessing. Poseidon, Pham whispered. My father. A massive wave surged behind us, and from it walked a figure, tall, ancient, and godlike. 10 feet tall, bronze skin, muscle-bound and regal in a white and gold toga that shimmered like silk in the rain. He carried a trident that pulsed with oceanic power, and as he approached, the sky seemed to bow in submission. His voice cracked like thunder. How dare you disobey my orders, Polyphemus? Pham dropped to one knee instinctively, shaking. Father, I just wanted to see the outside world. I know you hate me. I know you're ashamed of me. But I promise. I'll never tell anyone whose son I am. I swear it. I watched, stunned, as the Cyclops I had come to know as my friend, gentle, curious, and pure, trembled before this arrogant, celestial bastard. And something in me snapped. I took a step forward and shouted over the storm. Fuck you, Poseidon. Everything went still for a moment. Even the thunder seemed to pause. Nobody, I spat, nobody gets to decide the limits of someone else's life. Especially not a coward hiding behind divine power and a superiority complex. Poseidon's eyes narrowed, and then his voice came down like a crashing wave. You dare insult me, mortal. You, who have no fate, no destiny, dare speak before a god. He turned his gaze to me fully now, eyes glowing like deep-sea storms. Who are you, child of ashes? Why do the fates not weave your thread? I staggered a little under his gaze. The weight of his presence was unbearable, like gravity itself bent around him. But then I looked at Pham, beaten down, head bowed, afraid. And I remembered why I was here. I stood tall, ignoring the sharp pain still lingering from the last time death tried to take me. "My name," I said, "is Edward Elric. Friend of Polyphemus. And a very, very pissed off guy." Poseidon scoffed. With a flick of his hand, I was launched backward like a toy. My body slammed into a rock, and I heard a crunch that wasn't from the stone. Pain exploded in my ribs, and blood filled my mouth like acid. I gasped, barely able to breathe. My limbs felt like they'd been shattered. Is this it? I thought. Is this dying again? But before I could sink into the dark, a shadow loomed over me. Pham. He stood tall again, no longer trembling. His form reverted, towering, monstrous in size, but there was something different. He wasn't just a cyclops anymore. He was a friend. A protector. He spread his arms wide in front of me. "Father, stop," he shouted. This was my choice. Edward didn't force me. "Don't hurt him." Poseidon's face twisted into disgust. "You defend him. A human who spat in the face of a god." "He's my only friend," Pham said simply, turning to glance at me. He tried to smile, but it was the kind of smile someone gives when they know it's all about to end. He made me feel like I mattered. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream for him to run. To not do this. But my voice caught in my chest. Poseidon shook his head. "You think I didn't watch you too," he said coldly. "That human mocked the divine every day. Then he did to my face. He deserves punishment. Step aside, boy." Polyphemus didn't move. "I won't let you touch him." The silence after those words was chilling. Even the ocean stilled, as if holding its breath. Poseidon looked, amused. "So. You've grown. A coward before, now a rebel. Interesting. But remember, my foolish son, without strength, courage is meaningless." He raised his trident. I tried to scream. "Pham, watch out." Too late. The trident flew with the force of a tidal wave. It pierced through Pham's chest cleanly. The sound it made was not thunderous. It was soft. Like the breaking of something sacred. Blood poured like rain. The sand turned crimson. Pham didn't scream. He didn't flinch. He simply stood there, shielding me with his giant body. He caught the trident, his massive hands gripped it, stopping it from impaling me completely. His eye dimmed, but his lips curled in a soft smile as blood began to pour. "Ed, Ward," he whispered, voice trembling. "Thank you for being my friend. It was the happiest days of my life." I couldn't hold back anymore. No. I crawled toward him, pain screaming through every fiber of my body. "Don't die, Pham. We were supposed to go on an adventure. You were going to see the world with me." He looked at me one last time. "Then, go on, see it, for both of us, my friend." He slumped forward, his massive frame collapsing beside me. The impact sent dust and sand flying. His eye, once bright and filled with curiosity, stared blankly into the clouds above. My friend was no more. I clutched his hand. It was still warm. "No," I whispered. "Don't go. Please. I can't do this alone." Tears streamed down my face, hot and blinding. I hadn't cried when I died. I hadn't cried when the world ended. But now. Now I wept. Because he was my friend. My first true friend. Chapter 3, This Must Be Hell. The storm around the island had faded. The clouds were pulling back. The wind had calmed. The sea no longer roared like it wanted to kill everything in sight. But inside me, I felt worse than any storm. You ever have one of those moments where it feels like things might finally be okay? Where after all the crap life throws at you, you get a glimpse, just a small one, of something good. That's what it had been. Until everything shattered. I wasn't like some movie hero. I didn't scream or cry in slow motion. I just stood there, staring at Fam's body, while something deep inside me twisted and broke. I wanted to say something, anything, but my mouth felt sewn shut. The last few weeks ran through my head like a cruel joke. All those days building the boat together. The stupid jokes. The weird meals. The long talks under the stars. "Why are you tying the rope like that?" Fam asked once, watching me fumble with a knot. "I saw it in a survival show once," I said, tongue sticking out as I concentrated. "The guy made it look easy." "It doesn't look easy." "Shut up." He laughed, the kind of loud, goofy laugh you couldn't fake if you tried. "You're lucky I'm strong enough to hold this thing steady. Otherwise, we'd both be swimming." "I thought you liked swimming." "I like not drowning more." We both laughed then. I didn't even realize I'd let my guard down around him that much. It felt good. I blinked, and I was back in the present. The smell of blood replaced the scent of salt and wood. His body hadn't moved. Not a twitch. I crouched beside him, my hand resting lightly on his arm. It was still warm. That hit me harder than I thought. Like his body hadn't figured out he was dead yet. "You idiot," I whispered. "You were supposed to see the world." His face was calm. That same dumb smile still on his lips. Even when Poseidon's trident had torn through him, he hadn't screamed. He just smiled at me and said thank you. That was it. A goodbye disguised as kindness. I looked at the wreck of the boat we had built together. Pieces of it scattered across the beach, shattered and soaked in blood. Just like our plans. Something tightened in my chest. I wasn't reacting the way most people probably would. When I died back in my old world, I didn't feel much either. No panic. No terror. Just a little regret. A little sadness. But mostly emptiness. That had been my life, anyway. Empty. Numb. I kept my head down. Took what came. Never pushed back. Even when people treated me like crap, I just swallowed it and kept moving. I guess I got used to it. But then I met Fam. And something changed. His dumb jokes. His excitement over the smallest things. His weird obsession with naming sheep. He made things feel real again. I didn't even notice how much I started to laugh. How much I started to care. For the first time in I don't even know how long, I didn't feel alone. He gave me something I didn't think I deserved, friendship. And I let him die. Because I was too weak. Too slow. Too late. So, life has decided show me yet again, good things never last long. My rational side evaporated, and rage was all I felt. And when rationality leaves, people do crazy things. Poseidon stood tall, his sea-blue eyes glinting with disdain as he stared down at us, at the lifeless form of Polyphemus, still shielding my broken body. "What a useless waste," he muttered, voice cold and final. "I don't need such a useless and pathetic son." That was it. That was the moment something inside me snapped. The grief didn't leave, it hardened. Crystallized into something I didn't know anything about. My tears dried not because I was at peace, but because my soul had ignited. The hole in my chest where sorrow had lived was now a furnace. I felt my body burning up, as if my veins were on fire. But I ignored it. I looked up at the self-proclaimed God who murdered his own son, for a simple and ridiculous reason, and all I felt was rage, pure, unfiltered, world-scorching rage. I pushed myself up, broken ribs screaming in protest, body trembling under the weight of it all, but I didn't care. I stood tall. I faced Poseidon as I felt a burning sensation in my eyes. He looked mildly annoyed, like my defiance was a fly buzzing in his ear. But I wasn't a fly. I was becoming something else now. Something beyond a human. "You are no god," I said, my voice low but burning. "You're not even worthy of being called an animal. Polyphemus was more human than you'll ever be. 1,000 times more. And you murdered him just because he dared to live." Poseidon's lip curled. "You dare speak to me that way, insect? Don't you realize your situation right now? With a single blow, you will become dust." "You disgusting excuse of a father," I spat out the blood that gathered in my mouth. Even if it kills me, I will kill you. The air itself seemed to recoil. Poseidon's eyes widened, then narrowed into fury. The sea roared behind him as he raised his arm. So, you have chosen death. I was considering, for my son's sake, to spare you if you groveled at my feet, but now, you'll beg for mercy before I erase you. He wrenched his trident from Fam's body, his own son's body, and with a thunderous growl, hurled it straight at me. It looked like everything was moving in slow motion as the world around me fell silent somehow. I didn't move. I didn't flinch. Gods. Demons. Monsters. Humans. My voice echoed with cold fury as I clenched my fists. It doesn't matter who or what you are. If you hurt those I care about. I gritted my teeth. I will kill you. I'll kill you all. I shall tear down your lofty thrones, and drag you to the depths of hell. I'll erase your very existence until there's nothing left. The trident came closer. Time slowed. The world blurred into silence and motion. Yet I stood tall, facing my death head-on, my eyes still locked on Poseidon. And then, a voice resounded in my head. Deep. Mocking. Proud. Very well, mongrel. You have gained this king's interest. You are worthy to bear witness of my glory. It wasn't mine. But it was within me. It echoed through my bones, my soul, my blood. Poseidon froze mid-motion, his expression shifting from rage to unease. And then, shock. Your eyes. They're red. No, are you also of divine blood? What are you? I raised my hand. And caught the trident mid-air as I closed my eyes. The impact should have torn my arm clean off. But instead, it shuddered in my grip and fell silent, like it had just been grabbed by something greater than the sea. My eyes closed. Yet I could see. Not the beach. Not Poseidon. But something older. Deeper. Golden palaces under blood-red skies. A throne that sat above all. A man adorned in gold, with crimson eyes like mine. His arrogance was suffocating, his presence overwhelming, but behind the sneer was a sadness so deep, it hurts to even imagine. I saw him in war, raining spears of light from the heavens upon gods and monsters alike. I saw him on the battlefield, undaunted, proud, untouchable. Yet, I also saw him kneel beside a dying friend, clutching the broken body in trembling arms. A single tear fell down the cheek of the so-called king of heroes. The helpless laughter and acceptance, after a snake took away his chance of immortality. He had everything, and yet nothing. And for the first time, I understood. Humans at our core, we aren't so different. And then, like muscle memory, the words slipped from my mouth. Equip. Archer. A golden light exploded from within me, blinding and divine. Poseidon shielded his eyes as the world was engulfed in a brilliant golden light. My torn clothes vanished. In their place, radiant golden armor assembled piece by piece, gleaming with regal authority. A long crimson cape unfurled behind me like war's own banner, flapping in the windless air. My reflection in the ocean's edge showed strands of my wet black hair turning gold, glowing faintly in the storm's aftermath. My eyes, they weren't mine anymore. They were the king's. Crimson. Burning. Timeless. Poseidon staggered back, the sea trembling beneath his feet. That armor. No. That power belongs to. I cut him off. Not with actions. But with a whisper. Open, gate of Babylon. The sky behind me cracked. No, it rippled. Like reality itself had bent, kneeling to power beyond comprehension. One by one, golden portals bloomed into existence, humming with unnatural energy. Tens at first, then hundreds, then thousands. From each portal, ancient weapons hovered, swords, spears, bows, axes, hammers, chains, all legendary, all divine, all pointed at the god of the ocean. The black sky was now shining golden, as if the sun had risen again. Poseidon's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, it can't be. You are not him. He is dead, that monster who killed his own gods. I stepped forward, every step echoing like the march of judgment. Maybe I'm not him, maybe all of this makes no sense. I said, voice deeper now, laced with something not quite human. But right now. I raised my hand emotionlessly. Hundreds of blades locked into his position from behind me, trembling with barely restrained destruction. I am his wrath. Poseidon shook his head, trying to focus. Then he scoffed, even if you are him, I am Poseidon. His grip on his trident strengthened as he stared down at me. He didn't know how close he was standing to his death. Chapter 4, Burial at Sea. Poseidon lifted his trident, trying to summon the sea and storms forming behind him. Waves crashed and thunder roared, but they had calmed slightly. He pointed his weapon at me, trying to mask the fear in his voice. You are a fool to take up the power of that cursed god's lair. His story ended in ruin. I smiled coldly. So does yours. The first blade blasted through the air like divine thunder, its edge a comet of golden fury, and struck the sand, passing by inches from Poseidon's ear. It didn't just hit, it exploded, kicking up a pillar of golden dust that sizzled with leftover mana. The sound cracked like a whip across the coastline. Poseidon's eyes widened. He hadn't even seen it properly. Not the glow. Not the swing. Just the impact. He hesitantly touched his cheek that was grazed by the weapon, now bleeding golden ichor. The sea behind him faltered. The waves rolled back, uncertain, like an army of foot soldiers suddenly unsure of their commander. Even the ocean, bound to his will, now hesitated. Poseidon gripped his trident tightly, jaw tightening with the weight of wounded pride. He could feel it, divine blood already staining the sand from the earlier strike. His godhood was being challenged. By a damn mortal. No, something that used to be mortal. I stood still, golden armor blazing under the storm-darkened sky. My red cape whipped behind me, crackling with energy. My eyes, red as rubies, never left his. My voice cut through the sound of crashing waves, sharp, cruel, calm. That one missed on purpose, mongrel. Poseidon's knuckles whitened on his trident shaft as he yanked it upright. The storm above rumbled like a wounded beast. You dare mock me, mortal, he snarled, his voice carrying the weight of crashing oceans. I am Poseidon. The god of the sea. I have fought titans and won. You may possess divinity, but you remain a human. You are beneath me. I took a slow step forward. The sand beneath my boots hissed and melted, liquefying from the sheer heat of the mana pouring off me in waves. Each step echoed like a verdict. Behind me, the gate of Babylon pulsed, portal after portal swirling with gold, humming in rhythm with my heartbeat. Righteous. Cold. Unrelenting. I tilted my head, eyes narrowing. Mock you? No, mongrel. This is your judgment. And I am the executioner. My hand lifted. And then. Hell was unleashed. Tens of weapons fired from the golden gates in perfect formation. They cut through the air like streaks of lightning. Swords, spears, halberds, all legendary weapons once wielded by kings and gods. Now, they all obeyed me. Poseidon roared in defiance, spinning his trident into a defensive cyclone. Sparks erupted as the first few blades struck steel, but even as he deflected them, more slipped through his defenses. A spear of obsidian pierced through his upper shoulder. A golden axe slashed across his thigh. Divine ichor, golden and seething, splattered across the beach, hissing as it touched the ground. The Greek god staggered backward, dazed. This can't be. You are just a mortal. How are you? He didn't finish. Because in the blink of an eye, I was in front of him. Face to face with a god. It was quite underwhelming. I said nothing. My answer came in the form of a crimson, demonic spear driving through his abdomen, clean and brutal. His breath caught in his throat. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was a choked gasp. Then I twisted the spear. The sound he made was not divine, it was human. Guttural. Raw. Animalistic. The kind of cry that only comes from pain too vast to name. Crack split his divine armor as golden lightning surged from my hands. Vajra, the divine weapon of Indra, blasting him backward like a cannon. His body slammed through rock, shattered stone, and tumbled across the battlefield like a puppet with cut strings. He rose slowly, coughing blood, one eye burning with disbelief, the other with hatred. I will drown this world for your insolence. He raised the trident and slammed it into the earth and shouted, Amphitrite, 40 days of flood. The sea answered instantly. The ocean behind him erupted, birthing titanic tsunami waves that raced toward us, walls of death, towering and hungry. The sun completely vanished behind storm clouds, the sky turned black, and the roar of the waves was deafening. And I just stood there, unmoving. Then I laughed. It wasn't madness. It was clarity. I raised both arms, and lightly spoke. Come forth, old friend. The sky cracked open. From golden light descended the divine chains, Enkidu. Holy bindings, sacred and capable enough to bind even the gods. Chains that sealed divinity itself. They struck like serpents from heaven, coiling around Poseidon's limbs, his waist, his throat. His eyes widened in terror. What are these chains? I feel my divinity being sealed. What have you done to me? His voice was hoarse. Desperate. I stepped closer, smiling coldly. How does it feel, lowly insect? Now that your precious divinity is gone. I clenched a fist. You're just like the rest. A pitiful, weak, pathetic mongrel that has no use further existing. The chains pulled tight, forcing him to his knees. Kneel before the king, sinner. Behind me, the gate of Babylon erupted. Hundreds, no, thousands, of portals tore open the fabric of the sky. The golden light from them painted the battlefield in holy fire. The weapons within were endless, blessed by demons, cursed by angels, forged in the flames of myth. This was no longer a fight. This was an execution sentence. This is for Polyphemus. I snapped my fingers. They all launched. Poseidon's roar was drowned out as the golden storm crashed upon him. He tried to deflect the weapons with his trident, yet his movements were bound by Enkidu. The tidal wave he had summoned was annihilated, torn apart mid-rise. Weapon after weapon pierced the sky, the sea, and the screaming form of Poseidon. The air was filled with the sound of steel meeting flesh, of bones cracking, of blood spraying. The earth shook. The sea fled. And Poseidon, god of the sea, was buried under divine judgment. Poseidon was down, broken, bloodied, gasping through torn lungs, but the war wasn't over. Not yet. Not until I was certain he understood the price. He tried to rise, despite his body being mangled grotesquely. One hand digging into the blood-soaked sand, his trident gone, his body limp and trembling. He looked more like a shipwreck survivor than the god of the sea. But I wasn't here for pity. I didn't care if he rose again. Because I was already standing beside him. He didn't see me move. 1 second I was 20 feet away, then I was there, my golden gauntlet clenched. I drove my fist into his left side with no hesitation. Crack. The sound of bone and divine muscle snapping echoed across the ruined beach. His left arm dislocated, then tore loose entirely, sent flying into the shallows. It landed with a wet thud, steam rising as his ichor boiled the water around it. Poseidon screamed, not a proud war cry, but the ragged shriek of a beast in agony. He turned, tried to crawl away. I wasn't feeling merciful. I slammed my boot on his head and leaned down. You thought yourself invincible, I said, my voice low, deadly. But your divine skin tears apart just like any other mongrel's. He gasped. Stop. Please. I didn't. Instead, I grabbed his other leg. And ripped it from his body. The joint cracked first, then muscle tore, then tendon snapped with a sickening splat. His golden blood sprayed in a wide arc, staining the sand, the sky, me. His screams had turned hoarse, raw. His body flailed in twitching convulsions. But I wasn't done. I hoisted him upright by his seaweed-matted hair. His body dangled like a broken puppet. His divine aura, once crushing, relentless, had dwindled to a faint shimmer. He managed to cough, spraying ichor. His one good eye burned, not with fury anymore, but with fear. He spat out, they will come for you. All of them. Cough. You don't look like a god anymore, and you think I'll be afraid of your brothers. I muttered. He tried to conjure something, maybe a final spell, a call to the sea, but before he could finish, 3 blades erupted from behind him. One through each shoulder, one through the base of his spine. From the gate of Babylon, the armory of kings, judgment had come. He writhed, impaled midair, groaning. I circled him slowly, watching as ichor dripped from each wound like molten mercury. I've seen better resistance from newborns, I said coldly. Was this the Earthshaker? The so-called strongest three of the Olympians? Why you don't? He choked, you don't understand. I was protecting him. The world would never accept him. He was a monster to them. I froze. Just for a moment. I saw something in his face. Not pride. Not wrath. Just fear and regret, buried deep, twisted by centuries of arrogance. Not a god. Not a king. Just another creature broken by fear. I looked away from his eye. He was never a monster, I said quietly, voice stripped of its earlier venom. He was gentle. He loved sheep. He learned how to fist bump. He wanted to see the world like everyone else. Poseidon let out a shuddering breath. He just needed someone to believe in him. I raised a sword and drove it through his other leg. The howl that tore from him shook the mountains. He buckled, if he even had knees left to fall on, and collapsed in the sand, now more ichor than grains. He knelt there. Armless. Legless. Fountains of golden blood spread around him. And I stood above him. Untouched. Gleaming. A golden monarch wreathed in cold fire. Do you understand now? I asked. This is what happens when a god plays tyrant. When a father kills his son for daring to dream. Poseidon coughed, trying to raise his head. His voice was a whisper. This power, it's not yours, you're just a vessel. The gods will end your pitiful existence. I stepped forward slowly, kneeling in front of him. His blood pooled at my feet. Maybe they will, I chuckled. Maybe I am just a vessel. But so what? A strange calm took over me. The fury remained, but it was no longer mine alone. I could feel him. Gilgamesh. The original king of heroes. The one who stood above gods, above men. Whose rage knew no equal. Whose love, once lost, turned to divine scorn. I looked Poseidon in the eye. But you know what that means. He swallowed, barely able to nod. It means the world is changing. Your times are over. I gestured to his broken body. You're just the first to suffer my wrath. He tried to speak. Some final prayer. Some last delusion. I raised my hand to silence him. Now perish, Poseidon. Contemplate your existence in hell. His eyes widened. Wait, stop. Then, from the gate behind me, a shape formed, a long spear, glistening with gold and crackling with divine lightning. His own trident. It hovered in the air for a second. Then with a shuddering burst of speed, it drove itself through his chest, bursting out his back in an explosion of golden blood and divine energy. Crack. The sound was final. His body convulsed once, then stilled. He wasn't dead. Not fully. Gods don't die so easily. This was worse. He bled. He suffered. And now, he knelt. Defeated. Stripped of divinity. Not a deity. Just another creature cowering in front of death, a ruler with no throne, a being whose legacy was now stained in his own blood. The oceans howled and the storm was ripped apart. The dark clouds fading away, showing Hyde's sun. I stood over him, breathing steady. My armor shined with his ichor. My hands clenched with quiet fury. My gaze burned. Silence fell like judgment from the heavens. Only the sea stirred, timid and unsure, no longer commanded, but mourning. I turned away. Not in triumph. But in sorrow. The wind tugged at my cape as I walked back to Fam's body, lying where it had fallen. The glow of battle faded. The gold dimmed. My eyes burned, not with rage this time, but with grief. I knelt beside my friend. My first and only friend in this world. The fury faded. My voice cracked. Hey, buddy. I did it. I placed a hand over his chest. I avenged you. I closed his eye gently. You mattered. But there was no joy in the words. Only silence. And the endless crashing of waves. The storm had faded away completely. The sky, once thundering with divine fury, now stretched quiet and gray above the broken coastline. The sea no longer howled in rage, it wept, soft waves brushing the crimson-stained sands as if trying to cleanse what remained of a battle between God and man. I stood over Fam's lifeless body. Even in death, he looked peaceful. His one great eye closed, lips curled in a soft smile as if he'd found peace in the end. I had seen many things in my old world, movies, games, anime, but nothing prepared me for what it meant to lose someone who truly mattered. He didn't deserve this. Not from his father. Not from this world. I crouched down beside him and gently brushed back the tangled mess of seaweed hair from his forehead. You should have gotten to see it all, I whispered. The mountains. The stars. The cities. Maybe even get a Cyclops girlfriend. Or whatever fate had in store for you. A broken laugh escaped my throat, quickly drowned by the lump forming in my chest. I stood and turned toward the sea. I needed to give him a farewell worthy of a king, not the mockery Poseidon turned him into. From behind me, the gate of Babylon shimmered into life, its golden ripples humming in tune with my heartbeat. With a slow breath, I reached into its depths, not for a weapon this time, but something gentler. A beautiful ship emerged from the gate. It was old, ancient, yet preserved in majesty. Carved from black wood and adorned with gold leaf and faded red sails, it resembled the ceremonial vessels of old Mesopotamian kings. A ship that had once carried heroes to an adventure. Now, it would carry a friend to peace. I carried Fam's body aboard with care. He was heavier in size, but there was no burden too great when weighed against memory. I laid him gently upon silk coverings, conjured from the gate's depths. Around him, I placed small mementos of Greek tradition. Bread, cheese, a poorly carved sheep's figurine he once made while humming some dumb modern tune I taught him off-key. Then I whispered a short incantation, drawing on the divine knowledge lingering in my veins. With a pulse of gold, the ship became veiled. Cloaked from sight. Invisible to all but me. No god, no mortal, no being would see it. But it would sail. It would sail forever if it had to, carried by the winds and tides, following the stars. I stepped back and gave the vessel one final push. Go, Fam, I said, my voice quiet, trembling. See the world, for both of us. The ship drifted out slowly at first, then caught the sea's breath and moved beyond the breakers. As it vanished into the horizon, I raised my hand, not in farewell, but to see him off. You weren't a monster, I whispered. You were my friend. The winds answered softly. Silence returned. Chapter 5, The Revelation. I sat near the ruins of the mountain, breathing slowly. My golden armor faded back into spirit particles, and with it, the overwhelming power of Archer, of Gilgamesh, slipped away like molten fire receding into a vessel. My body felt lighter. Emptier. Yet I knew that golden power hadn't left me. It slumbered. Waiting, and it wasn't alone. I could feel them. 10 spirits. Their presence wasn't loud. They didn't scream for control or whisper sweet madness to control me. They simply existed. Dormant, yet awake. Watching. I could feel their weight like stars orbiting my soul. Each distinct. Each immense. Some were like infernos, raging storms of power and pride. Others were still. Silent. Heavy with history. But all of them were heroic spirits. And somehow, they were part of me now. I clenched my fist. What the hell am I? The first I recognized was easy. I'd fought with his power. Felt his pride. His fury. His grief. Archer. Gilgamesh. The Golden King. The arrogant tyrant who once wept for a friend and turned his sorrow into cruelty. His memories clung to me like shadowed gold, palace walls, enchanted vaults, a throne too high to reach. Then came the others, faint echoes in my mind. A sword's purity, noble and burdened. A ruler king who carried entire nation and died with his heart shattered. His presence felt warm, yet unbearably sad. Saber. Another pulsed like a burning flame. Righteous. Fierce. Silent and shining. I felt no hatred from him, only unwavering will and compassion edged in fire. Lancer. Then there was the next one. A king unlike any other. Bold and rash. Yet compassionate and understanding. His spirit wild and unruly. Rider. A storm followed, dark and chaotic. A brother consumed by divinity and fury, twisted by grief. The pain was endless, coiled in shadow and lightning. The one who went against the divine. Berserker. There was serenity too. A pulse of enlightenment, unshakable peace, unmoved even in the face of gods. Yet somehow willful and following his own path, no matter the cost. Savior. And another that felt old. Timeless. Looming like a forgotten idol wrapped in obsidian smoke and blood-red twilight. Watching the world with mirrored cruelty and amusement. A name forgotten as his people perished. Ruler. A weight of infinite wisdom drifted in next, an arcane collection of magic, numbers, symbols. It whispered every answer, yet demanded a price. The man who held the key. Caster. And there was another. A shadow that walked unseen, cloaked in death. He felt neither joy nor hatred. Just duty and his unwavering faith, surrounded by a storm. Assassin. And then, there was the last. The one that hissed like chains on raw flesh. Rage barely leashed. Grief turned to vengeance. A hero whose form was man but whose fury would made the gods tremble. Tainted by the darkness, he no longer remained a hero. Avenger. I exhaled. My breath fogged the air despite the sun. 10 heroic spirits. I murmured. 10 legendary heroes' soul, inside me. It made no sense. Back home, this was fiction. Anime. Fate/Stay Night. Fate/Zero. Grand Order. I'd watched them all, hell, I even laughed when people argued over who was stronger. But I never once imagined I'd become the victim of that mess. Was this random? Fate? Some prank of Zeltrecht? Or was this really my second chance at life? I felt the weight of their eyes upon me. Not judgmental. Not angry. They were waiting. Not for control. But for choice. For me to choose who I needed to be. Not all of them agreed. Some just didn't care. But I could sense it, when I called on their names, when I equipped them, I didn't just get their powers. I shared something more intimate. Their thoughts. Their wounds. Their purpose. And for a moment, I wondered, would I survive the next time I wore one of their crowns? Would I still be Edward after summoning the mind of a god-killing madman? Or the sorrow of a dying king? I stood up slowly. Somewhere out there was a world I didn't recognize. And if Poseidon was just the start, then I needed answers, fast. I gazed out at the sea where Fam's ship had vanished. The wind brushed my hair gently. I'll figure it out, I said. For both of us. Behind me, the sea shimmered faintly. Waiting. The ocean whispered below me, but I barely heard it. I sat cross-legged on the cliff's edge again, staring at the moonlight dancing across the endless waters. My armor was gone now, replaced by the tattered black hoodie and jeans I had died in, somewhere in what felt like another lifetime. And in a way, it was. I have just killed Poseidon, one of the most powerful Olympians. Torn him apart and stood over his broken body without even a scratch. It wasn't just revenge. It was justice, for Fam. For the first friend I had made since coming to this strange, mythic world. But now the adrenaline was gone. And all that was left was contemplation. They would not take it kindly. Those pompous assholes will come for revenge. It was only a question of when. And then there was voices in my head. I chuckled as I remembered a fond memory of watching wrestling as a kid, and the iconic theme song. The spirits weren't talking. They weren't demanding anything. But I needed to know who they were, why was I chosen, and what is the purpose behind it all. I stood and closed my eyes. All right, I murmured. If you're gonna live inside me rent-free, the least you can do is talk. I heard a chuckle. Then the world around me dimmed, like reality itself took a breath and pulled away. And in that breath, I fell. Again. I stood once more in the vast soulscape that had become strangely familiar. 10 pillars of light, like eternal flames, flickered around me in a circle. The red sky stretched endlessly above, the cracked golden desert beneath my feet pulsed with mana. Each flame flickered, and from them emerged the 10 presences I now knew intimately. The air was heavy, thick with power, ancient, burdened, restrained. Saber was the first to step forward. Calm, graceful. His hands were folded in front of his noble presence undeniable. Edward widened his eyes upon seeing him. "You seek answers, Edward," he said softly. "But we are not here to give you that. We are not your answers." I shook my head. "Fantastic. Then why are you all here, packed into my soul like a can of sardines?" The one with the wild grin, Ryder, laughed, arms crossed. "Because your soul called us, boy." It rang out like a trumpet across the world. Loud, wild, and far too dramatic to ignore. "Resonance," murmured Castor, stepping forward from a shifting portal of sacred light. His presence was wise, distant, like a man who'd seen the world end more than once. Spiritual alignment. Not fate, but something close. Even my clairvoyance can't see through it. "You are a convergence point," Lancer added, his deep voice echoing. "A soul forged in suffering, tested in wrath, tempered in compassion. That is rare. Unbelievably rare," Assassin spoke from the shadows. "A soul prepared to carry more than one burden. 10. That is something the world hasn't seen." I frowned. "So none of you know why me?" Archer scoffed and clicked his tongue, leaning against a golden pillar like it was a throne of his own. "TCH, don't mistake our presence for servitude, mongrel. This isn't some wish fulfillment fantasy. We're not here to be your parents and hold your hand." Berserker's eyes burned in the silence, his mouth remaining shut, but his body radiated something like agreement. Ruler's gaze was unreadable. "You've inherited something mysterious. Something older than us. I sense one more presence, dormant yet alive. You've become a vessel not just for power, but for judgment. The world is shifting. Perhaps we are here, because it needs someone to witness it." Savior stepped forward, a stillness around him so profound that even the wind seemed to stop. His eyes, closed, carried the weight of 1,000 lives. "We are not your tools. Nor your masters. We walk with you only when your heart is in alignment with our truths. I can perhaps guide you to obtain enlightenment." I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "That's comforting. So I have 10 legends in my soul plus one random dude, none of you know why, and you're all just waiting." Saber's voice was gentler now. "You want to believe this has meaning. That it comes with duty or destiny. But perhaps, Edward, it is not about the reason we are here, but what you choose to do with us." Silence. Then I looked up, gaze sweeping across all 10 of them. "All right. One more question." I exhaled. "Can I use all of your powers? I need to finish something. And I don't think I can survive here by myself while hunted by divinity." The soulscape went still. Then Ryder let out a loud belly laugh. "Ha! Damn right you can. If there's a war to fight, I'll bring my army. Just say the word, and we'll ride into the sunset, or over it." Lancer smiled faintly. "If the battle is just, and your spirit true, you may wield my spear. But do not use it lightly. It was forged to punish arrogance, even your own." Berserker didn't speak, but his presence flared with chaotic approval. He wouldn't give power for just anything. But if rage consumed me again, he'd lend his madness willingly. Assassin stepped forward and bowed. "If there is a foe who walks in shadow, you will find me already behind them." Archer smirked, flipping a key from his hand and tossing it lazily. "As for me, impress me. Show me a battle worthy of a king's arsenal. I'll open my treasury to you. You've earned that much. But to wield my strength, you have to make it worth my while. I help this time as I hate those arrogant mongrels." He scoffed disdainfully. Castor lifted his staff slowly. "Do not call upon me for needless violence. My power is one of guidance, knowledge, and creation. If the world fractures, then I shall mend it. My days of trying to shape it are over. Saber was calm, his eyes resolute. My sword is not for vengeance. It is for hope. For protecting mankind. When you raise it, be certain your cause is one worth dying for. Ruler tilted his head. When truth breaks and morality collapses, call me. I do not answer to mortals, only to the balance. But in imbalance, I will come. Savior opened his eyes. The soulscape fell completely silent. If you seek to save the world, not from evil, but from suffering, then I will lend you my path. But know this, it is the hardest path to walk. I nodded. Not every tool could be called on in anger. Not every legend fought to kill. Some were meant to guide. Some to endure. Some, to judge. And some would only answer when the world truly trembled. I exhaled, finally understanding. This wasn't power. It was responsibility. A gift, sure, but also a question. What will you become? I opened my eyes again, the soulscape fading as the cliff returned beneath me. The sea was still. The air cold. I stood, brushing the dust from my pants. My reflection shimmered in the black waves far below. My eyes, still faintly glowed. They weren't just mine anymore. Not entirely. But maybe that was okay. Far off, on the edge of the known world, something stirred. Something ancient. Watching. Waiting. The age of gods was long past. But it hadn't ended. It had simply changed. And in the center of it all stood a single soul. One boy. 10 souls. A war yet to come. Chapter 6, The Reckoning. High above the mortal world, atop Mount Olympus, where the clouds curled around columns of gold and white marble, the air was far too quiet. There has been a divine council called in urgently. All of the 12 Olympians were supposed to be present. Yet the throne of Poseidon sat empty. The sea god's sigil, his great trident carved into the marble beside his seat, glowed faintly, flickering like a dying star. The others had felt it. Every god and goddess gathered in the grand hall had felt the great disturbance in their very essence, as if something ancient and immovable had shattered. Poseidon was dead. Not banished. Not wounded. Dead. Murdered by a mortal of all things. 10 thrones were filled now, and another one remained bare. The only absentee, as always, was Hades, distant and silent in his cold dominion beneath the earth. But the other Olympians had gathered in haste, summoned by lightning that tore the skies over Olympus and a call that reverberated across realms. Divine blood had been spilled. And that was no small thing. Zeus stood, thunder-eyed, his massive form draped in a robe of storm clouds and gold. His beard crackled faintly with electricity, and his voice, when it came, was angry and dangerous. Who, he said slowly, dares strike down an Olympian, in our own realm? What sort of madness has happened under our watch? He punched the table with a fist crackling with lightning, making cracks across it. The others remained silent but felt the anger. Even Ares, usually quick to boast and quicker to threaten, sat with a clenched jaw, staring hard at the empty seat of his uncle. His eyes showed a hint of bloodlust. It was Apollo who finally answered after a cough. I tried to see, he said, his golden eyes dimmed with unease. I used all the magic I had. I traced the echoes of Poseidon's divinity to the point where it disappeared. The mortal was strange. Strange. Hera scoffed lazily from her throne, swirling a goblet of ambrosia in her hand. Is that what we're calling it now? Apollo ignored her. His essence is not of this world. He is certainly not Greek. When I tried to view him through the mirror of Helios, I could see him, but I couldn't read him. He doesn't register on the threads of fate. He moved through time like he didn't exist, yet just like a regular mortal, but without the weight of power or divinity. Until Artemis leaned forward, her eyes cold and sharp. Until Apollo sighed. He changed. Or rather, became something. Someone. I saw it clearly. A transformation, or possession. He became golden-haired, wearing ancient Sumerian armor, posseing unlimited weapons of demonic and divine origin. Even a chain that restricts divinity. He reminded me of that person. The first god-killer from Babylonia. There was absolute silence. That words hung in the air like a storm cloud. Even Zeus narrowed his eyes. Athena's gaze darkened, her fingers curling slightly around the edge of her seat. Are you talking about Gilgamesh of Uruk? The same, Apollo confirmed grimly. The first god-killer. The men who waged war on the Sumerian pantheon and succeeded. Who cut their divine plane from earth and vanished into legend. He was supposed to be dead, muttered Demeter, frowning. Dead and buried 4,000 years ago. Maybe he is, Athena said. But something in this mortal is tied to him. Maybe a shard of his soul. Maybe his essence. But I know this, Poseidon didn't stand a chance once he awakened it. Sheer blasphemy, Ares growled, slamming his fist into the armrest of his throne. A mortal dares lay hands on a god, one of us, and you stand here debating shadows and whispers. He stood up, muscles rippling under a blood-red mantle, his hand already on the hilt of his spear. Send me to kill him. I'll paint the earth with his blood. No, Athena said sharply. Ares turned on her. No. This is no ordinary mortal, she replied. He didn't just kill Poseidon. He restrained his divinity. Took the trident, and with it, the dominion over the sea. That's not something a mortal can do. Then he must be a god in disguise. He wasn't, Apollo said. Not until the possession, even that wasn't proper divinity. But now. He might be something worse. Hephaestus, sitting hunched with his hammer resting beside him, let out a low grunt. If he has the trident and a divine spark, we're no longer dealing with a man. We're dealing with a force that can threaten our rule. Zeus said nothing for a while. He simply stood there, staring at Poseidon's empty seat. His brother. His rival. The sky god and the sea god were often at odds, but they were still kin. They fought together to overthrow the Titans. Immortal. Untouchable. Now. The natural order had been shattered. What does he want? Hera asked, disinterested but mildly curious, sipping from her goblet. We don't know, Apollo answered. There was no declaration. No prophecy. Just battle. Vicious, brutal. He didn't just defeat Poseidon, he humiliated him. Made sport of him. Used his own domain against him. Sounds familiar, Aphrodite said idly, brushing golden strands from her cheek. Gilgamesh had a flair for dominance according to legends. But I must admit, the mortal was quite charming and handsome. Strong, too. If he wasn't so violent, he'd be just my type. Ares growled. Of course that's your takeaway. You can lust after even our enemy. This is a serious matter. Don't be jealous, dear, I won't try to charm him even though he suits my taste, she said sweetly while licking her lips. Hera listened with a bored look, but in her mind, she was thinking, if this person is strong enough to kill Poseidon, can he be of use to me to take down Zeus? I must meet this mortal. Enough, Zeus growled, slamming his thunderbolt on the ground. The lightning surged and roared, declaring his divine authority. The chamber fell quiet again. This mortal, this Edward, as you say, must be brought to Olympus to atone for his sins by serving us. Or be destroyed. If he walks this world with such power and no leash, he will upset the balance we have kept since the age of Titans ended. He must be punished for his crime. Hermes, who had been quiet in the corner, tapped his chin. There's something odd. My network of mortals, my temples, my oracle, none of them have seen him. Never before the incident. It's like he blinked into existence only for the battle. More reason to be cautious, Athena said. If he is tied to Gilgamesh, even spiritually, then we're dealing with someone who could sever Olympus from Earth itself, just as Gilgamesh did to the Sumerians. That cannot happen, Demeter said. We barely held the mortal realm together after the last separation. Mortals are already turning away from us after the Trojan War. Zeus turned slowly, his voice like rolling thunder. Then we bring down absolute punishment. Divine and swift. Let it be known, any who strike a god shall face the wrath of entire Olympus. His eyes scanned the room. Ares. The war god stood at attention. Artemis. She rose, her silver bow slung over her back. Heracles. From the far side of the room, the demigod-turned-deity stepped forward, massive and silent, his lion pelt draped over one shoulder. "And Hermes," Zeus finished. The messenger bowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "You four will descend. Find this Edward. Capture and enslave him if you can. But if he threatens Olympus, if he dares raise his hand again, end him." A beat passed. "Bring me his head." The sky stretched endlessly above, clear with pale sunlight, as the Vimana soared over the Aegean Sea like a star reborn. It shimmered like golden authority. It was quite interesting and a new experience for me who used to travel via packed subways, to ride a private mythical jet. I sat at the helm, silent, one hand gripping the throne as I peered down at the world below. Ancient Greece. Circa around 1200 BC, if I was right. Never thought I'd view this outside of an Assassin's Creed game. It was surreal. The ground beneath was a living canvas, fertile hills and winding rivers, olive groves sprawling across valleys, marble columns rising amidst clustered settlements. City-states dotted the coastline, some humble and sun-baked, others already showing signs of burgeoning glory. Ships with square sails floated like insects over turquoise waters, and the scent of the sea mixed with wind-blown myrrh from the incense burners on temple rooftops. So much of this I had read in books or seen in movies, always romanticized, always distant. Now, it unfolded below me in real time. And it wasn't a fantasy. It was alive. It was real. And I was flying over it in a damn mythological spacecraft from Babylon, like something torn straight from the dreams of a lunatic scholar. After making sure I wasn't being followed, especially by anything divine, I veered off toward the highlands beyond a walled settlement nestled along the coast. It was a well-fortified city, with steep acropolis walls and farmers just beyond, busy with harvest. I found a small clearing just beyond the tree line of a cypress grove. Quiet. Untouched. Perfect. With a command, Vimana returned back into the gate of Babylon in a shimmer of golden light, the sound echoing like the chime of some divine harp. As the craft vanished, I exhaled and turned to the bag I'd stashed away, relics from the gate's vast treasury, including clothing. I chose something that resembled what the locals wore, a white chiton fastened with a bronze fibula at the shoulder, and a leather belt around my waist. Sandals. A short cloak, just enough to ward off the ocean breeze. I studied my reflection briefly in a polished bronze plate. My black hair had grown a bit, and so did my beard. My body didn't look too skinny or muscular. I didn't look too out of place, other than the skin. Too fair. Too northern. Still, with some gold and a convincing tongue, I could pass as a common guy. I had plenty of gold thanks to Gilgamesh's treasury, and I could speak any language due to heroic spirit assimilation. I walked down a stony path toward the city, the earth dry and warm beneath my feet. The closer I got, the more noise I heard, children laughing, carts creaking, dogs barking. The distant sound of a kithara being played, with a woman singing some tragic tale of lost love. And then, I stepped into the heartbeat of the ancient world. The agora. It was overwhelming. Stalls covered in dyed fabrics and goat hides. Merchants shouting their wares, spices, honey cakes, olives soaked in vinegar, glinting jars of wine. Philosophers in flowing robes debating loudly in corners while barefoot boys ran between them with scrolls. Pigeons flapped over mosaics depicting gods and monsters. A priestess stood near a statue of Hera, offering a chant in exchange for a few coins and a blessing of fertility. It was chaos, and yet, perfect. I weaved through the agora, weaving between sandal-clad feet and chipped stone columns, the scent of grilled lamb and spiced oil thick in the air. The place was alive, shouts in coarse Doric, laughter, the occasional call of a merchant trying to sell a chipped amphora as blessed by Apollo. After a while, I stopped at a stall where skewered meat sizzled over a crackling fire pit. The vendor, a thick-armed man with sun-leathered skin and a faded blue headband, eyed me warily until I dropped a shining gold coin into his palm. He blinked. "That's enough to buy my whole stall, foreigner. I just want 2 skewers and directions to the best wine cellar." He grinned despite himself and handed me the skewers, now suddenly the friendliest man alive. Callias, just near the fountain. Red clay jars. You can't miss the stench, or the singing. I gave a nod, took the meat, and strolled toward the central plaza where a stone fountain trickled lazily. There, beside it, I spotted a man slouched against its base, a wiry fellow in his 50s, eyes half-lidded from too much sun and not enough water. His tunic was frayed, his beard peppered with gray. He glanced at me as I approached, then his eyes caught the glint of the bottle I carried and the gold ring tied to my belt. "Fancy sandals," he drawled, lips curling into a toothy smile. "And hands that don't look like they've held a plow." "I travel light," I said, offering him a skewer. "Wine, too?" The smile widened. "By all the gods, yes." I sat beside him, pouring wine into 2 clay cups, and soon enough, others drifted over. Old men with skin like wrinkled bark, eyes sharp from years spent squinting under sun and suspicion. They sat in a loose circle, grumbling, nodding, sipping. I handed the last of the skewers to one with a pronounced limp who introduced himself as Damon, while the man I first approached gave his name as Thales. The last to join, a silver-bearded elder with a crooked nose and permanent scowl, was called Poseidon. "So," Thales asked after a few generous sips, "where does a pale-skinned stranger come from with gold heavier than a priest's ego and sandals too clean for these roads?" I smiled faintly. "Far to the north. Beyond Thrace, in the cold lands where forests stretch endlessly and wolves howl more than men speak. I came to learn about your gods and heroes." At the mention of gods, the air shifted. Even the wine seemed to still in their cups. "You sure picked a dangerous time for curiosity," Damon said, scratching at his scraggly beard. I leaned in. "Why?" Poseidon gave me a long, assessing look. "This was once the age of heroes. We had many, Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Heracles. Demigods walked among us, mortal men challenged fate. But that ended the day Troy burned." Thales added, leaning closer. "When the last ship returned, the gods spoke. No more half-bloods. No more Cleo's 4 men. They say mortals grew too proud. Thought they could survive without Olympus. Have they?" "They survive," Damon said. "But barely. They say Zeus was the first to decree it," Poseidon muttered. "Apollo and Artemis followed. Even Ares keeps his sword sheathed now, though barely. They say the age of heroes insulted their authority." I frowned. "But aren't heroes their children? Their will-bearer? Too many became too powerful," Thales said, his voice low. "And too many stories were told where men outwitted the gods. That's not the kind of tale Olympus wants told anymore." Another man I hadn't noticed joined us, young, no more than 20, with a hawkish nose and nervous eyes. "Some say the gods grow weaker. That they need temples and prayers just to hold their thrones." He was immediately shushed by Poseidon, who looked around as if expecting lightning to strike. "Quiet, Nikos. Don't speak such things aloud." I couldn't help it. I laughed, short and sharp. "Some divine beings, if they need mortal praise to puff up their egos." That silenced everyone. The conversation died instantly. Even the fountain's gentle trickle seemed to hush. Damon's eyes darted around nervously, and Poseidon grabbed my forearm hard. "Careful, stranger," he hissed. "Words reach far here. Olympus listens, even when unseen." "They'll have to listen harder," I said with a scoff. "Because I'm not afraid of gods who threaten mortals just to stay relevant." Nikos looked horrified. Thales muttered a prayer under his breath, and Poseidon glared at me like I had just spat on the Acropolis. "You'll curse us all." I stood, the cup still warm in my hand. "Then consider this," I said, pulling 2 gold coins from my belt and placing them gently on the stone. "Payment for the blasphemy." They stared at the coins, but no one moved to pick them up. My steps echoed louder than they should have as I walked away from the group, past merchants now whispering behind their stalls, past a pair of veiled priestesses near a bronze statue of Athena. The streets no longer felt welcoming. The warmth of the sun turned sharp, burning against my skin. The sweet scent of roasted lamb now seemed cloying. Even the laughter of children had shifted, distant, uncertain. I pulled my cloak tighter around me and kept walking, mind spinning. The age of heroes had ended. Just like that. In the Luciferverse, it wasn't merely about time or legend, it was about will, legacy, mana, divine anchoring. Servants and spirits clung to existence because of belief, yes, but not dependency. But here the gods acted like jealous kings, hoarding what little divinity remained in their shrines. Fearful. Vain. Desperate. It didn't add up. If they truly were Olympians of this world, they shouldn't fear the erosion of faith, not like this. Unless something had happened. Something new. A tear in their dominion. A wound that hadn't healed since Troy. Or worse, maybe they foresaw someone like me will arrive. I turned a corner into a quieter alley, cool and shaded by stone arches. A woman selling clay figures bowed politely as I passed. I nodded in return but didn't slow down. I wasn't done here, not even close. This world was wrong. And someone had rewritten the rules. If the gods were so obsessed with keeping their grasp on mankind, maybe it was time someone loosened their fingers. And I was just the heretic to do it. Time to pull a Kratos and go savage, I guess. Not like they would leave me alone. I wasn't going to cower. Not now. If the gods were watching, I hope they paid attention. I had many questions for them. And soon, I'll demand answers face to face. But for now, where do I find a place to sleep? Chapter 7, Finding Answers. The sun had begun its slow descent, turning the sky a molten gold. Heat clung to the stone walls and dusty roads of the ancient city as I wandered further from the agora, my sandals crunching softly over gravel. I didn't exactly have a plan beyond, don't get killed by gods today, and after the strange, tense conversation with the old men, my mind needed air, space to think. The alleyways grew narrower the farther I went. Less marble, more mud brick. Fewer statues, more shrubs growing between cracked stones. Eventually, the streets gave way to a field of olive trees, rustling gently in the afternoon breeze. And then I heard it, sounds of flowing water. A faint, natural burble somewhere ahead. I followed the sound, ducking beneath low branches and climbing over a collapsed column until I found it. A natural spring. It flowed out from the base of a rocky outcrop, crystal clear, feeding a small pool fringed with moss and smooth stones. I knelt beside it and touched the water, it was clean. Sacred, maybe. But I'd already offended enough gods for the day. If they wanted to punish me for taking a bath, they'd have to queue behind a very long list of other grievances. I stripped off my dust-covered clothes and stepped in. The water embraced me like silk, washing away the sweat, the tension, the heat. For a while, I just floated, letting the stillness hold me. My body had changed more than I realized since assimilating the heroic spirits. Muscles I never trained felt stronger. My skin had a healthy glow. Even the strands of blonde hair that had begun to streak my black hair shimmered under the sunlight. The changes weren't just spiritual, they were physical. Tangible. Still, I had to leave soon. I didn't want to spend the night in this city if a god decided to come down here to smite me. It wasn't fear for myself that pushed the thought, it was for the people. The old men by the fountain. The vendors. The children in the streets. I had no intention of bringing divine wrath down on innocents. I pushed myself out of the spring, water cascading down my torso. And that's when I saw her. A woman stood less than 10 feet away, frozen like a statue. She was tall, proud, with broad shoulders and a warrior's posture. Golden blonde hair framed a face that was equal parts fierce and beautiful. Her piercing blue eyes were locked on me, wide in surprise. Her arms, toned and strong, twitched as if unsure whether to reach for a weapon or cover her eyes. I blinked. She didn't. "Could you please turn around?" I asked, voice dry. It's not like this is the first time you've seen a man naked, so there's really nothing to stare at. Her mouth opened, then closed. She blinked hard, cheeks coloring slightly. My apologies, mortal. I was just. Then her face twisted with realization, and her stance shifted. Wait. No. I was supposed to monitor you and escape if I was found out. I sighed, pulling on my pants as she fell into a ready stance, fists clenched. Which one sent you? Are you one of the Olympians? She lifted her chin. My name is Hippala, Queen of the Amazons. I am here by the order of the great goddess Aphrodite. My eyebrows rose. Huh. Day one of my Greek adventure and I've already attracted the thought. Should I be surprised or amazed? Hippala frowned. What is a thought? I laughed, unable to help myself. My bad. Wrong era. Don't worry about it. Her expression darkened with confusion and suspicion. She shifted slightly, as though preparing to vanish into the trees. Anyway, I said casually, slipping my shirt on, you should answer some questions before you disappear. Her posture tensed. I could feel the caution pouring off her. She wasn't just wary, she was terrified. Not of me, maybe, but of what this whole situation meant. I could see it in her eyes. She didn't understand what I was, and that scared her. And something told me Aphrodite hadn't given her a full explanation, either. She took a step back, and then another. I have nothing to say to a man. Even if that man isn't normal. She moved to run, but I was faster. One step, then two, and I was beside her. After a brief scuffle, my hand gently closed around her shoulder, not rough, but firm. I don't have anything against you, I said calmly. But I need answers. I'll let you go. Sound good? Her body tensed. She tried to twist free, but she might as well have tried to move a mountain. My strength, even without actively channeling any heroic spirit, was far beyond human now. The merger had changed me, infused me with their passive abilities. Even Gilgamesh's absurd ego was starting to infect my attitude, apparently. At least I didn't call her mongrel. She struggled, jaw clenched. I admired her resilience, most people would have screamed or begged. She fought. With a sigh, I reached for the glowing rope tied at her hip. She gasped, too late to stop me, as I unfastened it and wrapped it around her arms. What is this? Are you cosplaying as Wonder Woman or something? The rope shimmered gold, its aura pulsing faintly. Hippolyta's eyes widened as her mouth moved involuntarily. I don't know anything about what you asked, she growled, cheeks flushing in frustration. I tilted my head, intrigued. Magic rope that compels the truth, huh? That's, honestly kind of awesome. But it's the real deal, huh? The appearance OD this magic rope began to tug gently, but almost spiritually, pointing me in a direction of thought I didn't want to think about. No way I'm in that universe. I chuckled nervously. Deciding I'd had enough fun in the woods, I reached into my gate and pulled forth Vimana, the golden aerial chariot of kings. It shimmered into existence with a burst of divine light, its golden hull reflecting the startled expression on Hippolyta's face. She didn't even have time to react before I hoisted her over my shoulder like a sack of grain. What? She barked. Let's have a proper chat somewhere else, I said, smacking her rear when she squirmed. And maybe somewhere scenic. She gritted her teeth, cheeks burning. But she didn't protest further. In her mind, the storm was still brewing. Why don't I hate this man? She thought bitterly. Why does he not look at me with the same eyes other men did? She remembered Heracles. The betrayal. The chains. The tears of her sisters. And yet, here he was, absurd, annoying, arrogant. But not cruel. Not once had he looked at her with lust. Not even when he had every chance to. That terrified her more than anything. As Vimana rose into the sky, leaving the ancient city behind, Hippolyta looked around in wide-eyed awe. The clouds parted as the airship soared. Who really is this man? She whispered to herself. And I just smiled, piloting the ship with one hand while flipping the golden rope in the other. Time for some answers, Miss Amazon. Above the clouds, beneath a silver-brushed sky, Vimana soared like a silent god among gods. Its golden hull shimmered against the pale moonlight, a streak of forgotten legend gliding through the stars. Wind whispered around the craft, but inside its open deck, things were quieter, more tense. Edward leaned back on a floating cushion of summoned velvet, legs crossed casually, watching the Amazon seated across from him. Hippolyta sat straight-backed and stern, arms crossed tightly beneath her chest, face rigid with defiance, yet unable to conceal the thoughts warring behind her sharp blue eyes. Edward cocked his head and reached out, gently poking her cheek with a finger. Don't frown like that, he said with a smirk, you'll get wrinkles and won't be pretty anymore. Hippolyta's brow twitched. She turned her head away with the dignity of a lioness tolerating a cub. I don't care for your opinions on my appearance, mortal. He chuckled softly and leaned forward. With surprising tenderness, he cupped her chin and turned her face toward his. Tell me about your people. The real story. Not what the poets sing to stroke Zeus's ego. Her jaw clenched, but then she winced. The golden rope, her own lasso, still looped faintly around her wrists, and its magic compelled truth. A sharp sigh escaped her lips. Very well, she said with quiet resignation. But you'll get more than you bargained for. Edward offered a two-fingered salute and leaned back again. Good. I like my stories complex. If only there was popcorn. Hippolyta stared at him a moment longer, searching his face for mockery, for cruelty. But he just looked curious. And, gods help her, calm. Like he already knew where this story was headed. So she began. 800 years ago, the world was young and savage. Men ruled by the spear and fire, and women, she paused, bitterness flashing behind her eyes, were often treated as spoils of war. Edward said nothing, letting her continue. Aphrodite, Demeter, Hestia, Hera, Athena, and Artemis, they came together. They wanted to change the world's balance, to uplift the voices of women, to build a nation that honored wisdom and strength without conquest. And the men didn't like that, I assume. Edward said dryly. Hippolyta gave a short, humorless laugh. They didn't even listen. Zeus dismissed them. Poseidon scoffed. Ares demanded proof of strength, as always. Edward rolled his eyes. Of course he did. So the 6 goddesses went to the underworld, she went on, to the cavern of souls. There, the spirits of women who had suffered unjust deaths, murdered, defiled, betrayed, were waiting. His brows raised slightly. They pulled those souls from their limbo, and with divine clay molded from the bed of a sacred lake, they gave them new life. Stronger. Wiser. Immortal, yet bound to the earth. I was the first to rise. Edward's expression shifted slightly, no longer amused, but intrigued. So you're not just a demigod. You're literally a resurrected soul in a divine vessel. Yes, Hippolyta said softly. We all are. Thousands of us. And we were given Themyscira, a city-state to spread the teachings of the goddesses, justice, balance, peace. And then came Hercules, Edward murmured. She nodded slowly, eyes narrowing. Ares encouraged it. Zeus turned a blind eye. Heracles and his men stormed our lands under the guise of diplomacy, and when we lowered our guard, they chained us. Enslaved us. Used us. Edward's hands slowly curled into fists. And what did your loving goddesses do? They intervened, eventually. Hera freed us. But the damage was done. Our home desecrated. Many sisters lost. Edward didn't speak for a while, letting the silence hang. The soft hum of Vimana's engines filled the air like a distant heartbeat. So what then? He asked finally. Some left, Hippolyta said, her voice quieter now. My sister Antiope led them to Egypt, where they built a new life, Bonamidal. But I stayed with the goddesses. I owed them that much, I thought. We were relocated to a hidden island, beyond mortal reach. There, we took up a new duty, to guard the earth from a buried evil the gods feared. Edward nodded, digesting the weight of it. Then, with a soft scoff, he muttered, so you pledged yourselves to the same bastards who got you enslaved in the first place. Hippolyta's head snapped up. Her fists clenched. We were rescued. Rescued late, Edward shot back. You think Heracles did all that without any divine backup? These gods play both sides for entertainment. They let it happen. Maybe even nudged it. Her face paled. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been asking around about them, Edward said dryly. And a pattern's forming. These so-called gods feed on worship, yet have no love for mortals. They hoard power, but demand songs and shrines to justify their existence. Hippolyta's voice was barely a whisper. Then why did you come here? To see if it was all true, Edward replied with a shrug. To see if maybe some of them were worth saving. He leaned back, gaze hardening. So far, it's not looking good. She stared at him in silence, uncertain whether she felt anger, or something else. Then he said it. Now I don't regret killing Poseidon. Her entire body froze. You, what? Edward smiled faintly, almost sheepishly. Oh yeah. I turned the sea god into sashimi. He's probably eaten by some sharks now. You killed Poseidon. Her voice trembled, less with fear, more with disbelief. Yep, Edward said, standing and stretching his arms behind his head. He came at me first. Tried to stab me. Didn't work out for him. Hippolyta's entire worldview tilted. Poseidon. The Earthshaker. Brother of Zeus. One of the 3 pillars of Olympus. Dead. By this man. She couldn't speak. Her mind reeled. This wasn't some boast by a deluded wanderer. No, she could feel it. The way the lasso vibrated when he spoke. He wasn't lying. Edward watched her reaction with detached interest, arms folded. So now that the news is out, what do you think? Am I evil? Dangerous? Or just inconvenient? Hippolyta swallowed. You're terrifying. He looked almost offended. I'm somewhat unhinged but charming. She looked at him then. Really looked. The way he carried himself, not like a braggart or a conqueror, but someone burdened. Wounded. Even when he smirked, there was a heaviness behind his eyes. Why did you kill him? She asked, her voice softer. He left me no choice, Edward replied with a stern jaw. He killed my friend who died protecting me. I had to avenge him. Silence again. Then, unexpectedly, Hippolyta looked away and muttered, You didn't look at me lustfully after capturing me or tried to take advantage. Most men would have. Edward blinked. Well, I don't usually drool over people trying to escape and stab me. If it was anybody else, they might call you some strange things, even ask you to step on them or some shit, he chuckled remembering an old meme. Death by SNU. Hippolyta looked confused, What are these weird words you speak of? Edward sighed and patted her head, Don't worry your pretty little head over it. Just some inside joke. Now, back to story time. That got a faint huff of amusement from her. Just barely. The wind shifted as Vimana crested another layer of cloud, moonlight washing them in silver again. Hippolyta's mind still spun with disbelief, fear, and something she hated to admit, curiosity and interest. Who was this man? This so-called God-slayer who quoted philosophy like a drunk and laughed like a child? And why did part of her not hate him? She closed her eyes and tried to steady her breathing. What kind of mess did Aphrodite got her into? The moonlight spilled across the deck of Vimana, casting silver shadows on the intricate carvings of its surface. The hum of the ship's ancient engine, powered by some forgotten cosmic mechanism, was soft and steady beneath their feet as it glided effortlessly through the clouds. Edward leaned against the polished railing, arms folded, his expression unreadable. The wind tousled his hair, flicking golden strands into his eyes, a subtle remnant of his assimilation with the heroic spirits. Across from him, Hippolyta sat stiffly on the edge of a glowing panel, her spine straight, arms crossed over her armored chest. She did her best to look indifferent, though the flicker of confusion still lingered behind her sharp blue eyes. They had both been quiet for a while. The weight of Edward's casual revelation, "Oh yeah, I killed Poseidon," still hung in the air like thick fog. Finally, Edward spoke again, voice low but curious. "I'm curious about something you said earlier," he said, not looking at her. "You mentioned something about guarding a buried evil beneath your island. That didn't sound like mythology fluff." Hippolyta stiffened. The golden lasso around her waist faintly shimmered as if responding to the question. Her mouth opened, and the truth poured out, calm, steady, and unfiltered. "There was a war," she began, her voice quieter than before. "Around 500 years ago, though time is strange around Themyscira. A great evil descended from the stars. He came not for conquest, but for annihilation. He sought to unmake the world, turn all life into his hollow, mindless slaves." Edward turned his gaze slowly toward her. Her eyes no longer burned with suspicion, only memory. He was stronger than any god. Even Zeus feared him. So the world's defenders rallied. Mortals, Atlanteans, my Amazons, even visitors from distant worlds wearing emerald light, they came together and fought under one banner. Edward blinked. Green armor, huh? And what happened? He was repelled. Barely. But before leaving, he left behind 3 artifacts, mother boxes, we called them. Devices that could terraform worlds and open gateways across the stars. If united, they could call him back, even after death. Her voice darkened. So we divided them. One entrusted to mankind. One sunk deep beneath the ocean with the Atlanteans. And the last, my sisters and I took it to Themyscira, building our citadel around it. We have guarded it for centuries. Edward raised a hand halfway, the dawning horror rising in his voice. Wait. That guy, the one who came to destroy Earth, did his name happen to rhyme with, I don't know, sighed. Hippolyta frowned. His name was Darkside. Edward's whole body jerked. Son of a bitch. He spun on his heel, pacing across the deck. His thoughts ran wild, and he rubbed his face furiously as the realization hit like a train. I got ice-guyed into the multiverse, I thought, cool, I'll get some noble phantasms, fight a few corrupted gods. Maybe throw hands with Heracles or Gilgamesh. But no, turns out I'm in DC. Freaking DC. Where guys like Superman sneeze galaxies into black holes and Darkseid blinks and entire timelines die. Hippolyta tilted her head, watching him with an expression that mixed confusion, amusement, and a spark of concern. You speak madness. What is this? DC, you speak of. Edward didn't respond. He was too busy recalibrating his entire understanding of the world he was in. Gods who fed off worship. Check. Heroic spirits. Check. Amazon warriors, ancient alien invasions, and now the looming shadow of Darkseid. It was enough to give anyone an existential crisis. Behind him, Hippolyta's lips curled into a faint smile. For the first time, she saw something genuinely human in the cocky stranger. Not arrogance. Not power. Just the honest bewilderment of a man who suddenly realized the universe was a lot bigger, and scarier, than he thought. Is the fearless godslayer afraid? She teased softly, unable to resist. Edward stopped. He turned toward her slowly, eyes narrowed, stepping forward until their faces were just inches apart. Hippolyta blinked, surprised by the sudden proximity, and a bit flustered. He grabbed her shoulders firmly. His voice dropped, serious. Do you, by any chance, have a daughter named Diana? Hippolyta's brows furrowed. Yes. But how do you? Edward cut her off with another question, eyes narrowing further. Did you sleep with Zeus to have her? Hippolyta's face went crimson. What? What in Gaia's name? No. Of course not. Zeus merely breathed life into a clay figure I sculpted from my own soul. That's all. I didn't sleep with that lecher. The golden lasso shimmered again, affirming her words. She gasped, realizing what she'd confessed. Damn you, she muttered, twisting slightly in shame and anger. Let me go. You've had your questions. That was the deal. Edward released her arms with a shrug. All right. I'm not a liar. You've been helpful, surprisingly. She stumbled slightly as he stepped back. The wind tugged at her hair as the Vimana hovered steadily above the clouds. Hippolyta looked at him with genuine surprise. You're letting me go. Just like that. Edward waved a hand lazily. What, do you want me to keep you? She blinked. No. I didn't expect that. He gave a tired smile, then looked up at the pale moon, his voice softer. Go home. Take care of your daughter. And don't leave the island for the next few months. Trust me on that. Hippolyta frowned. Why? I don't know yet, he admitted. I need time to think. Whatever's happening here, it's not just some divine pissing contest anymore. This is quite a plot twist life has thrown in my face. She hesitated, eyes lingering on him. A strange knot twisted in her chest, an emotion she couldn't name. Was it concern? Was it respect? She wasn't sure. If you could drop me near any island, she said at last. I can return on my own. Edward nodded. Done. The Vimana shifted course slightly, the stars spinning around them. Hippolyta stood beside him silently, her silhouette tall and regal beneath the moonlight. She was genuinely curious as what the men in front of her would do next. Chapter 8, AU Explanation and Character Panel. Sup folks. This chapter is to explain some of the details before we proceed further. Each heroic spirit legends have been merged into DC World's version of those characters. I have altered some of them as there are several versions for most legends. In this DC universe, Gilgamesh was the first god killer, Amazons were created around 2000 BCE, young Darkseid invaded Earth in 1500 BCE etc. Every change is connected to future plots, so can't really spoil much. As I've said before, I want to properly merge Nasuverse into DC. For example, in DC Original, Age of Gods never really ended, so there was no need for Grail stuff. But now that our boy is going to fuck some shit up, Magi's and Magic Society can be incorporated into this universe. How exactly, that will be decided after we reach that point. But each will have separate arcs and fit perfectly. Finally, there will be some Lostbelt or Paradox versions of this world due to MC's arrival. They will feature some interesting things. Also, MC isn't absolutely powerful. Yes, some of his skills and noble phantasms can help him take down stronger beings, but he isn't always necessarily strong. His immortality is a unique version. But he can be killed even if it is difficult. It's going to all come together slowly. So look forward to it. And apologies for the future cliffhangers. Character panel. True name, Edward. Class. Class unknown, possible composite class. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Origin, unknown, interdimensional/reality warped existence. Height/weight, 189 centimeters/210 pounds. Likes, coffee, music, women with big, not having to work. Dislikes, gods with superiority complexes, senseless cruelty, being dragged into nonsense, world-ending calamities. Parameter. Rank. Strength, AEX. Endurance, AEX. Agility, AEX. Mana, EX. Luck, B. NP, Noble Phantasm, EX. Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Rank, EX. Type, anti-unit/anti-army. Range, Infinity. Max targets, 1000 plus. The treasury of the King of Heroes, containing countless divine and legendary weapons. Edward gained access through assimilation, though not as the rightful king. Its activation lacks the arrogance but still carries overwhelming force and versatility. Able to deploy thousands of noble armaments in rapid succession. The vault is not just filled with weapons, it holds prototypes of myths, finest food and wines, tools and in-fight treasures. Name redacted. Rank. Type, anti-divine. Warning, sealed by the root. Access requires confrontation with a deity. May activate subconsciously when fighting divine beings. Once released, caster may lose rationality. Name redacted. Rank. Type. Possibly a noble phantasm by conventional definitions. Speculated to be a reality marble or pseudo-authority class construct. Name redacted. Rank. Type. Effect. Locked due to incomplete identity requirements. Divine detection systems flag this NP as world-altering. Usage may invoke celestial response. Personal skills. Combat instinct, A. The ability to feel danger and react instantly. A pseudo-clairvoyance in battle that allows near-perfect reflexes. Stemming from his assimilation of countless heroic spirits. Charisma of the King, A. An unusual form of charisma that doesn't command loyalty through just position, but through presence, force of will, and sheer aura. Divine Slayer's Aura, EX. Classified by the Throne of Heroes as ultimate divine killer after slaughtering many gods. Unknown reaction to divine constructs or pantheon-bound beings. Mask of the Fake Smile, A. A personal skill derived from Edward's past life. Despite being unable to feel anything, Edward managed to put on a smile and act like a regular human. His acting has personified it into a skill. When activated, despite any abnormal status condition, Edward can calmly smile and continue any action. Edward's personality profile. Edward was emotionally numb before he died. After his revival, meeting Polyphemus, and subsequently losing his friend, then killing Poseidon has left Edward slightly unhinged. He is feeling emotions for the first time, but his skill is helping him to mask it. He is confused and uncertain after knowing about his arrival in the DC world. After much consideration, he decided that it's a problem for Edward of tomorrow, and currently chosen to punch first, ask later approach. Current mood is conflicted. I would have put it in auxiliary chapter, but from my experience, many don't even notice them. Chapter 9, Divine Retribution. The sky was beginning to darken into a rich, velvety navy, streaked with dim shades of violet and silver as the Vimana silently cut through the upper reaches of the atmosphere. Far below them, the land stretched in patches of wilderness and jagged mountain ridges, oceans shimmering like molten obsidian under the pale kiss of the moonlight. High above, the stars blinked like watchful eyes, indifferent and eternal. Near the throne, the golden light from the arcane runes etched into the walls pulsed faintly with the ship's heartbeat. Edward leaned against the curved armrest of the throne, half-seated with his long coat trailing off his shoulder. One hand drummed absently on his knee, while the other rested on the hilt of a blade sheathed at his waist, though his touch lacked tension or readiness. His gaze wasn't focused on anything. Not really. He was staring, but his mind was far away. Lost between universes. Drowning in names and legends. Darkside. Even just the sound of it rang through his skull like a gong, deep and ominous. It didn't belong in this world. Not in a realm of gods and Amazons. That name belonged in a comic panel, not in the real, tangible air of this strange myth-warped universe. He whispered under his breath, "Darkside, are you kidding me? What next? Ultraman? Batman who laughs? Flashpoint? First, the heroic spirits." The system had jammed multiple servants into his soul, like some cursed buffet of power he never ordered. Then the Greek pantheon decided to drop in, hurling thunderbolts and prophecies like candy. And now? Now cosmic tier villains with omega beams. "I swear, if good old Lucy shows up next, I'm out," Edward muttered, rubbing his face with both hands. He closed his eyes for a moment, rubbing the side of his face. So now it's gods, heroes, and DC villains. What next? Aliens. Time travel. Giant robots. He wasn't even joking anymore. He was just tired. Tired of not knowing what was going on. Tired of being dropped into things without a map. Behind him, Hippala sat quietly, legs crossed and arms folded. She watched him without speaking. He was nothing like she expected when he first crashed into her world like a storm. There was power, yes, but also confusion. He looked calm on the outside, but she could see it, the storm still swirling beneath his skin. She waited a little, then finally spoke. "So," she said, her voice steady and curious, "you never told me your full name." Edward opened his eyes and turned slightly to look at her. He blinked like he'd forgotten she was there. "Didn't I?" She gave a small shrug, amused. "No. You didn't." "Edward Elric," he said after a short pause. "Just call me Edward." Her eyes narrowed slightly, like she was testing the sound of it. "Elric," she echoed. Sounds foreign. Not Greek. Not Amazonian. Not Atlantean. Because I'm none of those things. Silence settled in again. Not awkward, but thoughtful. Hippala leaned forward a little. "You don't sound like any man I've ever met. Where are you from?" Edward didn't look at her this time. "Somewhere far away." "What kind of place?" He stayed quiet for a moment, then answered softly, "A different world. Very different from this one." His tone wasn't cold. Just tired. Like he didn't have the energy to explain. Hippala studied him quietly. "You don't talk much once you get your answers." That made him stop tapping his knee. He turned his head slightly, glancing at her. There was a flicker of something in his eyes. Maybe guilt. "Sorry if it feels that way," he said quietly. "I just needed some answers. And you happened to be there. That's all." He didn't say it to be mean. He was just being honest. For a second, he looked less like a powerful warrior and more like a young man who had no idea what came next. Hippala tilted her head, letting the silence settle before replying. "That's a very polite way of saying, thank you and please leave now." Edward's lips twitched into something halfway between a smile and a wince. That wasn't my intention. Wasn't it? She challenged. There was no accusation in her tone, just challenge. She wasn't angry, but she was testing him, as Amazons often did for any man. Edward sighed. I usually don't talk much. Not because I don't care. Just, adjusting to my existential crisis. Hippala studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right, she said softly. I suppose I can understand that. She tilted her head at Edward's answer, clearly not fully convinced, but she let it go with a small nod. The silence that followed wasn't hostile, just awkward. It hung between them like smoke, neither tense nor warm. Just unsure. Then, clearing her throat a little too loudly, Hippala broke the stillness. She tried to sound casual, though her words came out more deliberate than intended. I can find my way back home tomorrow morning, may I rest here tonight? Edward finally turned all the way around to face her. His brow raised slightly, one corner of his mouth twitching. Aren't Amazons supposed to be men-haters or something? He asked, voice tinged with sarcasm. Why are you so willing to stay here, with a man? That made her laugh. A real, hearty laugh. It echoed through the golden air of the ship, light but rich, and it caught Edward off guard. We're not exactly men-haters, she said, smirking as she met his eyes. We just have a long history of terrible experiences with men. Our culture doesn't tolerate arrogance that comes with no strength. Most men are loud, foolish, and think too highly of themselves. But you are unlike any men, aren't you, oh mighty God-killer? Edward gave a small shrug, almost amused. Fair enough. She continued, leaning slightly forward now, her tone quieter but sharper, you could have killed me easily. Or done something worse. You overpowered me with barely any effort, and yet, you didn't. You weren't interested in dominating me. You didn't look at me like a prize or a challenge. You only wanted knowledge. That's rare. Are you aware of the Amazon customs? She suddenly asked. Edward shook his head, not really. Which one are you talking about? She held his gaze a moment longer before sitting back again with a smile. Nothing. That's why I feel safer up here, in this ship, with you, than down there. Edward blinked slowly, processing her words. Well, he finally muttered, scratching the back of his neck, I'm not in the mood to deal with any divine nonsense tonight anyway. You can sleep over there on the floor while I rest. How chivalrous of you, she said, dry amusement in her voice. He didn't reply. Just turned back to the stars, arms folding across his chest as he leaned against the armrest of the throne. His eyes drifted back toward the window, but they weren't really seeing anything outside anymore. His mind had already wandered again. He was trying to use Shanakba Imuru to learn more about the world, although it was quite difficult to comprehend. Something about this entire world was off. At first, he thought it was just another messed up timeline or some multiverse jump. But this wasn't just some iSky plot with random rules. It felt designed. Like there was an invisible hand pushing events forward. Like some intelligence was bending fate around him. Making things happen. Testing him. And the more he thought about it, the less random everything seemed. Of course, dude, you are in a fanfic. Hippala watched him quietly from across the room. His silence wasn't cold, it was distant, as if he was 1,000 miles away. She opened her mouth to say something, maybe ask a question about what he was thinking, but then stopped. She tried to strike a conversation again, a moment later. Said something about the stars, maybe. Or asked if he'd ever planned to visit Themyscira. But there was no answer. Not even a glance. He wasn't ignoring her to be rude. He just wasn't there. Not mentally. After a few seconds of waiting, she sighed and gave up. Forget it, she muttered under her breath. Turning away, she reached up and began removing her armor piece by piece. Click. The first latch came loose from her shoulder guard. Slide. The bronze plate slipped off and was laid gently to the side. Clatter. Her chest plate followed, the metal ringing softly against the ship's floor. The noise pulled Edward out of his trance. His eyes blinked back into focus. He turned, and froze. Hey, he said nervously, yet staring nonetheless. "Why are you taking your clothes off?" Hippolyta didn't even pause. "I'm not going to sleep in a heavy bronze armor," she replied, completely calm. "I'm just making myself comfortable." She moved on to her arm guards, her fingers moving with practiced ease. Beneath the armor was a light cloth wrapped around her chest and simple cloth around her waist. It was quite revealing by her standards. The way the fabric clung to her muscular, sculpted frame left little to the imagination. Edward turned his head away immediately, jaw tightening slightly. But not before his eyes betrayed him for a half-second too long. Hippolyta caught it. She smirked. Despite his divine power, deadly calm, and strange wisdom, he was still a man underneath it all. She didn't mind. In fact, there was a strange satisfaction in seeing him flustered. Stretching her arms over her head, she let out a soft sigh and began settling down on a folded piece of cloth at the edge of the ship. Her back was to him now, but the smirk remained on her lips. She didn't say anything more. Edward just shook his head slowly, muttering something under his breath, and closed his eyes as he leaned further into the throne's side. He wasn't going to let this distract him. He had more important things to worry about. This world. These gods. The cosmic madness that seemed to swirl around him. Edward quickly turned his eyes away, coughing once and running a hand down his face. Charm of mystery and solitude, A rank. Passive. Activates automatically around opposite sex from any race and incites their curiosity and desires. Currently restricted by host to D rank. Goddamn passive skills. He hated it. Unintentionally drawing attention from anyone, especially females with a pulse, was exhausting. He can walk into a tavern and leave with half the town following him just to stare. He had to manually seal half his charisma-based skill tree just to function in society. And now here he was, sharing a ship with a half-naked Amazon queen while battling the existential dread of cosmic timelines. She turned her head and found him still reclining in that odd floating throne-like seat, body relaxed, but his face wasn't. His brow was creased ever so slightly. Lips pressed in a tight line. Even with his eyes closed, she could tell he wasn't asleep. Not really. Something deeper was playing behind his mind. Something that pulled at him like a storm just beneath the surface. Hippolyta exhaled, watching him a moment longer. I've met many men who try to look calm. Most of them are just hiding fear, or lust, or weakness. But you. She paused, frowning thoughtfully. You just look tired. Edward's fingers twitched slightly. His voice came a moment later, low and dry. You talk a lot for someone trying to sleep. I find your silence not amusing, she replied with a shrug. Besides, I don't sleep well on foreign ships with strangers who fly golden thrones through the sky. You're welcome, by the way, he said without opening his eyes. She chuckled. Don't flatter yourself. I would have escaped eventually. You were upside down and buried half a meter into the dirt. A minor setback, she replied, stretching again. We've had worse training drills. A ghost of a smile flickered across Edward's face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. The silence crept back between them. After a few more heartbeats, Hippolyta shifted onto her side to face him more directly. Her expression was softer now, more serious. You're truly not from this world, are you? She asked. Edward opened his eyes, finally. They glinted faintly in the light, sharp and ancient despite his youthful face. No. There was no hesitation. Just a blunt, matter-of-fact answer. And yet, you walk like a king, speak like a philosopher, and fight like a god. He didn't respond, but he didn't deny it either. What are you looking for? She asked, her voice quieter now. Edward's gaze shifted slightly, but not toward her. More like toward something far beyond the walls of the ship. Something not even in this sky. I'm trying to figure that out, he admitted, almost to himself. I meant it when I said you're different, she continued. You look like someone who could tear mountains apart with a thought, but you carry yourself like you're waiting for permission. He frowned slightly. Permission to what? To matter, she said simply. To exist without a mission. To rest. Edward blinked. Of all the things he'd expected her to say, that wasn't on the list. You don't know me, he said. No, she agreed. but I know the look of someone carrying too many burdens alone." There was a long pause. Then he said, almost in a whisper, "That's the only way they stay safe." Maybe that was his purpose. To stop humanity from destroying itself like his world. To guide them to a better path. But that's something that lays far in the future. The first light of dawn crept through the veil of night, washing the sky in a soft orange glow. Above the horizon, Vimana hovered gracefully, a gleaming golden vessel suspended in silence. Its smooth curves and otherworldly hum gave it the appearance of a divine chariot from myth, and perhaps, in many ways, it was. Inside, Edward stirred. His eyes opened slowly, weary and heavy-lidded. Sleep had come in fragments, uneasy and shallow. Dreams too vague to remember clawed at the edges of his consciousness and faded with the morning light. He exhaled and sat up slowly, the light brushing across his pale face and casting faint shadows under his tired eyes. Then he saw her. Hippolyta. Still asleep, sprawled lazily on the polished floor not far from him. Her body lay in a state of disarray, one arm slung above her head, a bare leg stretched out, the other curled. Her leather tunic had shifted just enough to toe the line between innocent rest and something far more suggestive. She looked powerful even in rest, but alluring in a way that made Edward visibly uncomfortable. He averted his gaze. He'd never had a girlfriend in his past life. Never kissed anyone. Never even been close to a woman in the way people his age usually had. And now here he was, stuck in a flying relic of myth, next to a half-naked Amazon queen who had tried to fight him not 24 hours ago. "Focus, you idiot." Edward cleared his throat, ran a hand down his face, and forced his mind away from the curves that refused to leave his peripheral vision. Instead, he walked forward and gripped the controls of Vimana. Outside, the clouds had thinned, and a small island revealed itself as the sun broke through the sky. Jagged cliffs. Verdant trees. A flat clearing perfect for a temporary landing. Without a word, Edward guided the ship lower. Behind him, Hippolyta stirred. She yawned and stretched like a panther waking from sleep, arching her back before blinking herself into awareness. Her eyes scanned the golden walls until her gaze landed on the tall figure standing with his back to her. And then she remembered. The fight. His overwhelming power. Her humiliating defeat. Her words to him last night. A wry smile curved her lips. "I was rather forward, wasn't I?" she thought, amused. "My sisters would have had a fit." Still, there was a flicker of something else in her chest, something faintly irritated. Amazon custom dictated that if a man bested an Amazon in fair combat, she must accept him as her husband. It was an old law. One she never cared for. But still, her pride bristled at the idea of being ignored so thoroughly by the men who had not only defeated her but spared her. She rose, adjusted her tunic, and began fastening her armor again. Every movement deliberate. Smooth. Calculated. She approached him with calm, quiet steps. "Thank you," she said softly, standing beside him. "For allowing me to stay in your flying ship. I'll be going now." Edward turned slightly, glancing at her with unreadable eyes. "I won't report anything you said to the goddesses," she added. Part of her, just a small, nagging part, hoped he would ask her to stay. Even for a moment longer. But Edward only nodded. His voice was cool but not unkind. "Take care on your journey. Safe travels." Her lips pressed into a tight line. A muscle in her jaw twitched. That was it. No smirk. No sarcasm. Not even a hint of interest. She scoffed, stamping her boot against the metal deck harder than necessary. "Men," she muttered. But before she could step off the ramp, a violent tremor shook the air. Boom. The sky cracked open with a roar as two fiery objects streaked through the heavens like meteorites. They crashed into the clearing below, sending plumes of dust and shock waves through the trees. Birds scattered. The earth rumbled beneath them. Hippolyta's instincts flared, and she whirled around, hands going to her weapons. Then a voice, annoyingly familiar and soaked in smugness, rang through the air. "Well, well, Hippolyta," it drawled. "Still as charming as ever since the last time we met." Her blood turned cold. "You've done us a great favor, really." Leading us straight to the one who killed Poseidon, the voice continued. Father will reward you. Generously. Her face turned pale. No. Not him. Her eyes fell on the massive figure now standing at the edge of the clearing, dust and embers swirling around him. A man built like a war machine. Towering. Muscles bulging beneath leather armor. A grin stretched across his cruel face as he leaned on a colossal stone sword as tall as he was. Heracles. Son of Zeus. The so-called god of strength. The man who once deceived her, enslaved her sisters, and mocked their suffering. Hippolyta's heart hammered in her chest. Then another voice, this one deeper, colder, and laced with disdain. You're awfully close to this god-killer, Hippolyta, it said. Planning to betray the gods. Maybe I should bring your head as well. Ares. The god of war. He stepped beside Heracles, gleaming in dark red armor, his ram-horned helmet casting shadows across his face. His eyes locked on her with suspicion. Before she could even respond, another voice cut through, sharper and disappointed. You've shamed your race, Hippolyta, Artemis said, appearing in a shimmer of silver light beside her brothers. Frolicking with the enemy. And a man, no less. But her voice faltered slightly. Her gaze slid toward Edward, and lingered. He stood calmly atop the mana, arms folded, his golden robe fluttering slightly in the wind. The morning sun cast a warm halo around him. His expression unreadable, regal even. He doesn't look unpleasant like the other men, Artemis thought before quickly shaking the idea from her head. Then came Hermes in a blur of wind, his winged sandals landing softly beside them. A relaxed smile tugged at his lips. Now, he said, dusting himself off. Let's not lose focus. We're here for the god-killer. Once we deal with him, we can sort out her choices. Hippolyta's fists clenched. I didn't lead you here, she growled. I didn't know he was the one. I just met him on my travels. Convenient, Ares said dryly. But Edward had already seen enough. Still watching from above, he sighed. Ares. Heracles. Artemis. Hermes. His tone was neutral, but there was a flicker of annoyance under the surface. It seems Zeus is underestimating me, he muttered to himself. Sending the hot-headed brute, the bloodthirsty warrior, the prideful huntress, and his messenger boy. His eyes flicked toward Hippolyta, who stood frozen in the crossfire of divine suspicion and old wounds. Poor woman, he said softly. Caught in the middle. Then he cracked his neck, eyes sharpening. Now, Edward murmured, flexing his fingers as golden ripples shimmered around his hand, absorbing the mana inside the gate. How should I deal with them? A voice whispered in head, eager to slaughter the gods in front of him. Edward felt a little hesitant at first to use the heroic spirit known for his bloody vengeance and hatred for the gods. Avenger spoke with a cold voice, I won't let my darkness consume you. I'm not like Berserker. But I might not hold back once the battle starts. I hate those arrogant gods more than anything. Edward shrugged with a nervous smile, since you insist. Equip, Avenger. Chapter 10, The Ghost Rises Again. Wow, the story is blowing up, huh? Thanks for reading and supporting this story. So here's banger of a bonus I prepared for you folks. I tried to write battle properly as possible. Hope it was good enough. Next chapter drops in 24 hours. Enjoy. Equip, Avenger. Edward's soft words fell like thunder across the clearing. Everyone had been ignoring him, thinking he would be easy prey with the four gods present. How wrong they were. The four gods present, Ares, Heracles, Artemis, and Hermes all turned their gaze toward the men standing there, now surrounded by a flash of light. Hippolyta was shocked when she looked towards the place where Edward stood, and whatever else stood there now in his place surrounded by blue lightning flashes. The calm and carefree demeanor he had worn so long evaporated, replaced by something terrifying, something primal. Edward's handsome face turned pale, almost ghostly white. Muscles beneath his skin bulged and rippled like a storm stirring in the flesh. A ghostly streak of crimson painted the left side of his face, mirrored on his chest. The faint light of dawn flickered against the Spartan armor now clinging to his muscular frame. When his eyes reopened, the warm, gentle light that had lived there was gone, replaced by a cold fury burning deep and unrelenting. On his back, two blades materialized, oddly shaped and chained, their rattling not a gentle chime but the mournful tolling of funeral bells. Hippolyta stared, shocked. The man she had seen as charming and approachable was now something far different. He was a warrior born anew, a ghost risen from the ashes. Ares stepped forward, curiosity mingling with challenge in his voice. So, the rumors were true. You possess more than a single soul. And judging by your armor, you come from Sparta, my dominion. You think a mere Spartan can stand before the gods? You think a costume and some cheap trickery? He couldn't finish the sentence. Before he could finish, Edward's body vanished from sight with a violent burst of wind. Boom. Suddenly, he appeared right before Ares, his hand clamping down on the god's face like iron jaws. Ares didn't have time to react. One moment he was speaking. The next, Edward's hand was crushing his face. The god of war's helmet cracked instantly from the force. With one mighty swing, Edward drove Ares into the rocky ground. Crack! The war god's eyes widened, surprise twisting into pure, cold fear. Edward's grip tightened, and then with brutal force, he slammed Ares' head deeper into the jagged ground. Crack! The earth beneath them groaned and fractured, the island trembling violently, stones splintering and fissures spiderwebbing out from the impact. Trees shuddered as if caught in an unseen quake. Ares coughed, blood spattering from his mouth as a muffled groan escaped his lips. He was planted deep within the earth. The single blow filled with rage would have knocked out an ordinary god. But it only managed to injure him deeply. Heracles' eyes widened in shock, Artemis gasped, and Hermes, ever the swift one, leapt back with a splash of sweat pouring from his brow. I am supposed to be the fastest god of Olympus, yet I didn't even see him move. What kind of monster is he? Artemis was the first to recover, her eyes narrowing with fury and alarm. She leapt backward, stringing an arrow and firing with a sharp feminine cry, "Unhand him, mortal." Edward's gaze sharpened as the arrow sped toward him, glinting lethal in the morning light. With a simple flick, his blade deflected the volley, the metal ringing with deadly precision. His voice cut through the tension, deep and cold. Very well. Before any could react, Edward vanished again, a blur too fast for any god to follow. Artemis gasped. Too late. Her eyes widened in shock as he appeared before her instantly. Without hesitation, Edward's fist shot forward, crashing into her abdomen with merciless power. Bang! The sickening crunch of breaking ribs echoed through the air as Artemis let out a pained shriek. Her body was thrown back like a rag doll, crashing through trees and boulders, tearing through the landscape until she landed deep within a mountain crevice, motionless. Heracles roared in fury and charged, wielding his massive stone sword with deadly force. The ground shook beneath his steps, his rage palpable. Edward did not flinch. Without turning, he raised a single hand and caught the enormous weapon with ease. The air tightened, the very essence of strength and power pressing against his grip, but it held firm. Heracles' blood ran cold, panic flickering in his eyes as he struggled fruitlessly to wrest back his sword. He launched his whole body to kick Edward away, but he only pushed him back a few steps, but he managed to break his sword free from his grasp. Who the hell are you, bastard? He bellowed, voice cracking with fury and disbelief. Edward's voice was a low, chilling whisper that sent shivers through the very bones of the gods present. I am the ghost of Sparta. But you can call me Kratos, your doom. Heracles froze for a split second, confusion flashing in his eyes. He didn't understand the name and didn't care. But something deep within him recoiled. The cold fury in Edward's voice, the unnatural weight of that name, made his blood turn. But Heracles was a god. A warrior. He roared and launched forward again with primal strength, swinging the sword with both hands now in a wide arc aimed to cleave Edward in half. Heracles roared, charging with fury, his massive stone sword raised overhead. You bastard, he bellowed. Face me properly. Edward met it with his chains. Clang, crack. The twin blades caught the edge of Heracles' weapon mid-swing. Sparks exploded as metal screamed against metal. For a second, they were locked, brute divine strength against cursed fury. Then Edward twisted. He slid one blade down Heracles' weapon, sidestepped, and slammed his knee into Heracles' stomach. Boom. The impact echoed like a cannon blast. Heracles coughed blood instantly, the force folding him forward. Before he could fall, Edward spun his body and whipped both chained blades around his torso, locking the god in place. He grabbed the giant sword firmly once again. Heracles staggered, caught in disbelief. The sheer force behind Edward's grip froze the demigod's instincts. Edward's form pulsed with power, his aura was no longer just that of a man but wrath incarnate. His knuckles whitened around the sword's edge as veins throbbed with surging rage, and in the blink of an eye. Crack! He snapped the stone blade in half like twigs. Heracles barely had time to register what happened before Edward's fist found his face. Boom! The ground exploded beneath Heracles as he was driven into the earth like a meteor, rock and soil erupting around him. Blood and bits of broken teeth sprayed around. Heracles staggered, wide-eyed, but didn't get the chance to recover. Edward turned, raised his leg, and kicked him square in the chest. Tum! The force launched Heracles like a cannonball. He flew across the air, plowing through the island's jungle, tearing through trees and rock as if they were paper. His crash landing sent up a plume of dirt visible for miles. Hermes clapped his hands together, summoning his caduceus. TCH. This guy's no joke. Looks like I'll have to get serious. He blurred, zigzagging across the battlefield in streaks of gold, appearing behind Edward, then beside him, then above. Let's see you block this. Before he could finish the move, a chained blade lashed out like a serpent and wrapped around his leg. Hermes' eyes went wide. What the? Edward yanked hard. Slam. Hermes' body smashed against the ground with bone-rattling force. Slam. Again. Slam. And again. On the final swing, Edward flung him across the field like a rag doll, and Hermes bounced off the terrain like a skipping rock before slamming into a cliffside and disappearing into the dust. Silence fell. Only the crackle of broken earth and the distant groans of the downed gods remained. Edward stood tall above the cratered ground, his chest rising and falling with slow, ominous breaths. The chains on his back slithered to life, coiling down his arms like sentient serpents. He turned slowly toward the last standing god, Hermes. Hermes had always been quick, always confident in his speed. But now, fear crept into his bones. His instincts screamed to run, to vanish, to put half the world between him and this creature. But even as he turned, a shadow loomed beside him. Too late. Edward's hand grabbed his ankle mid-flight. No, please. Hermes began to shout, but his voice was cut off as Edward hurled him downward. Smash! The messenger god's lithe form bounced against a cliffside, then another, ricocheting violently before slamming into a marble column. Blood streaked the white stone. Hermes tried to get up, wings twitching on his sandals, dazed. Edward walked toward him like a force of nature. Each step cracked the ground. The once golden armor of the gods was now smeared with dirt, blood, and dread. Hermes raised a trembling hand, trying to call on his divine power. But Edward was already there. He seized Hermes by the throat, lifting him high into the air. You gods, all bark. No bite, Edward scoffed. Then came the punch. A single, brutal punch, hooked clean across Hermes' jaw. The force sent the god's body flying into the ocean with a sonic boom, waves splitting outward as if Poseidon himself had struck the sea. A geyser of salt water erupted skyward as Hermes disappeared into the depths. Hermes! Artemis shouted as she made her way back from the wreckage of mountain stone. Blood stained her silver robes. Her bow cracked along its spine. But rage and pride burned in her divine veins. She leapt into the air and loosed 3 glowing arrows in rapid succession, each blessed by the moon's fury. They whistled like screaming spirits toward Edward's chest. Kratos didn't dodge. He caught all 3 with his bare hand. With one flick of his wrist, he crushed the divine arrows into splinters. Artemis froze midair, just as Kratos leapt up to meet her. Boom. They collided in the sky. His fist drove into her sternum, knocking the wind from her lungs. Then another strike, this time a vicious backhand that split her lip and sent her careening back down, trailing silver blood. She hit the ground with a deafening crash, carving a trench into the earth as her body tumbled and skidded through rock and root. Hippala watched from the sidelines, stunned into silence. She had seen men fight. She had fought many heroes. She had seen gods war against mortals, and mortals pray for a painless death. But this was no man. No mortal. Not anymore. This was a reaper in flesh. A punishment from the very depths of Tartarus itself. Edward, or rather Kratos, turned toward her for a moment. His eyes were still cold, but something in them flickered. Just for a moment. Recognition. Restraint. Surprisingly, despite the fury and blood, she could see the same eyes she saw last night. Unfathomable, yet so lonely. But there was no time. The ground exploded as Ares rose from the crater Edward had slammed him into. Blood poured down his forehead. His armor dented. Fury burned in his eyes. "You dare humiliate me," he roared, veins bulging as he raised his war axe, now engulfed in divine flame. "I am war itself." Edward raised both hands. The blades of chaos burned brighter. Then the two titans collided. Clang. Clash. Crack. Their weapons met mid-air with a boom that shattered the air like glass. Every strike was a cannon blast. Every movement shook the island. Ares brought down his flaming axe, aiming for Edward's head, but he just rolled under it, slashed with his left blade, then spun and smashed his right into Ares' ribs. The war god coughed blood and retaliated with a shoulder slam, but Edward didn't move. Instead, he caught Ares' shoulder mid-slam, twisted, and slammed him into the dirt again. The ground split open. Lava cracked beneath them. "You call yourself god of war?" Edward growled. "You know nothing of war." Ares screamed, summoning a barrage of ethereal weapons, spears, swords, axes, all raining down like meteors. Edward jumped into the air, spinning his blades like a cyclone. Each divine weapon shattered on impact as he roared upward. Ares was already above him, charging with his axe again. Edward let the god attack as if watching a toddler trying to fight him. Then, mid-air, he grabbed Ares' arm, broke it with a snap. And with his other hand, sliced the blade of chaos across Ares' chest in an X-shaped gash that glowed with searing heat. Ares screamed in agony. The two came crashing back to earth in a tangled mass of fire, blood, and fury. Boom. The crater left behind smoked and burned. Half the island looked like it had been hit by a cataclysm. Edward stepped from the smoke. His armor cracked. His body slightly bloodied, but unshaken. He dragged Ares behind him by the hair, the war god barely conscious. "I killed you once," Edward scoffed, dragging the limp form forward like a butcher hauling a carcass. "And I'll do it again." He raised his blade, but a sudden flash of light halted his strike. Artemis fired a barrage of arrows once more, each of them empowered by divine wrath. She had risen again, cracked but not broken. "You will not lay another hand on him," she shouted. Edward turned toward her with a tired grunt and threw Ares' broken body at her like a sack of rocks. The impact sent both gods tumbling into the trees. Hermes, who had been taken out earlier, rose from the rubbles, then vanished faster than anybody could blink. Edward looked coldly at the god who fled and spat out some blood. "This is what passes for a god. Gods here are pitifully weak." Heracles had re-emerged from the ocean as well, his body steaming, eyes wild with rage. "I won't lose to a man. I am the son of Zeus." Edward looked to the sky and roared, "Then die like your father will." Heracles rushed again, bellowing with all his strength. Edward didn't wait and met him with the blades of chaos. The first strike cut off Heracles' left hand. Golden blood flowed like a fountain. But Heracles didn't stop. With a beastly roar, he swung his right arm. Edward caught it effortlessly and twisted it. Heracles howled in pain as Edward pulled strongly, ripping out the arm. Heracles, the god of strength and the greatest of Greek heroes, was crying in pain now. He barely spoke with his broken jaw. "Stop. Spare me." Edward looked at him with disgust and spoke, "That's all. When you enslaved the Amazons, didn't they also plead mercy? And you want mercy now? Well, here's your mercy, son of Zeus." He gripped his neck firmly and twisted it. A shockwave of power erupted from the location. Snap. The sound rang through the surroundings. Ares and Artemis looked with fear as Edward threw away Heracles' lifeless body without any emotion. He looked toward Hippala, who was standing far, and spoke roughly, "Give a piece of cloth, woman." My hands are dirty. Hippolyta, eh? She was dumbfounded for a moment before realizing Edwards was speaking to her. She was in far too much shock to process the situation. She absent-mindedly searched for any piece of cloth but couldn't find any. She gritted her teeth and took off the inner clothes she had wrapped around her chest under the armor and threw at Edward. Edwards took the cloth and wiped his hand from the remains of Heracles, then wiped his blades. He turned towards the remaining two gods and spoke, "What are you waiting for? The battle is over only when one of us is standing." Then, softly, he turned back toward the sun. "Zeus sends his children to do his dirty work," Edward muttered, voice cold and emotionless. "I wonder, will he come himself next time?" Ares and Artemis thought in their mind at the same time as they heard his words, "What kind of monster have we unleashed upon ourselves?" Chapter 11, Divine Slaughter. Smoke curled in the air like serpents above the shattered ruins of the once pristine battlefield. The trees were uprooted, the mountains cracked, and the skies hung heavy with tension as the aftermath of Edward's onslaught settled into a silence more terrifying than chaos. Heracles lay in broken pieces, his mighty heart stilled. Hermes was gone, vanished in terror, abandoning pride for survival. Now only Ares and Artemis remained. Blood streaked down Ares' temple, staining his armor. Artemis limped back into position, her face pale but resolute, clutching her bow with trembling fingers. The sight of Heracles' mangled corpse and Hermes' cowardly escape weighed heavily on them both. Their eyes locked on the figure before them. Edward stood motionless amid the ruin, his body still wrapped in the ghostly red streaks of war, muscles tense beneath his blackened Spartan armor. The chains on his blades of chaos clinked as if alive, restless, hungry. His expression was blank. But his eyes burned with an old, deep hatred that made the gods forget he was mortal. This was no ordinary man. Ares spat out a clot of blood and turned to Artemis. "Can you still move?" he asked, his voice gritty, edged with pain. Artemis gritted her teeth. "Enough to follow Zeus's command," she said, eyes trained on Edward. "Even if it kills me." A grin curled across Ares' bloodied lips. He leaned closer, voice low, whispering into her ear words she wasn't expecting. Her eyes widened. "That's your plan? Are you going to throw away your pride as a god?" Ares wiped the blood from his chin and gave her a look full of steel and survival. "Pride won't save our lives," he said coldly. "Just follow my words." Artemis hesitated for just a moment before nodding grimly. And then they moved. Artemis loosed a flurry of glowing silver arrows that lit up the air, her form vanishing into the tree-line as she fired from every angle. Each shot was aimed with divine precision. Arrows streaked toward Edward like raining meteors. Edward twirled his blades effortlessly, deflecting them mid-flight with the clinks of clashing metal. Sparks flew in every direction, his arms moving with inhuman speed. His focus stayed fixed on Artemis, watching her try to dance from tree to tree, never staying still. So he didn't notice Ares until it was too late. But Ares wasn't rushing toward him. He was behind Edward now, faster than before, making a beeline for the tall figure standing apart from the carnage. Hippolyta. She had stood at a distance all this time, her face grave, unreadable. Even as the gods fell around her, she hadn't moved. She wasn't a combatant today, just a queen, bearing witness. Ares, bloodied and battered, lunged toward her. Edward turned at the last moment, sensing the movement too late. His chain snapped mid-swing, and one blade was hurled toward Ares with roaring fire, but the god of war rolled under it. Before she could react, Ares grabbed Hippolyta by the throat. Her breath caught as his iron fingers clamped tight, lifting her off the ground. Edward froze. Chains rattled and the ground quaked beneath his feet. His eyes locked onto the sight, Hippolyta kicking, choking in the god's grip. Ares' lips curled into a snarl, blood still running from his mouth. "Drop your weapons," he growled. "Or watch her die." Edward stood still. The air around him seemed to crackle with heat. The blades of chaos remained firm in his grip, but his arms didn't move. He didn't speak. Ares hissed again, pulling Hippolyta's body closer to his chest like a human shield. "Surrender now. Or I will crush her throat and burn her city to the ground." "You care for this woman, don't you?" Hippolyta choked, her crown slipping from her head and falling into the dirt. She turned her gaze to Edward. Though the red war paint now marked his body, and death trailed in his shadow, there was no fear in her eyes. Only calm. "Forget about me, Edward," she rasped, forcing her voice past the pressure on her throat. "Do what you must. Just protect my people once I'm dead." A single tear slipped down her cheek, but her smile was strangely peaceful. She closed her eyes. Edward's jaw clenched. The grip on his blades tightened. But still, he didn't speak. "You bitch." Ares barked and shook her violently. "You would betray us, your own gods, for this monster. We'll burn Themyscira to ash. We'll." The words were cut short by the sudden tremor that spread across the ground. Edward took one step forward. Ares flinched. The silence shattered. The skies overhead darkened unnaturally, and the winds howled like wolves. The blades of chaos burst into flame, raw, licking, furious flame, and Edward's mouth opened as the deep, ancient voice returned. Not just his own, but something older. Colder. "I am the ghost of Sparta," he said, his voice like a mountain grinding stone. The flames reflected in Ares' eyes. Edward's boots dug into the stone as he raised his blades. "I have killed many gods," he said coldly, "but few can truly match your cowardice, Ares. A pathetic excuse for a god." Ares stood atop the shattered cliffside, seawater cascading down his blood-slicked armor. The once proud god of war now trembled, fists clenched not in fury, but desperation. Blood poured from a gash above his temple, down his cheek, over his beard. His body had endured countless battles, but none like this. None that made him question the outcome before the fight was done. Beside him, Artemis knocked another divine arrow. Her silver hair was disheveled, her pale skin smeared with ash and blood. Her breathing was strained, eyes locked on Edward, who now stood alone, unmoving, unflinching, at the edge of the jagged battlefield. The ground beneath Edward cracked with every step he took, dust rising around his boots as though the earth itself feared what approached. He rolled his shoulders, each joint snapping like grinding boulders, his body radiating an aura of blood-soaked wrath. Chains rattled gently at his back, a cold, mechanical whisper that seemed louder than thunder in the god's ears. Ares gritted his teeth, raising his war axe. "I am the god of war," he roared, chest heaving with effort. "I've ended nations. Burned empires to ash. What have you achieved?" Edwards was silent but kept walking. Artemis loosed her arrow, divine silver streaking across the broken sky like lightning. Then another. And another. 3 arrows struck Edward, one through the shoulder, one in the side of his chest, and the last pierced his thigh. But the ghost of Sparta didn't even flinch. He just kept walking, slowly, steadily, dragging a heavy silence that made even the Olympian's heart stutter. Ares' jaw clenched. "I swear. Take one more step, and I'll..." "Do it," Edward said softly. Ares froze. Edward tore the arrows from his flesh, the wounds already closing. His expression was cold, empty. The fury was not gone, but buried, simmering, waiting for the moment to erupt. Then, as if acknowledging a voice only he could hear, Edward tilted his head and whispered, "Very well." That was the last thing Ares heard before the world turned black. Edward moved. He simply vanished. The next moment, his fist connected with Ares' jaw. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves across the sea, shattering the coastline beneath them. Ares' body flew like a meteor, crashing through the waves, dragged violently into the ocean's depths. The water exploded outward in a massive geyser, steam hissing as the sea boiled where he landed. Hippala, stunned, stumbled back, only to feel strong arms catch her. She gasped, looking up. Edward held her. The Spartan fury still painted his face, but in his arms she felt warmth, a strange, defiant warmth beneath the cold rage. He didn't look at her, didn't say a word. But she leaned into him briefly, resting her head against his chest. I told you to forget me, yet you saved me." "Thank you," she whispered, her voice trembling. "But I'll say this once." He didn't interrupt. "I shall wait for you in Themyscira," she continued. "When you've finished whatever this madness is. I never cared for ancient customs. But if you asked," her voice cracked, "I would have accepted you as my husband." Edward remained silent. She stepped away, slowly, heart heavy. She ran away, not looking back. She didn't wish to show her vulnerable side. After she left, Edward murmured to himself, pulling another arrow from his chest. Maybe in another life, but not now. Then he turned back to the battlefield. Artemis stood alone now, divine light glowing from her bow. Her arm shook. Across the sea, the surface erupted as Ares emerged, soaked, bloodied, enraged but visibly shaken. His helmet was gone. One of his eyes was swollen shut. His lip was split. But he still stood. Edward cracked his neck, his voice cold and final. Let's finish them before Hermes reaches Olympus. Artemis loosed an arrow again, this time blessed with celestial flame, a roaring comet of divine energy. Edward's blade flashed upward in a clean arc, cleaving the burning projectile in half. One half detonated a cliff behind him, the other fizzled into mist. He launched forward. Artemis barely had time to move. She backstepped, firing arrow after arrow, the sky alight with silver. But Edward surged through them all, sprinting through the storm like death incarnate. When he reached her, she leapt, drawing a divine blade from her thigh. Their weapons clashed mid-air, hers glowing with moonlight, his flaming with the fury of Tartarus. Edward caught her wrist mid-swing and drove his forehead into her skull. A sickening crack rang out as her body was hurled backwards. Ares came from the side with a thunderous war cry, slamming his axe down. Edward spun, parried with the blades of chaos, sparks flew. The chains wrapped around Ares's arm like a serpent, dragging the god in close. They traded blows, furious, godly, fists shattering stone, weapons carving craters into the ground. Ares roared and slammed his head into Edward's, but Edward didn't even blink. He grabbed the god's face with both hands and drove his knee into Ares's stomach, once, twice, thrice, until blood poured from the war god's mouth. Behind him, Artemis lunged again with a hunting knife. Edward caught her by the throat mid-leap. She kicked, scratched, even screamed, but he didn't let go. Ares tried to pull him off, grabbing his arm, only for Edward to hurl Artemis's body into him, sending both gods flying backward like rag dolls. They crashed into a broken ruin, coughing blood and divine ichor. Artemis's bow snapped in half. Ares was on his knees, trying to breathe. Edward walked forward once more. Each footfall was death approaching. Ares pushed himself to his feet, bleeding, teeth bared. "You think this is over?" he snarled, clutching his ribs. "You think killing us will stop Zeus?" Edward didn't reply. Ares pointed a shaking hand. "You're no god. You're no man. You're a monster." Edward stopped just before him. And smiled, the first expression he'd shown since the fight began. "Maybe. But it doesn't change the fact you'll die here. Activate skill, Ghost of Vengeance." The sky turned blood red. Ghost of Vengeance, A+. Kratos cannot be bound by fate, mind control, or divine influence. He has resisted the charms of gods, illusions of titans, and even the manipulation of the fates. Grants high resistance to mental interference and command spells, and allows him to resist inevitable effects. The sea churned violently as Ares rose from the water, his war-scarred body soaked and steaming. His crimson armor was cracked, ichor oozing from his broken shoulder and the side of his face. His breath was heavy, nostrils flaring, fury simmering, but behind that rage was fear. The same fear that had flickered in his eyes when Edward, or whatever this being now was, tore through Heracles like parchment. Artemis landed beside him, her silver armor dented, golden ichor staining her side where Edward had punched clean through her ribs. Her bow was clenched tightly, her lips pale from the pain, but her eyes still sharp with defiance. Edward stood before them, still and silent. The chains of the blades of chaos clinked softly in the breeze. His skin was like weathered stone now, streaked with the red markings of war. When he took a step forward, the ground cracked beneath him. Trees uprooted. Stones vibrated. Reality itself seemed to flinch. "I'll take the front," Ares grunted, spitting blood onto the ground. "You aim at his head from back." Artemis didn't answer. Her fingers moved with instinct, drawing arrow after arrow in rapid succession, each tipped with silver forged by Hephaestus himself. They glowed with celestial fire, blinding and divine. But Edward didn't flinch. The first volley struck. 5 arrows embedded into his chest and shoulders, one even slamming into his neck. Yet Edward didn't stop walking. His hands gripped the chained blades as his head slowly tilted toward Artemis. Ares roared and charged, his warhammer appearing in a burst of flame. Die. He swung with the force of a mountain splitting in two. The hammer met Edward's side with a thunderous crash, but Edward didn't budge. Instead, his hand lashed out, caught the shaft of the hammer mid-swing, and twisted. Ares screamed as the handle snapped in half like a twig, and Edward drove the jagged end into the god's gut, piercing through his armor and out his back. Ares fell back, roaring, coughing blood. Artemis launched into the air, wings of light erupting from her back as she hovered and fired a storm of arrows. They rained down like divine meteors, setting fire to the trees and exploding in blinding flashes. Smoke filled the battlefield. For a moment, everything was hidden. But then, through the haze, Edward emerged. His face was burned slightly, parts of his armor charred, but his expression hadn't changed. There was no emotions. Only cold, impassive judgment. He hurled one of the blades of chaos into the air with terrifying speed. The chain unspooled with a screech, and the blade pierced through Artemis's wing. She shrieked as the divine appendage shattered, and her body dropped like a comet. Before she could hit the ground, Edward yanked the chain. She flew toward him, fast, and met his knee midair. Crunch. Her nose broke. Blood and ichor sprayed. Edward spun, grabbing her by the throat mid-spin, and slammed her into the earth so hard the crater widened beneath them. Ares charged again, his own sword now drawn in desperation. "I am Ares," he bellowed. But Edward didn't even turn. He grabbed Artemis's ankle and swung her like a weapon, her limp body cracking into Ares with devastating impact. Ares flew backward. His back slammed into a boulder with such force that it shattered into powder. Before he could rise, Edward launched toward him, blades spinning. Splurt. The first slash carved a deep scar across Ares's chest, revealing his beating heart. The second took off one of his arms. Ares screamed. Edward kicked him in the face, sending him crashing into the trees. Behind him, Artemis was trying to crawl away. Her leg was twisted, her face bloodied and swollen. She tried to summon her bow again, but her hands shook too much. Edward walked toward her. She spat blood. You're no mortal." He didn't answer. He gripped her by the scalp. She clawed at his wrist, trying to push him away, but it was like fighting a mountain. Her fingers bled. "I am no ordinary mortal," Edward said softly. Then, with a roar that echoed across the shattered forest, he pulled. The scream that tore from Artemis's throat was primal. Divine. Her spine arched. Her eyes rolled back. And with one final wrench, her head tore free from her body, vertebrae still attached, trailing golden ichor. He threw it away. Ares stared, wide-eyed, frozen in place. You monster, she was my sister," he howled. Edward slowly turned, his face unmoved. "You used her. Just like you used everyone else." With a scream of madness, Ares rushed again, dragging his broken body toward him. "I am the god of war. I am war incarnate." Edward's blade swung. It cleaved through Ares's knee, severing his leg. Ares fell to the ground, face first. But he didn't stay down. He tried to crawl, scratching at the dirt, blood pouring, his body wrecked. Edward stood over him. "No," he said. "You are nothing." Then, he grabbed Ares by the skull, lifted him into the air, and began to smash. Once. Twice. The third time, the ground cratered. The fourth, bones gave way. On the fifth, golden blood sprayed in all directions. By the sixth, there was no head left. Only pulp and mangled brain tissue. Edward dropped the body with a snort, now just twitching limbs and shattered metal. He stood in the middle of the carnage, panting lightly. Blood covered his hands, his armor, the blades. He looked up to the sky. "Two down," he murmured. "More to come." The silence was absolute. Only the wind moved now, whispering through the shattered trees, through the corpses of gods. And Edward, Avenger, ghost of Sparta, stood alone. Waiting. Here's a servant profile for Kratos I came up with. Post God of War 3. Servant, Avenger. True name, Kratos. Alias, the Ghost of Sparta, Godslayer, the Broken God. Source, Greek myth, reimagined, God of War series. Region of origin, Greece. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Gender, male. Class skills. 1. True name revelation, EX. Kratos' legend is unavoidable. Even those unfamiliar with the gods of Olympus feel a primal fear and recognition when standing before him even if they don't know him. His name echoes in divine memory, a warning to all who claim godhood. 2. Magic resistance, B+. Due to divine blood and endless exposure to gods and titans, Kratos exhibits powerful resistance to magical effects. High thaumaturgy and ritual spells are significantly weakened against him. 3. God Slayer's authority, EX, class exclusive. A twisted inversion of divine authority. Kratos possesses the right to judge gods, strip them of privileges, or negate their domain-based abilities. Against divine spirit class enemies, he receives bonus parameters and advantage in mental resistance, durability, and aggression. Hammer and wrench personal skills. 1. Spartan Rage, A. When wounded, humiliated, or pushed beyond limits, Kratos channels a berserker-like fury. Temporarily increases strength and endurance, granting superhuman bursts of violence. Cannot be maintained for long, risks sanity. 2. Ghost of Vengeance, A+. Kratos cannot be bound by fate, mind control, or divine influence. He has resisted the charms of gods, illusions of titans, and even the manipulation of the fates. Grants high resistance to mental interference and command spells, and allows him to resist inevitable effects. 3. Remnants of Olympus, B. Even after casting off his godhood, Kratos retains fragments of divine energy, enough to surpass normal servants. His regeneration, speed, and strength are beyond mortal limits. However, these fragments are unstable and fade with prolonged battles unless recharged through conflict. Nu Alpha Rho Epsilon Sigma Iota Theta Epsilon Nu, Aniresis Theon, the undoing of gods. Rank, EX. Type, Anti-Divine/Anti-World. Range, 1 to 30. Targets, divine spirits, demigods, pantheon constructs. Let the heavens bleed. A manifestation of Kratos' entire myth, not a single weapon, but a pantheon-breaking concept. This noble phantasm represents Kratos' feat of slaying the entire Olympian pantheon, Ares, Poseidon, Hades, Helios, Hermes, Hera, Hephaestus, and finally Zeus. When invoked, he manifests all the divine tools he once wielded, blades of exile, Nemean cestus, claws of Hades, and more, surrounding him in a vortex of divine hatred. Activating Aniresis Theon allows Kratos to enter a divine execution state, where all strikes are guaranteed criticals against enemies with divine blood or domains. This noble phantasm grows stronger depending on how many divine enemies are present. Against true gods, it doesn't just wound, it erodes their divinity, burning away their conceptual immortality. Lambda Theta Eta Kappa Alpha Iota Epsilon Lambda Pi Delta Alpha, Lethe Chi Elpida, Lethe and Hope. Rank, A. Type, Anti-Self/Anti-Fate. Range, Self. Targets, Kratos. I release what I never deserved, and embrace what I was never given. Kratos' final act, when he impaled himself with the blade of Olympus to unleash the power of hope, lives on as this noble phantasm. It is a reflective, paradoxical noble phantasm that allows Kratos to temporarily transcend his own karma. Once per battle, Kratos may negate his death, resist fatal damage, or purge all status effects at the cost of locking Aniresis Theon for the remainder of the battle. The act of choosing to preserve life over vengeance is what gives this phantasm its power. Chapter 12, Speak of the Devil, and he shall appear. Hermes collapsed onto the cold marble of the Olympian council chamber, golden ichor trailing in his wake, painting the floor with streaks of celestial blood. His chest heaved, every breath a struggle, his limbs trembling from exhaustion and dread. Around him, the gods of Olympus stood frozen, an audience of divine judgment, startled not by the weakness of Hermes, but by what it meant. For him to return like this, something was terribly wrong. Hermes, the swiftest among them, always a blur of motion and confidence, now barely clung to life. Hermes, boomed Zeus, his voice splitting the air like thunder as he stood from his throne. Lightning danced around his shoulders as clouds churned above the open dome. What happened? I thought I sent you to deal with that accursed godslayer. Hermes, his silver eyes wide with fear, managed to whisper through the pain, You don't understand. He's not mortal, not entirely. He has multiple souls inside him. One of them, a ghostly Spartan. A monster in human form. He played with us. Like we were nothing. He coughed, spitting golden blood. Heracles, Ares, Artemis, they fought with everything. And he still tore them apart. I only escaped to warn you. And one more thing. Hermes dragged his eyes up to Zeus, who now stood at the center of the chamber, his face darkening. Hermes whispered, He bears your blood. The same divinity as you. He might be your son, Zeus. Silence fell like an axe. The air in the chamber turned suffocating. Hera's eyes blazed as she turned to Zeus, her voice like venom, You bred another demigod. After you decreed it was forbidden. Does your hypocrisy know no bounds? Before the others could react, Zeus's palm lashed out with a crack of thunder. The blow sent Hera flying, crashing into the base of her throne. She groaned, wiping blood from her mouth, but her eyes never wavered in hatred. Zeus's voice was like an earthquake. I am king of the gods. I owe none of you justification. He paced forward, aura flaring violently. But I have not lain with any mortal since that decree, 20 years ago. This mortal, this Edward, he is not of this world. The fates themselves have no record of his origin. Another stunned silence. Even Athena looked shaken. Zeus continued, grim and heavy. I contacted the three sisters. They only saw a shadow being dragged into our world by a force beyond even our comprehension. Edward is not of this time. He was brought here. I don't know why. But he came into conflict with Poseidon after the sea god killed his companion, Polyphemus. That sparked his wrath, and now. Zeus clenched his fist, lightning sparking between his fingers. He's chosen us, Olympus, as his enemy. As if on cue, a tremor echoed through the chamber. A dreadful, guttural sound not of this world. The great stone wall behind the thrones, upon which glowed the divine symbols of each Olympian god, began to crack. The first to shatter, Heracles. The god's symbol, his lion pelt and club etched in gold, exploded in a burst of light and dust. Then came Artemis. Her crescent moon sigil split clean down the middle, bursting like glass. And then, Ares. His war helm cracked and caved in, flames erupting as his authority crumbled into oblivion. The gods watched in mute horror as three major symbols faded from existence. 3 gods, gone in a single day. Hestia whispered, This cannot be real. Hephaestus's forge hammer trembled in his hand. Athena, ever composed, stepped forward. Father. We must act. We cannot let emotions cloud our reason. Whether he is mortal or divine, he is a threat. One who has already slain 4 Olympians. We must put aside our pride and... Zeus turned to her, eyes flaring. Are you suggesting we bow to a mortal? Athena stood tall. I am suggesting we survive. Before the matter could be pressed further, a blinding light flashed near the throne of Hera. The queen of Olympus, standing now, wiped the blood from her lip and glared at everyone with disgust. I want no part in this madness, she said bitterly. Whether he is mortal or bastard child of yours, I will not stain my hands fighting your shame, Zeus. Then she vanished in a golden shimmer, gone from Olympus. Zeus's voice echoed with fury, shaking the heavens. You coward. I'll deal with you after I end that mortal. But... Even he could feel the tremor of uncertainty now. 4 gods, gone. And only a handful remained with the strength to take the field. His gaze drifted across the chamber. Hestia, Demeter, Aphrodite, powerful in their own right, but their domains were not of war. They could not stand on the front lines. Of the battle-ready gods, only he, Athena, Hephaestus, and Hades remained. Zeus's eyes burned with resolve. We cannot wait for the others to return. It will take decades for Ares, Artemis, Heracles, and Poseidon to regenerate through worship and faith. But we can make use of their divine authorities. He extended his arms toward the divine sphere suspended above the throne, an orb containing the residual power and domains of every Olympian. Threads of energy burst forth, connecting to the surviving gods. Athena, Zeus intoned, you shall hold Ares's domain of war and bloodlust. Use it well. She clenched her fist, and her eyes flared red as the power surged into her. Hephaestus, Zeus continued, I grant you Heracles' physical might and authority over heroism. Let your forge become a weapon. The forge god roared as flame enveloped his crippled frame, strength surging through him. Demeter, Zeus said, though you are not a hunter, I give you Artemis's domain of beasts and moonlight. Wield it to defend Olympus. Demeter's eyes gleamed silver, her aura expanding with new instincts. Finally, his gaze settled on the god of wine, Dionysus, who cowered in the corner, eyes wide. Dionysus, Zeus growled, you will hold Poseidon's authority over the sea and storms. It is time you prove your usefulness. Dionysus tried to protest, but the moment the power surged into him, his body arched and twisted, veins glowing with aquamarine energy. His drunken sway straightened slightly as the sea churned inside him. The chamber trembled with divine energy. The new gods of war, beast, storm, and strength stood reborn with borrowed power. The salty breeze rustled the canopy overhead as Edward lay on the sun-drenched clearing of the quiet island. Waves lapped gently at the rocky shore in the distance, a rhythmic backdrop to the aftermath of divine carnage. He was alone, or so it seemed. Back in his regular form, Edward's body bore the marks of his brutal struggle, dried streaks of blood carved across his arms, a fresh wound slashed across his shoulder, still tender and aching. The bodies of Olympian gods had long since turned to ash, but their weight still clung to him. Not physically, no, he had crushed them, ripped them apart with divine fury borrowed from a ghost of vengeance, but emotionally. If one could call it that. He sat upright, elbows resting on his knees, his head lowered, eyes blank. The wind tugged at his hair, and for a brief moment, he looked like a man drowning in silence. But then, a chirp. Soft. Curious. Edward lifted his head. A small bird, no bigger than his hand, flitted through the trees and landed beside him, its head tilting in innocent inquiry. He stared at it. Wariness flickered across his face, but he didn't move. Fly away from here, little one, he muttered, voice low, hollow. Only death awaits those who get near me. The bird ignored him entirely. It hopped along the branch, leapt lightly onto his shoulder, and chirped again, bright, musical. He blinked, puzzled. Then, without meaning to, the corner of his lip tugged upward. Not a fake smirk. A genuine warm smile. Fearless little one, aren't you, he said, barely above a whisper. He lifted a finger, gingerly brushing the soft crown of the bird's head. It chirped again and nestled slightly against him, like it had known him for years. Edward let out a soft exhale. It wasn't quite a laugh, but something close. He hadn't felt that in a long time. He hadn't noticed until now, but the woods were alive with noise. Chittering, rustling, distant howls. One by one, animals emerged from the foliage. Birds perched in trees above him. A deer trotted into the clearing and knelt beside him, licking the dried blood from his shoulder. A lion, an actual lion, padded forward, eyes calm, and settled at his side, tail flicking. It purred softly and licked his hand. Foxes, rabbits, wolves, and even a bear lumbered forward. They didn't attack. They didn't fear. They simply gathered. Some even carried herbs in their mouth, which they put in front of Edward, and nudged him. Edward looked around, stunned. He spoke, voice genuinely amused, "What are you guys doing here? Am I in a petting zoo? Thanks for bringing medicine for me, I guess." He chuckled to himself and leaned back against a tree, surrounded by purring, bleating, rustling life. For once, there was warmth in his tone. A glimmer of peace in the storm that had become his soul. But this. He whispered, "This feels nice." The animals chattered around him, some fearless ones jumping on him, playing. And then, like all peace in his life, it ended abruptly. A gust of wind shattered the stillness. Wings beat above him, not feathered and divine, but leathery, like a bat's, massive and dark. Dust and leaves flew into the air. The animals screeched and scattered, disappearing back into the trees. Edward stood in a flash, eyes narrowing. A voice, smooth and laced with mischief, drifted down. "Oh my," it said in a crisp British accent, "what do we have here? Looks like a bloody zoo." Are you the male version of that cartoon you mortals made? Snow White, was it? Edward turned sharply, glaring up. A figure hovered above the tree-line, wings spread. The face he wore was monstrous, jagged, twisted, something out of humanity's oldest nightmares. Horned. Grinning. And clearly enjoying himself. Edward's voice was cold. Has hell become so empty that demons are traveling to Earth for holidays? The creature chuckled, drifting down gracefully. Hell is still at maximum occupancy, I'm afraid, it said, landing with a quiet thud. You humans do love to sin, after all. Edward's fists clenched, still tired but alert. I'm not in the mood for this, he said. So state your name and why you're here. Don't blame me if you get into a crossfire. The demon raised his hand, and with a shimmer, his horrifying form dissolved. What stood in his place now was handsome. Incredibly so. Dark hair, stubble, roguish smile. A tailored black suit. His eyes glimmered with charm and danger. Ah, so business before pleasure, the man said with a wink. I understand. Killing 4 gods would leave anyone a bit grumpy. He offered a slight bow. Where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Lucifer. Lucifer Morningstar. And I'm here because you gave off a rather familiar presence. Edward stared at him for a long moment. Then groaned. Oh fuck. Lucifer beamed. Oh, you flirt. Maybe after a couple of dates. Edward's eyes narrowed. No homo, dude. I don't swing that way. Lucifer clutched his heart dramatically. Oh, the heartbreak. But alas, that's the story of my life, mortals just can't handle this level of temptation. Edward exhaled sharply through his nose. The name's Edward Elric. But somehow I think you already know that. Since you're here, am I getting a private, one-way trip to hell, escorted by you? Would it help if I say I'm allergic to fire? Lucifer scoffed, strolling around him like a cat circling prey. Please. Nothing so boring, I'm afraid. I was simply intrigued. You see, I sensed a very specific kind of chaos. A ripple in the divine hierarchy. I thought the Greeks would respond, but it seems they have their hands full with you. Edward folded his arms, studying the devil in front of him. You just popped down from the throne of damnation because you were curious? Lucifer smiled. Of course. I'm many things, Edward, a nightclub owner, a consultant, a lover of fine wine, but above all else, I do hate being left out of interesting things. And you? He gestured broadly. You are very interesting. Edward rolled his eyes, muttering, wonderful. First the gods, now the devil's a fan. Lucifer's grin widened. You're not just some random mortal touched by power. There's something else inside you. Something ancient. He leaned in closer, his voice softer, more serious now. Tell me, Edward. Who are you truly? Edward didn't answer. Lucifer chuckled, brushing invisible dust off his jacket. Fine. Keep your secrets. I'm not here to fight you, not today, at least. Consider this a friendly visit. He paused. Oh, by the way, if you ever do get sent to hell. He winked. Make sure you ask for me. Edward rolled his eyes with a half-sigh, brushing a hand through his dusty, windswept hair. The prehistoric landscape around them was quiet again, too quiet, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. He looked Lucifer dead in the eye, one brow arching skeptically. How does that even work? Edward gestured to the primitive forest and the distant roar of a saber-toothed tiger. This is clearly 3,000 years before civilization. How the hell do you own a bar? Lucifer Morningstar, dressed immaculately as always in a deep charcoal suit that had no business existing in the Bronze Age, grinned with that devilish charm that made everything he said sound like a flirt. Ah, but that's the thing, dear Edward. The multiverse. A cosmic buffet of possibilities, really. I usually vacation on Earth 666. Has a certain, hellish charm, you might say. Plus, it's conveniently my calling number. He winked, eyes twinkling with mischief. Edward chuckled and lazily flicked his wrist. In a flash of golden light, The gate of Babylon shimmered open behind him, opulent, gleaming, ancient. A gilded flask drifted out as if summoned by thought, hovering before settling neatly into his palm. "Want a drink?" he offered casually, shaking it with a metallic clink. "Genuine Babylonian vintage. Very exclusive collection." Lucifer raised a brow and placed a hand on his chest, mock-affronted. "Well, we just met, and already you're offering me drinks. Rather forward of you, Edward. Not that I mind. It's been ages since I've had something that predates Jesus. I do hope it's strong." He smirked again before gracefully lowering himself onto the grass, crossing one leg over the other like he was lounging in his penthouse suite at Lux, not in some prehistoric clearing. Edward uncorked the flask and poured the dark, fragrant wine into a pair of crystalline cups he conjured from the gate. He passed one to Lucifer, who held it up to the sun, swirling it with practiced flair. "Would it be too much," Edward asked, settling beside him, "if I asked you to take me to your Earth? This ancient era doesn't really suit me. No coffee. No Wi-Fi. No sarcasm." Lucifer took a slow sip, eyes fluttering slightly at the taste, lips curving in genuine appreciation. Exotic. Notes of pomegranate, and subtle murder. He sighed dramatically. "Sadly, no can do. Daddy dearest has some very specific ideas about your being here. I'm just a poor little devil trying not to start another divine war. Not this week, anyway." Edward exhaled, long and annoyed. "So the presence is behind this little ice guy experiment, huh?" Lucifer nodded, stretching his arms behind him as he lay back on the grass. "Seems like it. Though I must say, the Japanese have oddly specific preferences. Getting hit by a truck and waking up in another world. Creative, sure. But it really doesn't translate well to actual metaphysical logistics. Doesn't work in real life, I tried. The DMV paperwork alone is infernal." Edward laughed. "You're a chill guy, Lucy. Almost makes me forget you're supposed to be the bane of mankind. So, wanna hear a secret?" Lucifer turned his head lazily, smirking. "Flattery will get you everywhere. But before that, I must ask." He suddenly sat up, his tone shifting ever so slightly as he leaned closer, his voice smooth and low. "Tell me, Edward, what is it that you desire?" The moment hung unnaturally still. A force pressed against Edward's consciousness, subtle at first, like warm breath on the back of his neck. It slithered into his thoughts, poking at the walls of his mind, tugging at truths even he hadn't fully voiced. But Edward didn't flinch. He met Lucifer's gaze, with his usual expressionless face. "For now," he said calmly, "I desire nothing." Lucifer blinked. His power faltered for a fraction of a second, surprise flickering across his face. "Huh. That usually never fails." Edward gave a casual shrug, taking another sip of wine. "I'm special. So, want to hear the secret or not? It'll cost you a favor though." Lucifer arched a brow but looked intrigued. "Oh, I do love a secret. All right, lay it on me." Edward's voice turned calm, almost clinical. "Your devil face, it's not some divine punishment. It's you. Your own contradiction, your inability to forgive yourself. Deep down, you believe you deserve to suffer. That's why it exists. But the moment you truly accept yourself, truly feel redeemed, your wings, the angelic ones, they'll return. And the devil face? Gone." The words echoed through the clearing. Lucifer's playful demeanor dropped, replaced by a cold stillness. He stared at Edward, the wine forgotten in his hand. His voice came quiet, tense. "How do you know that? That's not supposed to be something a mortal could ever know." Edward just raised a brow. "Different worlds, remember? I said it. What you do with it is your business." He gestured toward him. "But you owe me one now." Lucifer was silent for a long moment. Then, he let out a soft chuckle, tinged with something heavier. He smoothed his hair, collected himself, and put the grin back on like a mask. "You have my thanks. That secret cuts deeper than you know." He tilted his head. "But I'm curious. Why aren't you afraid of me? Most humans have a default setting set to hate me. Fire, brimstone, the works. Edward leaned back on his hands, smirking. Maybe because you look like Tom Ellis. He's rather cool. Maybe I felt sympathy for the devil. Or maybe I'm just bored. Lucifer stood up, dusted off invisible dirt from his suit jacket, and stretched his shoulders like a cat waking from a nap. You're no fun, Edward. Being all cryptic and mysterious. But I hear you. With a snap of his fingers, a small black card appeared in a burst of flame. It hovered in the air for a moment before floating down into Edward's open palm. Embossed in crimson foil, it depicted the devil seated at a piano, bathed in shadows and firelight. Tear that card when you need me, Lucifer said smoothly. One-time use. No refunds, no extensions. Don't be greedy. Edward glanced at the card, then nodded once. Amen to that. Lucifer chuckled. Now that's ironic. He stepped back, his silhouette framed by the rising moon. Slowly, magnificent wings, majestic, leathery, and black as obsidian, unfurled from his back. See you soon, Edward, he said with a smirk. I'd rather not, Edward chuckled. Then, with one powerful beat, Lucifer soared into the night sky. No flash of light, no dramatic thunderclap, just wind, moonlight, and silence. Edward stood there for a moment, staring at the card in his hand, the wine flask still floating beside him. The air felt a little colder without the devil around. He tucked the card into his coat and let out a quiet laugh. Well, he muttered, that was certainly not how I thought my Tuesday would go. Far above, wings cutting through clouds, Lucifer allowed himself the faintest of smiles. He's nothing like I imagined. He murmured to the wind. He whispered absent-mindedly as he stared above the clouds. Perhaps beyond it. He shall rule over the fish in sea, the birds in the sky, and hold dominion over all animals that moves on the land, huh? Father does have a weird sense of humor. He shook his head with a smile. Things are getting rather interesting. Chapter 13, What Have I Done? Hey folks, just popped in to see if you are liking it so far. Pretty interesting stuff, right? Now, before we proceed further, I wanted to explain some stuff which should help with understanding the future plot. First, this isn't one of the regular DC Earths. I plan to pick specific plots and character versions and merge them in a linear fashion to make it interesting. Just like I picked the TV show version for Lucifer rather than comic version. I also want to merge CW stuff into DC, but not all of it. Some of the animated versions will also be merged, like Crisis on Infinite arc, Crime Syndicate arc, etc. As for heroic spirits, I don't plan to add too many non-Fate characters. There are 11 spirits in total, so more than half would be from Lucifer's. I originally introduced Kratos as there would be the Magus Society included into DC, so there are plenty of elements from Lucifer's already. But at DC/Fate after all. It's long timeline, so there's plenty of time to fit those in. Sometimes Edward will monologue or chat with the heroic spirits, which will be showed under this format. And about the harem stuff, I'm genuinely confused. I have read so many DC fics, and most of the heroines have been overused to the point I can guess who's the female lead before starting the story. So I'll have to be a bit creative about it. Now without further BS, enjoy. The sun was dipping low on the horizon when Edward finally stirred again. The brief but meaningful conversation with Lucifer had left a lingering hum in his mind, like the tail end of a piano note echoing through a grand hall. That devil was as charming as he was enigmatic, his words soaked in charisma and hidden truths. Edward had rested, healed, and let the last remnants of battle-wrought pain fade into the earth beneath him. Now it was time to move again. With a sigh, Edward stood, brushing dust from his clothes. He raised his hand, and with a pulse of golden light, Vimana descended from the portal. Its intricate frame glowing, humming softly like the breath of a celestial engine. The ancient plane slowed just above the ground before lowering with regal grace. Edward leapt aboard in a single motion, and the ship ascended once more, slicing through the clouds like a spear of light. Beneath him stretched the Aegean Sea, sparkling with the brilliance of late afternoon sun. The world looked almost serene from up here, blue waves dancing, gentle winds teasing the sails of tiny fishing boats, islands dotting the sea like emeralds. But serenity never lasted. As he soared over a remote island, Edward's eyes narrowed. Smoke. Screams. Movement. A shape in the sky, with eagle wings and lion's body, screeching like 1,000 dying animals. A griffin, savage and primal, swooped through the air. Its claws caught a woman trying to flee, lifting her effortlessly as villagers below scattered in terror. Edward's jaw tensed. He didn't hesitate. "Gate of Babylon," he whispered, almost bored. The golden portal bloomed open beside him with a celestial hum. A moment later, a divine sword, its edge carved from the breath of gods, launched forward with terrifying speed. Like a divine missile, it screamed through the sky and pierced through the griffin. The beast's cry cut short as it spiraled downward and crashed into the rocky hills below, dead before it touched the earth. Silence fell. The villagers stared up, awestruck. The strange golden ship hovered like a throne of heaven. And atop it stood a figure that might as well have been a god, regal, calm, and wielding power they couldn't comprehend. They fell to their knees. "Thank you, Great One," someone cried. "Praise to the gods. Our Savior." Edward's eyes flared with quiet anger. "Of course, they think it's divine intervention." "I am no god," he said, his voice loud and clear, carried by the wind. "I am a human, just like each of you." The crowd hesitated, confused. "You kneel and thank the very gods who send monsters to torment you," Edward said, stepping forward on the edge of the Vimana's prow, looking down at them. "You offer prayers to those who treat you like cattle, who bring war and terror, who feed on your faith like parasites." A murmur of unease spread through the villagers. "Open your eyes," Edward shouted. "The strength of the gods comes from you. Your belief sustains them. They should be the ones on their knees, begging for your mercy." An elderly man stepped forward, his robes frayed, but his bearing proud. His white beard flowed down his chest, and his eyes were sharp despite age. "I am Antek-Luz," he said. "Village chief." "May I ask your name, traveler?" "Edward," he replied flatly, arms crossed. "You saved our lives despite your rash words. Come, at least share a meal with us." "I can't stay here," Edward cut in. "Your gods are banding together against me. I've already killed 4 of them. I don't want you to die when they come for me." The moment those words left his mouth, a ripple of horror passed through the villagers. Gasps. Cries. Prayers whispered in panic. "He's a heretic. Blasphemer. A killer of gods. What should we do? He saved us still. If we associate with him, the gods will punish us too." Edward rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "If I turned on my charisma skills to max right now, you'd be kissing my damn feet. Ungrateful bastards. What else should I have expected from these guys?" He shook his head with a sigh. Just as he turned to leave, a small, clear voice pierced the noise. "You're all being ungrateful." A girl, no older than 8, stepped forward from the crowd. She had messy black hair, bright defiant eyes, and a clenched fist. "This big brother saved our lives," she yelled. "And you're yelling at him like he's the bad guy." The villagers stared with guilt. Some hung their heads. "I'll share my food with him," she declared proudly, lifting a small basket of dates and olives. "He's a hero. He saved our lives." Edward stared, stunned for just a moment. Then he smiled. He stepped down from Vimana, landing softly before her, and crouched down to her level. The divine wind swirling around him faded, and he looked, just for a moment, entirely human. "Thank you, little one," he said gently. "I don't mind their fear or disgust. I've seen the worst of humanity. This is nothing." She looked up at him with wonder. Edward patted her head. "But people like you. You give me hope. People like you, brave and kind, show me that humanity might be worth saving. That I'm not a fool for trying." Her cheeks flushed red. "Do you think I could be strong like you someday?" He smiled wider. "Of course you can. You might even become stronger than me. Really. But remember this," he said, his tone soft but serious. "Don't just chase strength. Be humble. Be kind. Share your happiness and master your emotions. That's what makes true strength." She nodded earnestly, beaming. "What's your name, handsome big brother?" Edward chuckled as he replied, "My name is Edward." What's your name, brave little girl? She pouted, I'm not little. My name is Eska. Edward patted her head and then stood up, prepared to leave. Slowly, some villagers lowered their heads. Others murmured apologies. The tide was turning. Chief Anteklu stepped forward again and bowed deeply. Whether God, human, or something else, you saved our lives. We owe you gratitude, not fear. Please, allow us to offer a feast in your honor. Edward hesitated. I don't eat with people who hate me, especially if I've slayed their patron gods, he said flatly. We don't hate you, kind stranger, Anteklus replied. We just didn't understand. We are just weak humans, depending on the divine to provide for us. He looked around. The villagers' eyes were apologetic, ashamed even. And the little girl, her smile still bright, clutched his hand hopefully. Edward sighed. Fine, he said. But only because of her. Cheers erupted. Preparations began immediately. Fires were lit, bread baked, wine uncorked. As the stars emerged above, the island became a place of warmth, music, and the smell of roasting lamb. Edward sat at the center, the little girl beside him, listening to stories, watching as humans for once, celebrated without fear of divine retribution. It was a brief peace. A small kindness. But it mattered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the coastal sky turned golden with streaks of rose and violet stretching over the Aegean Sea. The villagers bustled around, setting long wooden tables, hanging torches, and preparing roasted meat and honeyed wine in Edward's honor. Despite their humble means, they were determined to show their gratitude to the mysterious warrior who had descended from the skies and slain the monstrous griffin like it was nothing more than a fly. Edward, however, kept mostly to himself. He sat on a stone bench near one of the fire pits, eating quietly. While children laughed and danced to the tunes of old flutes, and the older men shared stories of ancient times, Edward remained distant, his gaze drifting to the flames and then to the stars above. He didn't dislike people. He just didn't know how to be around them anymore. Several villagers, young women and even a few bold young men, tried to strike up conversation. One even brought him a handmade flower crown, awkwardly placing it on his head with a flushed smile before scampering away. Edward managed a polite chuckle, returning it gently. But he declined each advance with the same distant charm. Not rude. Just detached. The wine wasn't great, sour and thin, but it was drinkable. He poured himself another cup, eyes scanning the villagers' joy. Yet he couldn't shake the unease from his gut. That's when she appeared. A woman. No, not just a woman, the woman. She stood tall, mature, confident, moving with a grace that belonged on marble pedestals. Her golden hair shimmered in the firelight, cascading over her shoulders like silk. Her white robes clung to her curvaceous form, cut low at the neck and slit high at the thigh. She carried a small flask and a knowing smile as she approached. Edward blinked. His instincts screamed at him. Danger. But his brain short-circuited anyway. May I sit with the hero? She asked in a light tone, her voice smooth as honey. You seem lost in solitude. Perhaps this wine will be more to your liking. It's much better in quality. He stood up almost immediately. Ah, I've already drunk my share, my lady. I should be on my way. But she stepped closer, looping her arm through his, her soft curves pressing against him with intention. Does the hero find my presence displeasing? She asked, her voice tinged with something like sadness. I won't force you to endure it if you dislike it. She sighed. Edward froze. Oh no. No one told him his trials in this world included seductive older women with tragic voices, and cleavage that could silence a battlefield. His brain screamed run, but his mouth and legs betrayed him. Edward didn't know what to do. His previous virgin life hadn't prepared him for this. Especially when a gorgeous MILF tries to seduce you. So, he sat back down. She smiled knowingly and poured the wine. I'm called Kasia, she said, offering him a cup. A beautiful name. Edward replied and accepted it, but didn't drink until he saw her take a sip. It never hurts to be safe. He narrowed his eyes. I don't recall seeing you earlier today. Kasia giggled, the sound soft and enchanting. Is the mighty hero interested in an old lady like me? He answered too quickly. please. You look more radiant than half the women in Greece. You don't even look a day over 20. She laughed and touched his arm playfully. Oh stop, you'll make me blush. You've already met my daughter, Eska. She was the little one who defended you earlier. Edward blinked. Wait, you're Eska's mother. Kasia leaned in with a wink. Surprised I have daughter that old. He coughed. She didn't mention she had such a beautiful mother. Oh dear, she laughed again, this time covering her mouth. You're going to make me blush. Quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Edward's brain short-circuited again. His passive skill mask of fake smile, A-rank was working overtime as panic simmered behind the polite exterior. Okay, Edward. Deep breaths. So far you haven't embarrassed yourself. Somehow this woman is interested in you despite no passive buff. Either it's your good deeds getting rewarded, or it's divine prank-level luck. Either way, play it cool, Edward. Wait, but what if she like one of those ladies who flirts casually? Maybe she's just being nice for saving their island. It would be bad if she was being nice and I took it the wrong way. But should I? I mean, it's nothing permanent, right? I, who has been thrown into this world and have been dealing with mess after mess, deserve to let go and have fun for once, right? It's nothing criminal, just two adults doing adult stuff, cough. Sorry little Eska, my resolve is wavering. Kasia poured more wine. Her silver bracelet shimmered under the firelight. Edward took a sip but noticed something was off. Strange. I'm getting drunk way too fast. He casually asked, Lady Kasia, slow down. Are you trying to get me drunk or something? Kasia leaned closer and whispered in his ear, maybe I want to get both of us drunk. I may not find the courage otherwise. Edward coughed again. For what? Before he could speak, Kasia kissed him, soft at first, then deep and possessive. Her lips were warm, tasting of honey and wine. Edward froze for a second, then fumbled to respond, his first kiss unfolding awkwardly but eagerly. She pressed further, her tongue slipping past his lips with practiced ease. Holy shit. My first kiss. 20 years and one reincarnation later, finally. Score. But wait. What do I do now? Screams internally. Do I ask to sleep with her? Does the kiss mean consent? Wait, she doesn't have a husband, right? Fuck it, I'll just switch on my passive charms, that should cover the awkwardness. It's not cheating, just using my advantages. He was about to ask the gods for instructions before remembering, oh wait, he was murdering them currently. Kasia pulled away slightly, her breath warm against his face. Her hands gently stroked his face as she started into his eyes with smile. You're so gentle and beautiful, not at all like a fierce warrior capable of killing monsters and gods should be like. Edward, emboldened, slid a hand to her waist and lifted her onto his lap. Her eyes widened a bit, then she giggled and rubbed against him. Someone's getting rather excited, she teased, voice husky. Does my body please the hero? I may not have the charm from my younger days, but I hope you still find me beautiful, she looked expectantly. You're very beautiful, Edward said honestly. But Kasia, you should know, I can't stay here. I have things to do. Also, I'm being hunted. There are gods chasing me. I don't want to risk. Kasia silenced him with another kiss, hungrier this time. Her hands explored his chest, and some villagers walking by gave teasing whistles. She smiled slyly, breathless, and rested her head on his chest. I'm not asking you to marry me and stay forever here, Edward, as tempting as that would be. I just wish for one night, a night with someone strong, kind, and attractive. My husband passed away years ago. And today I almost lost my daughter. Let me feel like a woman who can feel happiness. Unless, you don't want me. Edward swallowed hard. Okay. Think this through. She's gorgeous. Mature. Interested. And she made the move first. This is it. The final boss of virginity. He stared into her eyes. No hesitation. No trickery. Just longing. He grinned awkwardly. You know, you're making it really hard to be noble. Kasia's fingers danced along his jaw. Then don't be. His internal monologue screamed victory. Yes. Let's fucking go. You've survived death, war, gods, and monsters. You only live once. Scratch that, you only lose your virginity once. Even Hippala didn't give you a kiss. You deserve this. You earned this. He gently cupped her cheek, pulling her in for another kiss. After their lips parted, she got up and extended her arm while blushing. My daughter is staying with my mother. So we can stay at my house tonight. Edward didn't need to be said twice. He got up and followed the mature woman who walked ahead with a sway on her hips. And just like that, the night truly began. The birds sang peacefully, the sun shining brightly. It was a wonderful morning in ancient Greece. Everything should be calm and quiet. But Edward wasn't having a good morning. He sat on the bed, half naked, clutching his head in despair, staring at the culprit who was made to sit in a Dejisa position in front of him. She didn't have any clothes on, but he was in no mood to appreciate the scenery. Only one thought was going through Edward's mind in that moment. What have I done? An hour ago. The morning sunlight spilled into the room, warm and golden, slipping through the cracks in the wooden shutters and casting shifting patterns across the stone floor. Birds chirped faintly in the distance, and the faint scent of salt and lavender lingered in the air. Edward stirred awake with a groan, blinking against the brightness. His head pounded with the dull throb of a hangover. He tried to sit up, only for a dull ache in his back, and something soft and warm pressing against his chest, to remind him he wasn't alone. As the fog in his head cleared, a strange mix of pride and confusion set in. Did I, finally, lose my virginity? A sheepish smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He ran a hand over his face, still groggy. I mean, it happened, right? With Kasia, that beautiful mature woman. Damn. He smiled to himself for a second, then paused. Wait. Why couldn't he remember? Everything after entering the hut was hazy. There were glimpses, a bed, laughter, passion, some wild moves, but it was all fragmented. He shook his head. And then he froze. Someone was still lying on top of him. Naked. He looked down, his heart now racing in panic. The woman's golden hair spilled across his chest in soft waves, her arm draped across his body. Her skin shimmered subtly in the light. Her full figure rested peacefully against him, her bare body warm and soft as if sculpted from divine silk. Wait, this wasn't Kasia. Edward's blood turned cold. What the hell? That's not her. This woman, no, this presence, it's too overwhelming. This is a goddess. He tried to breathe, but his chest tightened. How the fuck did I go from god slayer to goddess slayer? Just as he tried to move, his left hand realized it was gripping something. Something soft. A light, breathy moan escaped the woman's lips. MMMHH on. Oh no. Edward stared at his hand. It was buried into the plush flesh of her enticing ass, which was just as heavenly as the rest of her. He panicked, trying to move it, but it was as if his fingers refused to obey. He had to summon every ounce of mental strength not to squeeze again out of instinct. Come on, Edward, focus. You're not a horny teen anymore, okay, maybe a little. But get it together. With sheer force of will, he peeled his hand away like it was fused to her skin. He carefully tried to slide out from under her, but the goddess stirred and clung tighter, wrapping her leg around his and sighing softly into his chest. He winced. Of course she's a clingy sleeper. Left with no other option, he decided to wake her. Carefully. Tactfully. Respectfully. He reached toward her shoulder, but somehow, his hand landed somewhere else. Poke. Poke. Boing. Her breasts bounced slightly from the light pressure, showing an almost comical elasticity that made Edward freeze in shock. I'm such a horny idiot. The woman stirred slowly. Ugh. Is it morning already? Her voice was husky with sleep, sensual even in drowsiness. She sat up halfway, blinking blearily. Wait, where am I? Where's my beloved? Her eyes scanned the room, then landed on Edward. Her smile returned instantly. Ah, there you are, beloved. She beamed like the sun itself, as she leaned in and pressed her lips to his before he could react. It fills me with joy to see your beautiful face again. I can still feel your warmth inside me. Edward's soul nearly left his body. What the actual fuck? He grabbed her shoulders and gently but firmly pushed her away. Wait, time out. What the hell is going on? She blinked in confusion. Edward took a deep breath and stared into her eyes. Who are you? Why is a naked goddess lying on top of me? Why are you calling me beloved? What in the hell is happening here? For a moment, the goddess looked wounded, like he had struck her. She sat up more fully now, her hair cascading down her bare back like liquid gold. She made no real effort to hide the rest of her radiant body. I'm sorry, she said softly, her voice tinged with genuine regret. It's all my fault. I should have explained things. Please hear me out. Edward narrowed his eyes. Then explain. Now. Before I lose my shit. Chapter 14, is this reverse NTR? Y'all guessed the girl wrong XD. Anyways, like I said, harem stuff is not decided. I want at least decent build-up before that. I left it somewhat open-ended. If y'all want her gone, I won't keep her in future harem. But context is important. MC isn't gonna be perfect, and he'll screw things up sometimes, just like us. But that's life. This chapter will answer some of the questions you might have had. If you ever see plot hole or loose end, don't worry, it is there on purpose. I like to drop some clues or hints in my stories for future. Anyways, enjoy the bonus chapter. Tomorrow's chapter will be a little late. I need to catch up with Patreon schedule. Edward sat with his arms crossed, glaring at the woman across from him. No, the goddess across from him, still unapologetically naked, sitting like it was the most natural thing in the world. She sat comfortably on the edge of the large bed, her golden hair spilling over her shoulders and back, her curves on full display beneath the soft light pouring in from the windows. She met his intense stare with a hopeful, guilty smile that didn't quite match the chaotic mess going inside his head. He coughed and looked away, eyes briefly betraying him as they darted back to her body. All right, he muttered, frustrated. Explain. Properly. The goddess tilted her head, a light blush dusting her cheeks despite her shamelessness. Her voice was soft, almost tender. Let me introduce myself properly then, beloved. Though. I did say it last night. She giggled, eyes twinkling. But you were rather aggressive at the time. Edward's face reddened instantly, and he cleared his throat again. Just say it. With an elegant motion, she sat up straighter. My name is Hera. Queen of the Olympians. Edward froze. Nanny da fuck. And before you say anything, she raised a hand gently, I no longer have anything to do with that bastard Zeus. I have severed our marriage. The way she spat the name dripped with venom. Her beautiful face momentarily twisted in disgust. Edward's heart sank. His eyes widened in slow horror as he clutched his temples. No. No, not now. Don't tell me, did I just NTR Zeus? What the actual fuck? Wait, she seduced me, so does that make it, reverse NTR? He stood up, started pacing. What is my life? I just wanted to kill some gods, not bang one. Why couldn't I just sleep with a normal woman? Behind him, Hera chuckled, amused and yet clearly remorseful. She stood as well, reaching out to place a gentle hand on his knee as he sat back down, burying his face in his palms. Calm down, dear. It's my fault, truly, she said, her voice softer now. I didn't plan for it to go this far. But. Her eyes lingered on his face. I'm glad it did. He recoiled slightly. Finish your story. I need to know everything. Hera gave a small, sheepish sigh and walked toward the mirror, her bare form bathed in light. She smiled as she traced her fingers over the marks on her fair skin left by Edward. She shuddered, then turned back toward him with a more serious expression, then began. After you slaughtered Ares, Artemis, and Heracles yesterday, Hermes made it back to Olympus. He reported to the others that you might be one of his bastard sons. Her lip curled in disgust. I admit, I was furious. Not because of you, but because I thought perhaps he had broken Olympus' newest decree already. A law that banned the creation of new demigods. Her voice cracked a little, and she turned her face from him, fists clenched. I thought maybe he'd changed after that law. Then this happens. But when I spoke, in front of all the gods, he struck me. Edward's eyes narrowed. That's a dick move even if it's Hera. He'd hit me before, she added, quieter now. But never like that. Not in front of the entire pantheon. Not with that look in his eyes. I had never felt so humiliated. She turned to face him again, her eyes shimmering. So I left. I abandoned Olympus, swearing I'd never return. And in my hatred, I thought of you, the one who killed Poseidon, Ares, Heracles, and Artemis like they were nothing. The one who stood against gods without fear. I thought, maybe I could use your strength to destroy him. Edward's eyes flashed. Use me? You planned all this? Hera looked down guiltily. At first, yes. I tracked you to that village. I saw how you saved those people. And then, to get closer to you, I took on a mortal form, Kasha, and approached you. You wouldn't have talked to me if I appr'd as a goddess. His mouth tightened into a cold line. And your plan was to seduce me into doing your bidding. Her voice lowered to a whisper. It was. I intended to get you drunk first, then to use a love potion and an enchantment to bind your heart to me. The air around Edward shifted, his presence flaring like a brewing storm. You wanted to enslave me, he said slowly, his voice ice-cold. His eyes glowed faintly, tinged with red. Hera stepped forward in panic and dropped to her knees beside him. Edward, please, don't be angry. Let me finish. That was my previous intention, yes. But everything changed. How convenient. When I kissed you, it was the first time I had kissed anyone since Zeus. I wasn't prepared for what I felt. Something stirred in me, deeply, profoundly. I felt drawn to you. I couldn't go through with the plan. I just wanted to be close to you. He looked at her skeptically, biting back the 1,000 questions burning in his throat. That still doesn't explain why I don't remember anything about last night. Or how you masked your divinity. She stood again, brushing her long hair aside. The bracelet I wore last night, it seals my divine aura but retains my immortality. As for the memory. She rubbed her arm, looking away. I may have added a strong aphrodisiac to the wine for extra measure. I needed you to be interested in me. Edward nearly exploded. What is wrong with you? I wasn't lying when I said it was to give me courage. I have never done this before, and I was still hesitant, she said quickly. But once we got inside the hut, and the clothes came off, rather than excited, I panicked. I was scared. Scared you'd take what you wanted and walk away, just like he always did. Her fingers curled into fists. So I poured the love potion into my mouth, planning to share it with you during a kiss. Equally binding us to each other. None would hold control over the other, just be in love. If I had bad intentions, I could have put that in the wine. But before I could. She trailed off. What? He asked warily. You bent me over the bed and took me from behind rather forcefully. You were, very excited, due to the wine. When you took me by surprise, I accidentally swallowed the whole dose. Her face turned scarlet. Edward groaned, covering his face. This is embarrassing. The enchantment overwhelmed me completely. My body, my soul, my heart, they all became yours. Permanently. So when you ravished me the whole night, I didn't stop you, rather let you do whatever you pleased. We did things I never let even my former husband do. She looked away, cheeks flushed, but I enjoyed it. So did you. Edward's expression darkened. Maybe because I was drugged. So you basically mind-fucked yourself when the target was myself. I didn't mean to. Hera exclaimed. But now. I can't lie to you. I can't hurt you. I can't disobey your words. The enchantment sees you as my bonded one, and, because I used my divine authority over marriage to strengthen it, it's unbreakable. He stared at her, stunned. So you used divine magic to create a forced, eternal marriage bond between us, by accident. Yes. She looked heartbroken. But the feelings are real. The potion doesn't create love, it amplifies what's already there. I don't know how or when it happened, but I fell for you. Edward lost it. How? We literally met last night. Hera looked frustrated. I don't know. We gods don't feel emotions like humans. Our emotions are more deeper and harder to control. If I didn't hold any love towards you, the potion would have never worked. Why do you think I tried to seduce you? You had to feel even a hint of love towards me first before I gave you the potion. Like I said, it wasn't all false. Oh wait, now that I think of it, I removed the charm limiters after that kiss to not make a fool of myself. Did this also play a role? Edward winced internally. Edward dragged a hand across his face. How do we undo this? Hera's face fell. We can't. Not unless I die. And I'd rather not test that. Edward sighed and thought, just great. My first time having sex, and I not only got roofied, also got into a forced relationship. I blame you, Satan, you spread your bad luck to me. She looked up at him, her eyes vulnerable and tearful. Why do you want to undo it? Do you find me lacking in beauty or charm? I am not lesser than any mortal women, even goddesses. You said it yourself, that you find me attractive. He stared at her, incredulous. There are so many things wrong with this I don't even know where to start. You drugged me. You used magic. You tried to enslave me, but got reversed. You think I'm just gonna fall at your feet because you're some hot goddess? The only reason I'm not lashing out is because despite everything, I did sleep with you. Hera muttered softly, you didn't sleep until morning or let me sleep. Edward gave her a glare. She flinched, but he wasn't done. You're pretty, Hera. I'll give you that. He looked her dead in the eye. Pretty crazy, that is. Edward sat on the edge of the shattered wooden bed, his eyes cast downward, his expression like stone. The memories of the night before still lingered like phantom smoke, heat, movement, whispered moans in the dark. But now, they felt poisoned. His muscles were still sore from the battles, from divine rage, from the slaughter of gods. And now due to the madness of last night. Hera. The queen of the gods. Naked and kneeling before him, begging for something he wasn't sure he could give. Please. Her voice broke like porcelain. Edward, beloved. She wrapped her arms around his leg, pressing her face into his thigh as her tears wet his skin. She clung to him like a woman drowning. Her golden hair flowed over her shoulders, strands catching the light as she trembled. I didn't mean for it to go this far, she whispered, her voice shaking. But I can't live without you now. I can't breathe without you. My heart is chained to yours. Even if you leave me and go away, I'll probably die of heartbreak within a month. He didn't move. Not a muscle. His hand flexed, barely containing the urge to push her away. Not out of hatred, out of confusion. She had drugged him. Lied to him. Bound herself to him with divine magic. And yet, her voice. It wasn't the voice of a schemer now. It was the voice of a woman unmade by guilt. I don't expect forgiveness, she sobbed, pressing herself closer. Her full breast swayed as she leaned against his leg, their softness warm against his skin, making his jaw clench. But I love you, Edward. I love you. His jaw tightened. Love. Was this love? It didn't feel like it. If he was a shitty guy, he would have taken advantage of this, use her and her knowledge, then discard her when it was done. But he wasn't that kind of man. But he couldn't accept her either. I swear, I'll never betray you again. I'll obey your every word. If you want to kill Zeus, I'll show you how. If you want the throne of Olympus, it's yours. If you want me to stay, I'll follow you into the pits of Tartarus. If you fall, I shall join you in death. He still didn't respond. But his breathing was slower now. Measured. The anger had not gone, but it was no longer roaring. It smoldered in his chest like an ember waiting for air. She lifted her face slightly, still pressed to his leg. You can even take other wives. As many as you want. I won't complain. I'll welcome them. I'll lie with them too, if that's your desire. She looked up at him now, her blue eyes wide with desperate sincerity. I'll warm your bed with them every night. Just, let me stay at your side. Edward closed his eyes, groaning softly. You think offering yourself and a dozen women will fix this, he said bitterly. Her lips trembled. No, she whispered. But I'll do anything, everything, to earn your forgiveness. He opened his eyes, glaring down at her. You tried to enchant me. You tried to bind my will to yours. If that worked, I would not be able to even argue back to you. I did not go through with it, she cried. I couldn't. I couldn't force you, not after I saw the kind of man you were. I wanted you to want me back. So I decided to share the potion. I'm yours now. In every way. She lifted herself slightly, kneeling upright now, taller. Her hand still clutching his thighs. Her fair skin glowed in the light, every inch of her divine beauty on full display. Her generous breasts heaved with each sob, and Edward, despite his fury, found it harder and harder to ignore them. He cursed under his breath and looked away. You're not making this easier. I don't want it to be easy, she whispered. You can punish me however you wish. I just want to stay by your side. Let me fight with you. Let me burn Olympus down with you. Edward turned his head sharply. No. She blinked. I said no, he repeated, firmer now. This isn't your war anymore, Hera. You've done enough. I don't need another distraction. I need my mind clear. But I don't trust you. Those words hit her harder than a blade. She recoiled as though slapped, her grip loosening on his legs. She lowered her head. I understand. There was silence for a long while. Edward finally stood up, towering over her. She knelt there, not even bothering to cover herself, trembling in shame, in fear, in longing. He stared at her for a moment longer, the weight of the moment pressing down on his shoulders. Then he spoke. Go to Themyscira. She looked up at him, shocked. What? Go. Stay with the Amazons. You said they're loyal to you, right? She nodded slowly. Then go there. Wait. Stay out of sight until this is finished. Her lip quivered. You don't want me to fight with you. He stepped closer, looking her in the eye. I don't want you dying on the battlefield like some idiot who doesn't know what side she's on. Her breath caught in her throat. I'll handle the rest, he said. All of them. They're mine. But. No. His voice left no room for argument. You want forgiveness? Then listen to me when I give you a command. That silenced her. She nodded slowly, the glint of divine pride finally slipping beneath the weight of guilt. She rose to her feet, silent tears still falling as she reached for his face. Edward allowed her. Hera felt relieved and embraced him, her head on his chest. She brought out a small orb from nothing. This orb contains our memories together last night. After I swallowed the potion, I knew you might not remember everything clearly. So I recorded it. To help you remember the love we shared. Edward was speechless. Did she just say she and I made a fucking sex tape? What is she, Kim Kardashian's ancestor? He wanted to say something but held himself noticing her pitiful look. Just before she left, she turned her head over her shoulder. I'll go, she said softly. I'll wait. I'll never stop waiting, even if it means my end. Edward looked away, jaw clenched. As she vanished in a flash of golden light, he stood alone in the shattered room. He exhaled slowly, his fists curling at his sides. Damn it. She was beautiful. Complicated. Dangerous. Loyal in all the wrong ways. She was also the first woman he'd ever been with. He looked down at the orb, thinking if he should even watch it. Should I? That's gotta be awkward as the dude in the video is me. But this was also my first time. I want to be able to remember it at least. Yeah. This is not for something bad. It's for science. Edward nodded sagely. All of a sudden, Saber spoke in his mind. Ahem. Edward. You might not want to watch that. Whoa. Don't do that. You surprised me, dude. Edward took a few deep breaths. But why not? Is it that bad? Saber spoke after a few moments. Let's just say, whatever she said was true. And you have sufficiently punished her. Gilgamesh joined in, Fahahaha. I have to say, mongrel, I didn't think you had it in you. You showed her who's boss. Although I don't like these so-called goddesses, you have my permission to fornicate with her. No wonder she is so obedient and willing to do anything for you. Edward paused in horror. Wait a minute. You guys saw it all. You damn perverted voyeurs. Castor chimed in with his rational voice. I will teach you some magic to shield your perception from us, in case of future accidents. Edward groaned. Can this day get any worse? Suddenly, a loud booming voice echoed through the skies. God Slayer, I Zeus, the king of Olympus, hereby challenge you to a battle. Come to Mount Olympus, I await your presence. If you don't show up, these precious mortals you cherish so much will all perish today. Edward didn't say anything and just got up. He was feeling pissed, and a punching bag had just delivered itself. Time to finish it all. Chapter 15, Character Poll. I am gonna add some of the characters I didn't have in mind for Harem, and let you guys choose from the options. MC's body is way stronger, and matching him with ordinary humans won't work. One thrust to end it all skull. So Catwoman, Batgirl, Huntress, Black Canary and others won't work. Don't ask, I don't want to add them as it feels wrong somewhat. Same goes for Harley Quinn, Talia etc. Mara, CZ I hate Amber and she ruined it for me. You want her to poop in your bed? Now, as for some cliché, yet fan favorite characters that I didn't plan to use are below. I've also added some unique recommendations which could be interesting as well. Comment below once per option for the heroine you prefer. Multiple comments and options won't count. I'll decide after this week. Here goes. Wonder Woman, I feel it's too cliché, but y'all love her. Shrug, so go on, disappoint me. Big Barda, rather unique, might be interesting to explore the idea. Zatanna, regular human, but maybe magic can help. Dunno. Thinking Face. Hawkgirl, first version, before the whole affair and dying thing. Would be fun to mess with Savage. Dreamer, Nia Nal, pretty unknown, uncommon as well. Powers related to dreams. Poison Ivy, too much effort to be honest. I don't want MC going out of his way chase someone. So convince me. Grail, interesting option. Should be fun being Darkseid's son-in-law XD plus she looks like a goth mommy which many of you are into. But hey, no kink-shaming Skull. Ice, Tora Olafsdottir, another interesting choice and an uncommon character. Jessie Quick, 50 of 50. Could go either way. Green Lantern, Jessica Cruz, A good twist, plus I can write off other Green Lantern dudes. Mary Marvel, female Shazam. Imagine if she yelled Shazam during SNU. I'll see myself out. Wonder Girl, Cassandra Sandsmark version. Donna Troy is lame. Starfire, are you gonna take away this baddie from poor Dick? Are you so heartless? Are you still inching closer to the typing yes options? Dick, Yamit Kadasai Reader San. Skull. And lastly, Hippolyta, I hinted about her early on but unsure about it somewhat. Whoever picks both her and Diana for Harem, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna tie you up. And then, I'll get your balls flicked by Darkseid with his Omega Beam, expressionless face. Add here for any other options I missed. Also, choose if you want Hera in Harem or not. As for my personal pick who is already chosen. Power Girl. Raven. Fateverse. So yeah, go ahead, choose wisely. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. In Skeletor voice, until we meet again. Chapter 16, Fall of Olympus, 1. The sky split open with thunder as Zeus's voice rolled across the earth like a divine decree. Mortal, you have angered the gods. Face your judgment at the foot of Olympus. Otherwise, your precious humans will perish. Humans all over Greece trembled hearing the decree. Nobody knew what was going on. But in the chaos, one thing was clear. The very gods they worshipped were threatening to end them all. Edward didn't hesitate after he heard the declaration from Zeus. He was already pissed off, then Zeus had to target him. He might as well end it all today. His eyes gleamed with cold fury as he raised his hand, summoning the Vimana. The divine chariot shimmered into existence, golden plates unfolding like wings as it descended before him. Without a word, he leapt aboard, wind howling around him as he soared toward the mountain that loomed like a divine fortress carved into the face of the earth. A historical place where titans and gods fought. He clenched his fists, thoughts turning inward. Kratos, or Gilgamesh? Who do I choose for the war? He needed to carve a path through the horde first. Kratos was fury made flesh, the one-man apocalypse. But it would take longer, and boring to squash ants. But Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh was a king with unlimited treasures. A tyrant who commanded countless weapons that can wrap things up nicely. And Edward was not here for a duel. He was here for a quick massacre. So, he chose Gilgamesh to start things off. Then, he'd use Kratos to finish off Zeus. By the time his thoughts were over, Mount Olympus stretched before him in all its impossible grandeur. Pillars of gold, cliffs wrapped in storm clouds, and thrones carved from the bones of titans. The wind howled past him. Clouds cracked open. Lightning danced along the sky as Mount Olympus stood tall before him, monstrous and divine. And waiting for him at the foot of the mountain were the gods. As Vimana descended through the storm clouds, the divine host was already assembled at the mountain's base. 7 of them. Zeus stood at the front, white-bearded and wrathful, lightning crawling over his skin like serpents. Beside him, Apollo burned like a miniature sun, his bow strung and eyes blazing. Athena stood in cold silence, her spear resting on her shoulder. Demeter had vines and roots swirling at her feet, green life pulsating with divine rage. Aphrodite looked uncertain, her beauty surreal, yet her posture wary. Dionysus, usually a drunkard, had sober fury in his eyes, crackling with the power of earthquakes in the ocean, borrowed from Poseidon. Hephaestus hefted his molten hammer, smoke pouring from his lungs. Behind the gods were their beasts, an entire army of monsters, manticores snarling, griffins screeching, cyclopes stomping their hooves into the stone. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands. Hades was absent. So was Hestia. Edward didn't care. If they didn't pick a fight, he wouldn't harm them. And Hera? Edward smirked faintly. He remembered her words, her tears, her body clinging to him asking forgiveness. She had begged. Promised. Pleaded. And he had sent her to Themyscira, far from what was to come. Let her live with that. Thunder cracked again as Zeus stepped forward, arms wide. You stand alone, mortal. You have sinned against Olympus, against the order of the cosmos. Today, you. Edward raised a single hand. Who gave you permission to speak before me, mongrel? His voice cut through the air like a blade. Apologize, with your lives. From behind Edward, golden portals swirled open across the clouds, the gate of Babylon erupting with divine fury. Thousands of weapons shimmered behind him, each ancient, each etched with legends. And from the center of the gate, came a single sword. Edgy Alima. The mountain's felling sword. Its hilt was as wide as a palace gate. The blade stretched across the sky, dwarfing even Olympus. Mountains quaked beneath its presence. The air itself recoiled. A titanic slab of divine metal, glinting with starlight and the wrath of ages. It was not a weapon. It was the king's judgment. Dionysus blanched. Aphrodite's lips parted, already calculating an escape. Athena exhaled quietly and whispered, "Is this the limit of his strength?" No answer came, only doom. Erase them, Edward commanded. Edgy Alima. The heavens roared. Boom. The blade descended, an executioner's guillotine from the clouds. The wind shattered. The sky collapsed. The very fabric of the world groaned beneath the weight of the king's wrath. The world exploded. The sword dropped with the wrath of gods long dead. Mountains split in half. Valleys collapsed. The very crust of the earth shrieked as it was torn open. Zeus lunged forward, arms wide, desperately attempting to hold the sword at bay. Lightning crackled from his palms as he pushed against the blade's weight, his muscles straining, veins bulging like tree roots. Apollo hurled orbs of condensed solar fury, each strike crashing against the sword's surface with the power of miniature suns. Athena swung her divine spear upward, channeling millennia of wisdom and battle into a single strike. Demeter drew back Artemis's bow, the arrowhead made of moonstone, its path glowing with ancient magic. Her vines and roots surging like a forest's vengeance, coiling toward the gate. Dionysus screamed and punched upward, the earth beneath Edward cracking as Poseidon's power surged into his blow. Tsunamis of rock and water collided with the golden gate. Hephaestus roared, spinning his hammer before hurling it like a meteor. But the sword did not stop. Zeus was driven to his knees, blood bursting from his mouth as the blade carved the heavens in two. Athena slammed her spear into the ground and cried out in desperation, only for the wind of the sword's descent to throw her like a rag doll. Apollo's flames flickered and broke. Dionysus staggered back, the sea power flickering around his fist as he stared up, realization dawning too late. Edgy Alima struck. A blast wave surged outward, vaporizing monsters in a 1,000-yard radius. Griffins were turned to dust mid-flight. Cyclops screamed once before their skulls caved in from the pressure. Manticores scattered, only to be torn limb from limb by flying debris. The ground shattered. Trees disintegrated. The sky split open. And in the center of it all, as the dust settled and a crater the size of a small kingdom smoldered in silence, stood Edward. Unscathed. His cloak billowed behind him, golden portals swirling around his head like a halo. The gate of Babylon had already begun to rearm, dozens of divine weapons spinning lazily in orbit. Zeus staggered forward, lightning flickering weakly in his palms, his eyes burning with unyielding fury. Blood streamed down his face. Edward tilted his head in boredom. He had barely started. Blood. It soaked the skies like ink spilled over parchment. After Edgy Alima fell like the wrath of a forgotten god, cleaving mountain and beast alike in two, Edward stood atop Vimana, his arms crossed, eyes narrowed, golden armor glinting under the crimson sky. The impact had split the earth for miles. Chasms smoked. Fires blazed across scorched slopes. Groans of dying monsters echoed across the field like a funeral dirge. He raised his right hand lazily. Let's clean up the ants. The sky behind him cracked open like glass. Thousands of golden portals, each gate of Babylon, blossomed into existence in a sweeping arc. Ancient weapons shimmered within, trembling as if desperate to taste blood once again. Then they launched, targeting the remaining monsters that survived. Missiles of divine steel rained upon the battlefield like judgment from the heavens. Spears the size of pikes impaled Cyclopes through their chests. Axes split manticores in half mid-leap. Arrows as wide as tree trunks flew like lightning, bursting through wings of griffins, sending them spiraling to the ground in burning heaps. For a moment, it was as if Olympus itself bled. Gore painted the mountainside. Severed wings flapped weakly. Entrails coiled like ropes over the broken stones. One poor manticore staggered forward, only to be pinned to the cliff wall by 10 swords in rapid succession, its face frozen in a grotesque scream before the wall exploded from the impact. Edward didn't blink. The gods, still standing, watched in grim silence. Aphrodite's eyes trembled. Her lips quivered in revulsion as viscera splattered across her gown. Apollo clenched his fists, golden fire wreathed around his arms as he tried to hold on to composure. Athena remained expressionless, though the flicker of concern in her gaze betrayed her thoughts. For a few heartbeats, it felt like it was raining blood. Then came the retaliation. Enough, bellowed Zeus, lightning surging around him like a living storm. The gods launched forward in unison. Athena darted into the air, shield raised, sword flashing with divine power. Apollo unleashed blazing solar flares, hurtling them toward Edward like miniature suns. Hephaestus lobbed his hammer with the force of a volcanic eruption. Demeter notched enchanted arrows onto Artemis's spectral bow, each tipped with the death of winter and the breath of famine. But Edward never moved from his spot atop Vimana. He answered their fury with overwhelming strength. Portals flashed again, one after another, spitting out blades, chains, spears, and daggers in impossible volume. The weapons met the gods' attacks in midair, detonating in explosive bursts of fire and magic. Sparks lit the sky like fireworks. Blades ricocheted from Athena's shield. A hammer clanged against a flurry of axes. An arrow meant to pierce Edward's heart instead shattered against a crimson-tipped halberd spinning through the air. It wasn't just elegance. It was domination. Relentless. Unyielding. God-crushing force. Edward's eyes scanned the battlefield, calmly. Then he saw it. The weak link. Dionysus. Drunk on fear more than wine, the god of revelry was fumbling with the remnants of Poseidon's power, clumsy hands glowing with unstable energy, water swirling at his feet like a child trying to tame the sea. Pathetic. A smirk curved Edward's lips. Got you, he whispered. He extended his arm, and from another gate, Enkidu surged forward, golden chains of judgment. They danced through the air with a scream like tortured metal, divine authority woven into every link. Dionysus barely turned before one wrapped around his ankle. What? He gasped, and the next moment he was airborne. The god of wine screamed as Enkidu yanked him violently across the battlefield, smashing him through a boulder, then a ridge, then through Hephaestus mid-leap, who tumbled aside with a grunt. Another spin sent his limbs flailing, and Dionysus crashed hard into the earth, carved a trench with his body, then was pulled back up. Worst of all, he felt all that without his divine powers. The chain reeled him in like a hunted beast. Edward stood above him, still mounted on Vimana, arms folded as Dionysus dangled upside down, blood running from his mouth and a rib visibly piercing through his side. Please. Dionysus croaked, his face swollen and slick with dirt and blood. I haven't done anything to wrong you. Spare me. Edward tilted his head, thoughtful. Well, that's a bold argument, he said, voice low and amused. You're saying you're innocent? Dionysus coughed, wheezing. I bring joy. Wine, music. Edward raised an eyebrow. And how many have died in your name? How many overdosed on your joy? How many drowned in your wine? And the madness? You got any answers for that? The god of indulgence had no answer. Edward leaned down, meeting his eyes. You are useless. Dead weight. A parasite clinging to Olympus. Tell me one good thing you've done this week to help someone else. Dionysus stuttered. I threw a party for. Edward sighed. He summoned a new weapon from the gate. Merodach, a jagged, brutal blade, ancient beyond reckoning. The air around it vibrated as it emerged, as if the world remembered what it had done before. Pathetic mongrel, Edward muttered. If I were dead, you'd be drunk in a toga, celebrating my end. You don't even deserve a burial. And with one clean stroke, he cut Dionysus's head from his shoulders. Blood sprayed across the mountaintop like a crimson geyser. The god's head fell like a discarded melon, bouncing once on the stone before rolling down the slope. The body dangled for a moment longer before Edward kicked it free. It hit the ground with a sickening thud. He turned back to the other gods, their faces frozen in horror. He grinned, eyes glinting with red. That's the first one today, he said. His voice was calm. Measured. Mocking. He pointed his blade toward the rest of them, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Demeter. So, who's next? Mount Olympus was burning. The scorched marble cracked beneath Edward's boots as he stepped forward, blood still dripping from his blades. The remnants of Dionysus' headless body lay behind him, mangled beyond recognition. His wine-stained robes were shredded like silk caught in a storm, his once mocking smile frozen in a rictus of agony. Edward didn't look back. He didn't have to. Ahead stood the last of the Olympians, bloodied, furious, cornered. Apollo glared at him with burning hatred, golden ichor leaking from a gash above his brow. His bow was broken, useless. Lightning coiled around Zeus's form like a vengeful storm barely contained, his beard bristling as thunder cracked with every breath. Demeter cradled her shattered arm, jaw clenched in pain, wheat and earth now withering around her. Hephaestus grunted as he dragged himself upright with his great hammer, the furnace light in his one good eye dimming. And then there were the goddesses, Athena and Aphrodite. They were breathing hard, their flawless skin marred by gashes, bruises, dried ichor. Athena's armor was cracked at the shoulder. Aphrodite's once perfect face was smeared with dirt and blood. Her lips still curved into a seductive pout, but her eyes were clouded with desperation. The silence between them all was broken by Athena. Her voice, though shaken, still held the weight of centuries of reason and war. Why are you doing this? What is your purpose by killing the Greek gods? Are you working for another pantheon? Name your price, we'll offer double of what they promised. Edward paused, then let out a chuckle. It grew. It grew into a laugh. A deep, thunderous, almost joyous roar of amusement. Ha 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 ha. That's rich. That's hilarious. I haven't laughed this hard in ages. His eyes gleamed, teeth bared in a grin that was anything but friendly. You think someone like me, who has the strength to butcher you all, would serve some pathetic mongrels? Do you think it makes any difference whether it's you or them? The moment I ripped Poseidon's head from his body, I knew your fragile pride wouldn't let that go unanswered. He stepped forward, pointing a finger toward Zeus. And I was right. You sent your dogs after me, Ares, Heracles, Artemis, Hermes. So I tore them apart. All but Hermes, the coward, who ran off to beg his father for help. And then today. That mongrel dared to threaten me. He thought he could use mortals as bargaining chips, those very mortals whose belief sustains you. Zeus's jaw clenched, his hands trembling with contained fury. Athena tried again, stepping forward, voice calmer now, desperate. We can't undo what's been done, but we can end this. We can offer you wealth. Glory. Even goddess wives, if that is what you desire. Aphrodite, ever the opportunist, slid beside her, clutching her torn silk dress and pressing her ample breasts forward with a sultry smile. Yes. I would be delighted to offer myself, she purred, voice honeyed, as a gesture of peace. You won't be disappointed. I can give you pleasures beyond mortal comprehension, every single night. She gave a coy wink, while pushing up her large breasts that almost spilled out her tattered clothes. Every movement meant to seduce, enchant, beguile. Any mortalman would have knelt. But Edward was no mortal. He didn't even blink. Instead, his voice dropped, deeper, darker, with an edge that could split stone. You dare insult this king, you pathetic mongrel. Something stirred within him. The presence of Gilgamesh, the ancient spirit now bound to his soul, roared with rage. The memories surged, how the Sumerian gods had tried to force Ishtar upon him, the goddess of love and lust. The Olympians had unknowingly scratched that ancient wound, and his fury now burned like molten iron. Edward whispered to himself. God damn it, not now. He sighed and reasoned internally with Gilgamesh, relax dude. They're just inbred retards who probably used all their brain cells to come up with this. Don't waste your fury on them. They aren't worthy. I'll handle this. Gilgamesh's wrath simmered, but with effort, he pulled back. Edward exhaled. To the gods, it looked like he was considering their offer. Then came the dagger. You're hopeless. You offer me a whore? A creature passed around Olympus like a cup of wine. His voice boomed, echoing off the broken mountains. She's been fucked by half the realm. Even most of you, I wager. And you dare to offer this tainted creature? And this whore thinks she can share my bed? Delusional mongrel. Aphrodite froze, mouth agape, her face paling. Never in her immortal life had anyone rejected her. Let alone spit on her offer. Let alone call her what she was, a defiled harlot. Even a senzabine won't heal that burned skull. Athena's composure cracked. Her face went pale as she stepped forward, trying to mediate. Wait, no. I didn't mean her. Her voice trembled, then steadied. I volunteer myself. Gasps rang across the remaining god. Even the wind stopped for a moment. Zeus's voice split the air like thunder. Athena. Have you lost your mind? You dare negotiate with this mortal? Offer yourself for peace. Are you plotting treason now? Athena snapped back at him, voice laced with fury. I am trying to save us, you stubborn old fool. Don't you see it? He's been toying with us since the beginning. Because of your incompetence, I have to sacrifice my vow to save your pitiful lives. She turned back to Edward, stepping closer until only inches separated them. Her red eyes, intelligent, fierce, weary, locked onto his. I am the virgin goddess Athena. I offer myself, not just as a wife, but as a symbol of peace and unity. Let there be peace. End this madness. I will abandon Olympus. I will devote myself to you, if only to spare what's left of us. Edward was quiet for a moment. The storm paused for a heartbeat. He chuckled and shook his head. You really don't get it. Then, slowly, he reached out and gripped her chin. You Greek gods. He muttered, almost with pity, you really were born with half the brain cells of normal men. Her eyes widened slightly at the insult, but she didn't flinch. But, he continued, voice low, dangerous, you did one thing right. You stood for something, even if you did horrible things in its name. Athena tried to protest, but he raised a finger and gently pressed it to her lips. You have a decent head. But I do not agree with your actions. What you did to that poor girl Medusa was monstrous. So here's your punishment. He pulled back, red eyes burning. You'll live, but as a monster. Just like her. Centuries in that form. Suffer, as she did. If you learn your lesson after that, I'll set you free. Accept, or die. Choose. Athena's breath trembled. She closed her eyes. And after regaining my freedom, she whispered. I'll have nothing left. What would I do? Edward shrugged. Sounds like a you problem. Yes or no? After a few moments of thinking, she opened her eyes in resignation. I accept. Edward nodded without any emotion. Good girl. You get to live. He turned slowly, his eyes locking on the remaining gods. His voice dropped into a whisper, darker than death. But you mongrels won't. Chapter 17, Fall of Olympus, 2. Mount Olympus shook with fury. Edward had just marked Athena's fate, her acceptance of monstrous punishment in exchange for her life. The air between them was tense, yet still. Athena's silver eyes were dim with shame, yet calm in resolve. But that moment of silence shattered instantly. The gods struck as one. Zeus raised his hand high, his voice bellowing like the storm. Die, he roared, as he hurled his thunderbolt, white-hot and howling like a star torn from the sky. Apollo didn't hesitate. He knocked an arrow and whispered a sacred hymn. The arrow glowed gold, no, it became gold, alight with the full, blinding radiance of the sun. With a sharp twang of his bow, the solar spear flew forth. Demeter clenched her fist and drove it into the ground. The marble cracked as thick, serpentine vines erupted, dark, thorny, and alive with divine hunger. They coiled toward Edward, barbed tips twisting like fangs. Aphrodite, her beauty warped into rage, summoned a long-forgotten relic, the bow of Eros. A heart-shaped arrow shimmered with rosy mist as she aimed it at Edward's chest, lips curled in fury. Let's see you mock love now, beast, she spat, loosing the arrow that would force obsession and longing into even the coldest soul. And Hephaestus roared, limping forward with his molten forged hammer, the air around it shimmering with heat. He brought it down with the force of a mountain, aiming to crush Edward into the earth. It was a divine onslaught. A combined assault that could break titans, destroy kingdoms, and erase mortals from existence. But Edward just smiled. His voice came quiet, a whisper, more like a curse. Equip, Avenger. The moment those words left his lips, the world shook. A shockwave erupted from his body, raw, black energy laced with red veins burst outward like a living flame. It shattered the vines, twisted the air, and cracked the sky above. The thunderbolt, the solar arrow, the lustful charm, and the hammer's blow all crashed into the same point, where Edward had stood moments ago. The mountain trembled as the explosion sent debris flying in every direction. Fire. Lightning. Dust. Blinding heat and splintering stone engulfed everything. The gods flinched. Even Zeus grinned for a moment. They thought they'd won. But Athena knew better. She stood to the side, watching the others cheer. Her eyes narrowed, not out of fear, but from grim understanding. She had seen the shift in Edward's form the moment he whispered those words. She had felt the presence within him, ancient, monstrous, and unyielding. Yet she somehow felt hope brimming from within him. She whispered softly, "Just who is he?" The ash-colored figure loomed behind the gods. The charming Edward was no longer there. In his place stood the Avenger. The warrior whose wrath had slain Ares. The beast who tore Heracles limb from limb. The nightmare who mutilated Artemis. And the gods, drunk on premature victory, didn't even realize he was behind them. Until it was too late. Splurt. Apollo's body jolted. His mouth opened, but no words came. Only golden ichor flowed through them. He looked down in shock. 2 divine blades pierced clean through his back, emerging just below his ribs. He gasped in pain. Behind him, Edward grinned, eyes glowing with infernal rage. It might have been charming before, but now. The grin sent shivers down the spine of the gods. With a sudden pull, the blades of chaos retracted, the chains coiling like serpents, dragging Apollo backward toward him like a puppet. Apollo wheezed, blood pouring from his mouth as his knees buckled. His bow clattered uselessly to the ground. Zeus turned and hurled his divine weapon, just as Edward seized Apollo by the throat and held him up like a human shield. No! Zeus shouted, with a surge of madness and regret. Apollo's bloodshot eyes widened. He saw his death. It came screaming toward him, fast and merciless. But even then, he clenched his teeth and smiled weakly through the blood. If I die, I'm taking you with me, monster. And with the last of his strength, Apollo locked his arms around Edward's torso. This is for Artemis. The thunderbolt struck like a fallen star. A scream ripped through the heavens as the explosion tore across Olympus. The summit shook violently, statues cracked, and divine ichor sprayed across the ruined marble. Apollo's form was lost in the searing blast, his final act of defiance swallowing both him and Edward in a maelstrom of lightning and sunfire. Zeus's face was twisted in fury, but behind his eyes was something else, doubt. The dust settled slowly, carried by howling winds that reeked of ozone and blood. Debris littered the battleground, chunks of broken stone smoldering amid the charred remains of columns. Athena stood still as a statue, eyes narrowed. She had seen it. Before the blast consumed him, she'd seen Edward smile. That alone chilled her deeper than any thunderbolt ever could. Zeus's fists clenched as his gaze swept the ruins. His voice cracked with a furious tremor. Apollo. He muttered, grief barely veiled beneath wrath. Then his voice rose into a bellow. Edward. Show yourself. I'll tear your soul apart. Lightning rained again, wild and reckless, bolt after bolt launched into the dust and rubble. He didn't care what he hit. He only wanted destruction. But the storm began to fade. Slowly. Unnaturally. And then came a whisper. Not from above. Not from around. It came from beneath the very fabric of the world. My fury burns all. A tremor rippled across Olympus, subtle at first, then violent, as if the mountain itself recoiled from the voice. And my rage rends the world asunder. The sky darkened. Not with clouds, but something else. Something primal. Something ancient. Athena took a step back. Her breath caught. He's still here. The gods turned as a figure emerged from the thinning dust. Not the burned remains of a man, not the charred corpse they expected. But Edward. Whole. Unbroken. And different. His body glowed faintly beneath the blood and ash, not with divine light, but with something older. More terrifying. Surrounding him, a storm of weapons shimmered into being, twin blades of chaos wreathed in flame, the crushing gauntlets of the Nemean cestus, the spectral claws of Hades dragging the chains of the underworld behind them, the golden glow of the blade of Olympus sparking in and out of view. Not summoned one at a time, but all at once, orbiting him in a vortex of pure hatred. These were not tools of war. They were the embodiment of slaughter. Each weapon had killed a god. Each soaked in divine blood. Each etched with legend. Edward stood at the center, his eyes burning red, not just from his own wrath, but from the awakened power of the one within. Kratos. The God-Slayer. The ghost of Sparta. The men who broke Olympus. Their spirits now burned as one, and from their union, the concept itself emerged. His voice echoed, layered and thunderous, more than mortal, more than divine. Let the heavens bleed. He raised his arm, and the swirling weapons responded, spinning faster, burning hotter, shrieking through the air like screaming souls. Nu alpha rho epsilon sigma iota theta epsilon nu, and Iresis theon. The undoing of gods. The gods froze. This was no weapon, this was not magic. Not technique. This was the manifestation of a myth, a divine concept forged in the ruin of Olympus itself. The gods felt it immediately within their soul. Their skin crawled. Their ichor burned. Something was being stripped from them, not just strength, but divinity itself. Hephaestus stumbled back, clutching his chest. His hammer slipped from his hand, and he collapsed to one knee. Demeter gasped as the vines around her arm withered into dust, her dominion over harvest and life unraveling with every second she stood in Edward's presence. Aphrodite screamed, clutching her head, beauty faltering. The divine allure that once bent armies to her will flickered and died in her eyes. Her immortality felt fragile now. Breakable. Even Zeus staggered. Lightning sparked erratically across his frame as if the very storms resisted him. The air around him thinned. His aura, once immense, suffocating, was crumbling. Edward walked forward, slow and deliberate, like an executioner walking toward the scaffold. His hands were empty, he didn't need to wield a weapon. They followed him. They danced around him like vengeful spirits, each strike they would make now carrying a singular truth. Every blow would be absolutely fatal. Because Aniresi's didn't just kill gods. It undid them completely. Athena whispered, almost to herself, by the fates. He's become the end of Olympus. Zeus bared his teeth. No, he howled, and hurled another thunderbolt, one infused with all the divine might of the king of gods. The lightning arced toward Edward. The claws of Hades lunged out like serpents, and caught the bolt midair, the chains coiling around it and devouring it. The souls of the underworld hissed in glee as they swallowed Zeus's wrath whole. Edward didn't even flinch. He raised his head, and his eyes locked with Zeus's. Are you scared? The gods began to back away. But Edward lifted his hand, and with a snap, the blades of chaos flew forward, carving through air, fire, and flesh. The war wasn't over yet. But it was about to reach its climax. The heavens wept black storm clouds and the mountains' roots quaked beneath the weight of divine annihilation. The moment Aniresi's was unleashed, the very concept of godhood became fragile in Edward's presence. And the gods, these so-called immortals, were no longer gods. They were prey. The vortex of divine weapons encircling Edward glowed crimson and gold, spectral chains dragging sparks through the air, dragging with them the legacy of every god Kratos had slain, now fused into one fury-driven avenger. Aphrodite was the first to falter. Her knees hit the marble with a desperate thud, hands trembling as her illusion of dominance crumbled. Her silken dress slipped from her shoulders as she attempted to wield the only weapon she had left, her body. She dropped her bow, crawling forward with wide, shimmering eyes. Please, please, I beg you, she whispered, voice a soft melody now cracked with terror. She ran her hands down her curves, peeling away the rest of her dress until she knelt nude before him. I'll serve you, become your slave, fulfill your every whim. Just spare me. I can make you feel pleasure no goddess ever has. She reached for his leg, trembling. But Edward did not look at her with desire. Only disgust. His voice was flat. You mistake me for a man who seeks comfort from filth. He lifted a hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the blades of chaos shot forward like twin vipers. They wrapped around her body with supernatural speed, coiling tighter and tighter. Wait, no. No please. SHRRRT. The chains yanked in opposite directions. Her body burst. There was no elegance, no grace, no divine death. Her flawless skin tore like parchment. Her golden hair was drenched in blood and ichor as her head spun into the sky, severed from her neck. Limbs were ripped free, and her spine snapped with a grotesque crack as she exploded into a storm of gore and viscera. Golden ichor rained down across Olympus, painting the once holy grounds in divine carnage. Her final scream echoed across the land, shrill and hollow, a goddess laid bare, reduced to meat. And from the remains, a pulse of divine energy surged into Edward's chest. The vortex around him absorbed it greedily. Aniresi's did not simply kill. It erased gods. Their divinity, their concepts, their myths, consumed and assimilated. He didn't stop to look back. Behind him, Hephaestus roared and charged forward, dragging his great hammer behind him like a meteor preparing to strike. His one good eye was ablaze with grief and fury, though his leg dragged behind him in its eternal limp. Beside him, Zeus raised another thunderbolt, raw energy coursing from the heavens into his hand. His face contorted with wrath, beard bristling with static. From behind, Demeter raised her hands to the skies, calling upon nature itself to aid her children. Thorned roots erupted from the ground again, thick as serpents, and hundreds of vines lashed toward Edward with divine precision. But he was gone. Before the vines even reached him, a crack in space whispered, and Edward appeared behind Demeter. She gasped, startled, turning just in time to see the smoldering red glow in his eyes. He gripped her by the head. Her green robes wilted. The grass beneath her feet turned to ash. "Do you remember," he said coldly, "how your grief starved the world?" She clawed at his arm, but his grip didn't budge. "How your sorrow over your daughter's abduction led you to kill millions. Mankind, who had nothing to do with your pain. And yet, you took their lives without remorse." She struggled. I was mourning. You chose vengeance. You are no goddess of harvest. Only famine." Suddenly, a thunderbolt whistled toward him, hurled by Zeus from afar. Edward didn't flinch. He caught the thunderbolt midair with his free hand, divine energy crackling against his palm. Demeter's eyes widened in horror. No. No. He drove the thunderbolt into her chest. The sound was like the splitting of a mountain. The lightning coursed through her body, erupting out of her eyes and mouth. Her screams were hideous, her body convulsing violently as the bolt didn't just destroy, it burned her concept, searing through her spirit, eating her from the inside out. She collapsed forward, but he held her upright, watching as her flesh dissolved into golden mist. Her form collapsed into glowing fragments, and the divine energy that made up Demeter bled out like light drawn into a void. Her divinity scattered, and surged into Edward's chest. The weapons orbiting him pulsed brighter, sharper, deadlier. 2 gods down. The world groaned beneath his presence. Athena, from a distance, watched with silent horror. She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, not for salvation, but for the dead. For Demeter, who once wept for Persephone. For Aphrodite, who had only known how to manipulate, never fight. There was no forgiveness here. Only endings. And now, only 2 remained. Zeus. Hephaestus. They stood together, though even the father of gods now looked shaken. Hephaestus's hammer trembled in his grip. Edward walked toward them, step by step, each impact cracking the marble beneath his feet. In his hand, he still held Zeus's own thunderbolt, now flickering faintly, corrupted by the same force that unmade Demeter. His face was emotionless. The storm around him was alive, the blades of chaos, the claws of Hades, the Nemean cestus, and others rotated behind him in a deadly cyclone of memory and myth. Zeus gritted his teeth, and for the first time in eons, he felt something foreign. Not fury. Not pride. Fear. And worse still, the knowledge that nothing he could do would change what came next. The cracked marble beneath Edward's boots echoed with each slow, thunderous step as he advanced toward the final 2 gods of Olympus. The shattered remains of the pantheon littered the battlefield, smoldering, twitching, lifeless, and still, the storm in his heart had not calmed. The blades of chaos spun in lazy arcs at his sides, glowing faintly in the blood-hazed light of the ruined heavens. Zeus stood stiffly beside Hephaestus, their divine forms battered, cloaked in ichor and dust, the air thick with the stench of scorched flesh and cosmic ruin. Zeus glanced at his estranged son, Hephaestus, the god he had spurned and discarded for centuries, and for once, the king of Olympus looked human. His voice was low, grave. "Perhaps I treated you harshly, my son. For what it's worth, I apologize." Hephaestus let out a jagged breath that sounded more like a death rattle than a chuckle. He spat golden blood, wiped his trembling hand across his lip, and gave a broken smirk. Cough. "Too late, old man. But thank you for finally acknowledging me." Edward paused mid-step, raising a brow in something approaching amusement. "What is this?" he asked, his tone dry. "Character development. A redemption arc." He scoffed and spun Zeus's own thunderbolt in his hand before hurling it with god-slaying precision. The golden projectile howled through the air like a comet and struck Hephaestus dead in the chest. The god's eyes widened in disbelief, and then... boom. Hephaestus detonated in a burst of golden flame, divine ichor, and steaming viscera. His limbs were vaporized, his forge-strong body reduced to ash and gore. Bone fragments rained down like meteorites. The explosion drenched Zeus, painting his regal form in the remains of the only son who ever truly wanted his approval. Splashes of Hephaestus's ichor clung to his beard and robes, dripping slowly. The silence that followed was suffocating. Zeus stood unmoving, staring into the space where his son had once stood. His eyes, wide and unblinking, turned to Edward, who now radiated with the absorbed divinity of yet another slain god. Slowly, the father of the sky bent and picked up his weapon, the shattered remnant of his thunderbolt, crackling weakly with dying light. His voice, when it came, was hoarse but steady. "You have brought ruin to Olympus. Our home lies in ashes. The world will tremble with imbalance. Humanity will suffer for this madness. You think yourself a savior? What have you actually achieved?" Edward stood in the carnage of gods, his body soaked in celestial blood, his eyes strangely calm. He stared down Zeus and answered, quietly, "I'm no savior. Some might call me a monster." He turned his gaze skyward for a moment, as if addressing the stars themselves, before returning it to Zeus. His voice hardened with resolve. "But even monsters can sometimes cast a light in the darkness. If I must carry this burden, then so be it. I will stand before mankind, not as a god, but as a beacon of hope and freedom, so they never falter in blind worship again." Zeus coughed blood as he spoke. "Humans are flawed, weak and pathetic creatures that would cease to exist without us." Edward looked at the sky and replied softly, "They would stumble, they would fall. They would make mistakes. But in time, they will work together, and find their way into the light. And I will be there, guide them." A tired smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. Not of triumph, but burden and duty. From behind, Athena observed the exchange with an unreadable expression. A dull ache pierced her chest as she watched Edward's solitary figure. "This man is a fool," she whispered to no one, voice hushed yet reverent. "But a fool even the greatest heroes would admire." Then, Zeus roared. A final cry of defiance. Of pain. Of wrath. He summoned all the power left within him, calling lightning from the broken sky, and lunged at Edward with one last desperate swing of the thunderbolt. Crack. Edward didn't flinch. With one hand, he caught the weapon mid-swing. Sparks erupted, divine energy crackling violently as the king of Olympus looked on in disbelief. Then, Edward squeezed. Hairline fractures split across the weapon's surface, and with a sickening pop, it broke apart, lightning fizzling uselessly in the air. In a flash, Edward's other hand came forward, and with it, the claws of Hades roared to life. He swung viciously. Slash. Zeus screamed, a raw, animalistic sound, as the clawed edge tore through his lower torso. The weapon tore away not flesh, but something deeper. Divine essence ruptured. Zeus crumpled, clutching his ruined groin in horror. Something wet and significant hit the ground with a splatter. It twitched. Edward looked down, unimpressed. He lifted his boot and crushed it beneath his heel. The king of the gods writhed at his feet, gasping in agony, tears and ichor running down his face. Edward's tone was devoid of mercy. "Just for that act alone, the women of Greece would thank me. You are the worst of them all, Zeus. King of gods. You were a tyrant. A glutton. A rapist. Power wasted on an arrogant fool who only knew indulgence. No more." With grim finality, he raised the blades of chaos, still humming with wrathful energy, and drove them straight through Zeus's face. Crack. Bone shattered. Divine thunder erupted. A blast wave surged outward, shaking what remained of Mount Olympus. The world shuddered as the king of the gods fell. When the dust cleared, Edward stood alone. He exhaled slowly. One more. With a flash of divine speed, he vanished. Far above, atop the highest peak of the mountain, a battered Hermes lay in the care of a few minor gods and spirits. His silver blood stained the stones. He was half-conscious, muttering, unaware of what approached. Edward didn't pause. He didn't speak. He simply appeared, blade in hand, and in one fluid motion. Shink. Hermes's head was severed from his body. It hit the ground with a hollow thud, rolling gently to a stop, his expression frozen in confusion. There were no words. No pleas. Just silence. It was truly over. Edward stood upon the wrecked summit of Olympus. He looked at the divine sphere, a gleaming mass of compressed divine authority, the spiritual embodiment of every god he had slain. It pulsed faintly, almost like a heart. He considered it for a moment, and then tossed it into the gate of Babylon opened behind him, golden and infinite, and the sphere vanished into its depths. He turned, walking away, his back to the heavens, his heart heavy with fire and silence. Olympus was no more. Chapter 18, Teaser, contains spoilers. This is not a chapter, but more like a future plot teaser I have prepared for you guys. It contains a big spoiler, and a glimpse of what is to come. This is still about 50 chapters away or so. I have been sticking together a all-new timeline and connecting events from old era and new. So far, it's looking good and shaping up nicely. Be warned, after reading this, you might suffer from a case of intense craving for more chapters, but they won't arrive fast enough. You might throw your phone, smash your keyboards, but the damage will be done. Muhahaha. By the way, tomorrow I'll post a bit late. Super tired, need sleep. Still not going back. That's hell you're walking into. Aight, there you go. Don't say I didn't warn ya. In a far distant future, a cold wind blew across the mountain, sharp and unforgiving. The air was thin, and the sky above was pale and still. Snow rested on the rocks nearby, untouched by anything living. On a patch of flattened ground near the edge of a cliff, a young man sat alone on a bed of thorns. His body trembled slightly, but he didn't move. His breathing was slow, steady, even as blood ran from his back and legs. The thorns pierced through the thin layer of cloth he wore and dug deep into his skin. Every breath hurt. Every second that passed was another moment of pain. But he didn't cry out. He didn't scream. His face was pale, jaw clenched tightly. His black hair was damp with sweat, sticking to his forehead. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his fists rested on his knees, knuckles white from how tightly they were clenched. He was meditating. Or trying to. But his mind wasn't calm. All he could think about was pain. Not just the pain in his body, but the pain in his heart. The despair. The helplessness. The anger that came after. All of it boiled inside him, and no matter how hard he tried to push it down, it stayed there, burning quietly, always ready to rise. He wanted revenge. He wanted justice. And more than anything, he wanted to never feel powerless again. Behind him, quiet footsteps approached. They barely made a sound, but the young man heard them. A calm voice spoke. Ignoring pain isn't salvation, my dear disciple. The voice was gentle but full of wisdom, carrying across the cold wind like it didn't care about the weather. You must accept it. Embrace it. And move on, even if it tries to hold you back. You can't live in the past forever. The young man didn't turn his head. He kept his eyes shut, kept his breath steady, but his jaw tightened more. He spoke through gritted teeth. I don't want to move on, he said. I want to remember. I want to take everything I felt, everything I lost, and turn it into strength. That's why I begged for your teaching. I want to make it into a weapon for justice. The man who stood behind him said nothing for a moment. He looked young, maybe a bit older than the boy in front of him. His face was smooth, without a single wrinkle. But his eyes were old. Not just tired, but full of things seen, things learned, and things let go. His hair was white as snow, and he wore simple robes, plain and a little worn from time. He wore a reddish sunglass that hid his serene eyes. He finally spoke after a while. No one saves us but ourselves, he said. No one can, and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path. He stepped forward, his hands behind his back. I am just a wandering soul. I can't save you from yourself. The young man opened his eyes then. His gaze was sharp and full of fire. I don't wish to be saved, he said. I want to become something more than just a person. I want to be a symbol. I want them all to feel the pain I felt. The fear. The vengeance. That's the path I've chosen to walk. The older man walked up beside him, then slowly reached out and ruffled the young man's hair with one hand. His touch was gentle. Soft. Remember this always, he said, his voice steady and kind. Hatred does not end with more hatred. Only with love. That's the eternal rule. The young man scrunched his eyebrows but didn't interrupt. Don't blind yourself with grief. Don't let hatred guide you. And don't stay attached to what's already gone. He looked up at the cloudy sky above them. The root of suffering is attachment, he said. Don't live in the past. Don't dream only of the future. Focus your mind on the present. On what's in front of you. Then he turned back to the young man. There was a small, gentle smile on his face. It was full of radiance, and it carried warmth. I believe you can find the light, he said softly. Even with the darkness you carry, even with the past you've lived, you will find your way. I have faith in you, my precious disciple. For a moment, it felt like the wind itself grew warmer. Like the whole world brightened just a little. The quiet, peaceful strength in his smile seemed to push back against the cold around them. As if the world has achieved nirvana. The young man looked away, blinking quickly. His eyes were wet. He didn't want to cry, not here, not now. But the warmth in his mentor's voice reached a part of him that he'd tried to lock away for a long time. It hurt, but it also felt like something inside him was loosening. Not breaking, just unburdened. He remembered clearly the day this man found him. He had escaped from his old mentor who betrayed his trust, broken and bleeding, barely able to walk. He should have died. He thought he would. But this man had found him lying at the foot of the mountain and carried him here. He fed him. Treated his wounds. Watched over him while he slept. Never once asked for anything in return. The young man had tried to repay him. He'd offered money, services, even to take him to his home and gift him generously. But the man had only laughed and said, I'm already the wealthiest man in the world. And somehow, it hadn't felt like a joke. There was something different about him, something hard to explain. He looked like a man in his early 30s, but he spoke with the wisdom of someone far older. And people listened to him. The villagers below the mountain respected him deeply. Even though they had very little, they always brought him offerings, vegetables, fruit, even handmade blankets. Even children would rush to share their sweets with him. They bowed to him with respect when they saw him, not because they were told to, but because they wanted to. They smiled when they saw him, every single time. A pure smile of joy and peace. The young man wiped his eyes quickly with the back of his hand and sniffed, pretending nothing had happened. He didn't turn around. He stared straight ahead. Master, he said after a moment as if nothing happened. You still haven't stopped pretending to be Buddha, have you? You're stealing his quotes again. You should start coming up with your own lines. The older man froze for a second. Then the soft smile disappeared. A small vein popped on his forehead. Without a word, he smacked the young man lightly on the top of the head. Ow, the boy muttered, rubbing it. The man turned away and began walking off, hands behind his back as he grumbled. Stupid brats these days. No respect for their elders. People would kill to have me offer a lesson to them. The young man stood up slowly, wincing as the thorns pulled out of his skin. Blood dripped from his legs and soaked the thorns beneath. He took a deep breath, then let it out as he started walking away. His steps were slow but steady. His back straight. Yet he couldn't stop himself from watching his mentor's back that always gave him a glimpse of hope. As he walked away, the bed of thorns remained behind, stained with red. The blood had spread outward, drop by drop, until it formed a small, strange shape. If someone had looked closely, they might have noticed. It looked like the shape of a bat. Chapter 19, Age of Humanity. The skies above Mount Olympus were painted with hues of fire and ash. The once glorious halls of the gods lay in ruin, the thrones shattered, their divine essence scattered across the wind like golden dust. Amid the smoldering remains of a pantheon, one figure stood alone at the summit, his silhouette framed by swirling smoke and the dying light of a broken realm. Edward stood there, his breath steady, his chest rising and falling beneath the tattered remnants of his armor. The aura of his heroic spirit form flickered around him for a moment longer, like a dying flame resisting the cold, before finally vanishing into golden particles. They drifted upward, caught in the breeze, before dissolving into the bloodied sky. It was done. He had slain gods. He had shattered Olympus. He had ended a pantheon that once ruled over mortals with unquestioned authority. And yet, he felt nothing. No joy. No triumph. No satisfaction. Only emptiness. He was going with the flow ever since his arrival, but now that it was over, he didn't know what to do next. His blood-stained hands hung at his sides. His eyes, once filled with divine fury, were now hollowed by the weight of what he had wrought. He had killed for justice. He had killed for vengeance. But above all, he had killed to set humanity free. And yet freedom tasted empty. His boots crunched against the broken marble as he moved to the edge of the peak, looking out across the world below. Far beneath him, the clouds parted. The earth stretched endlessly, unaware of what had just occurred atop its forgotten mountain. With a wordless command, Edward summoned a spherical device from the gate of Babylon, gleaming silver, embedded with ancient runes, humming with arcane power. A treasure from a time long past. It was a broadcast orb, a relic capable of transmitting thought and voice to every living soul on the planet. But its true power came not from its construction, but from the one who wielded it. Edward bore the skill all speak, A rank. It was more than translation, it was understanding. Language, intent, emotion, all carried perfectly across any boundary of culture, dialect, or belief. Through this orb, his voice could echo in the minds of kings and beggars alike. From the jungles of the Amazon to the icy plains of Siberia, from desert tribes to crowded cities, they would all hear him. He inhaled slowly. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. This was not just a speech. This was a declaration to the world. He looked to the sky, quiet, expectant, and stepped forward. His voice rang out, calm, steady, resonating like thunder rolling across the earth. Humans all over the world, today marks a new beginning. His words spread like wildfire through the minds of men. In the valley of the Nile, fishermen dropped their nets. In Babylon, priests halted mid-prayer. In the palaces of Mycenae and Hattusa, kings froze with goblets in hand. In the Indus lands, scribes and potters lifted their heads in quiet awe. From the olive groves of Crete to the windswept plains of the Anatolian plateau, everyone heard him. Across the planet, people stopped what they were doing. The sound of working quieted. Conversations fell still. Children looked up. Elders held their breath. It wasn't a loud sound they heard, not exactly, it was a voice inside them, speaking clearly as if from beside their ear. No longer will humanity be ruled or terrorized by the gods. No longer will you pray for mercy from those who feast upon your suffering. His voice carried weight, not just in sound, but in judgment. Like a storm given form. The gods of Olympus are dead. I killed them for that very reason, as a warning, and as a declaration. Shock rippled across the globe. In temples, priests gasped and screamed. Scholars wept. But no one could deny the power behind the words. This was not metaphor. This was truth, carried by the weight of divine annihilation. No longer shall humanity rely on gods to change their fate. I say this to all the gods, humans are no longer your puppets. This is not a boast. It is a promise. If any god dares to rise again and twist your fate for their amusement, I will come for them too. Edward's voice deepened. I shall end your existence. The sky rumbled. In Asgard, Thor clenched Mjolnir in rage. Odin narrowed his eye in calculation. In the Slavic realms, Perrin howled, declaring that the god's lair would fall. But in other corners of the divine, Japan, Egypt, and the south, there was no outcry. Only silence. Thoughtful, unsettled silence. Horus grinned at the audacity of this man. Ra just sighed and shook his head, but there was a smile on his tired face. Edward continued. I speak now not to the divine, but to you, the sons and daughters of the earth. You who till the soil, who build homes from stone and mud, who bleed and laugh and dream. You are no longer bound to them. From this day on, walk your own path. Edward's eyes burned, not with anger, but with something purer. Conviction. Forge your own fate. Stand on your own legs. Protect one another, not because gods tell you to, but because it is right. Build, grow, love. And when life strikes you down, rise again. A pause. His voice softened. Do not look to the sky for salvation. It is not coming. You are free now. Make the most of it. Edward's tone shifted, more sincere and warm. From now on, humans are free to live your own lives. To follow your dreams. Those of you who are strong, protect the weak. And those who are weak, strive to become stronger so you can protect the others. Help one another. Create, rather than destroy. Make peace, rather than war. Together, you can reach heights beyond imagination. This is your age now. This world belongs to you. The word stirred something deep within the human heart. In slums and palaces, people wept without knowing why. Warriors set down their weapons. Mothers clutched their children closer. Some men and women fell to their knees, not in worship, but in awe. At times, you may feel lost. You may feel hopeless. But never give up, for light awaits after darkness. His voice now trembled, not from fear, but from resolve. His emotions touching their hearts. This is a new dawn. This era belongs to humanity. And I shall watch over you. Until the very end. A pause. A breath. The final, resounding blow. I, Edward Elric, hereby declare the end of the age of gods, and usher the age of humanity. And then, absolute silence. A stillness fell across the earth, deeper than any night. A moment of pure, collective pause, as all mankind processed the truth of what they had heard. The reaction was the same for most: disbelief, awe, and something else, hope. Some were afraid, fearful of what this new world meant. Some were doubtful, could they truly stand on their own? But many raised their eyes to the sky and smiled. A smile not born of comfort, but of freedom. Because deep within their hearts, they all felt the same thing. Admiration. For the men who had challenged the divine. And love, for the stranger who had promised to watch over them, not as a god, but as a guardian. In the halls of Hattusa, the Hittite scribes recorded the trembling of the earth and the silence of the gods. In Memphis, Egypt, the priests of Ammonius stood frozen before their sacred idols, silent, for the first time in generations. In the Aegean, the Mycenaeans cast their eyes to the mountain and saw only smoke. But in their hearts, they felt a strange calm. They felt that something had ended, and something greater had begun. Across the steppes, the jungles, the deserts, and the rivers, the message echoed. It did not matter what name they had for their gods. It did not matter who they bowed to. They all heard him. And they all felt it. The divine order had fallen. Some would fight it. Others would deny it. But none could unhear the voice. On Mount Olympus, the wind blew softly now, the fires slowly dying. Edward stood there for a moment longer. He looked down at his hands, at the blood that was no longer there. The weight would remain forever. But he had spoken his truth. And now, the world would answer it. Far above, the gods stirred. The Norse seethed. The Slavic gods declared war. Their pride would not allow such defiance to stand. Set tried to rally the Egyptian gods to strike him down. Yet not all were enraged. In the Far East, beneath cherry blossoms and sacred shrines, the Shinto gods watched, in silence. Amaterasu closed her eyes. Susanoo furrowed his brow. They did not speak. Because deep down, a question echoed even among them. Was he right? Maybe, it was time. Time for the gods to step back. And let humanity walk on its own. The wind whispered softly across the cliffs of shattered Olympus, carrying with it the last echoes of Edward's voice, his declaration of a new world. The golden light of sunset bathed the broken realm in a somber glow, and the blood of gods had long dried on the stones beneath his feet. Edward stood there, at the edge of that hallowed peak where thunder once roared and divine law reigned supreme. No longer. His form had returned to that of a man, the heroic spirit's blaze now reduced to a faint shimmer behind his golden eyes. And as silence settled across the ruined halls of the gods, he exhaled slowly, softly. Now then, he murmured to himself, voice low and distant, show me, dear humanity. Show me that I wasn't a fool to walk this path. That my choice has brought hope for you all. Usher in a new era, free from the shadow of the divine. There was no applause. No divine choirs or mortal celebrations. Just wind, rubble, and the faint glint of ichor still splattered across marble walls and shattered statues. Edward turned his gaze from the heavens and began his descent. When he reached the mountain's base, his path did not lead to conquest or worship. There was no throne he sought, no banners to be raised in his name. He had slain the gods not to rule, but to free. That was his promise. That was his burden. Yet as he walked, he did not forget vengeance either. Athena knelt before him, one of the few surviving major Olympian. Her silver hair was tangled and matted with dust, her red eyes hollow, yet not vengeful. Even in defeat, she retained the quiet dignity of wisdom, though her voice trembled. "What will you do now?" she asked, her words shaky. Edward gazed down at her, impassive. "I don't know. But I have done what I could. And as for you..." With a snap of his fingers, power surged from his hand, a cursed echo of divine magic. Athena's body writhed as her form shifted grotesquely. Serpents slithered from her skull like cursed locks of hair, her beauty unraveling into a monstrous visage. Her limbs grew thick, clawed, twisted by a curse of humiliation and penance. She yelled in pain, grasping at her melting flesh. "You judged Medusa unjustly," Edward said coldly. "And now you shall live as she did, a monster. I cast you to Knossos. There you will remain, until your redemption is earned." Athena, despite being in pain, didn't curse. She merely closed her eyes in acceptance. Before she could utter another word, he flung her into the skies like a comet. A flash of golden light and a boom of wind marked her departure, toward the ancient island where labyrinths once held legends and truths. And then, without another glance back, Edward walked away. He did not soar through the clouds on Vimana, nor teleport in godlike bursts. He walked, just like an ordinary man. Like the humans he fought for. His boots touched the sand of the Aegean shoreline as the sun dipped below the horizon, turning the sea into a shimmering orange. The sky was marred with dusk, and the wind carried the smell of salt and silence. He stopped, letting the waves lap at his feet. He said nothing, watching the tide wash in and out like the breath of the earth. The sea held many memories, of old myths, of sunken cities, of prayers to gods now long dead. But Edward had no prayers. "Perhaps," he said softly to no one, "there's hope for humanity. Perhaps they will rise above the chains once forced upon them. Or perhaps they'll fall, into the same path of destruction as the world I once knew." He breathed out softly. "But whatever happens, whatever burden is placed upon me, I shall bear it." Then, within his mind, a voice stirred. "You are quite an interesting man, Edward," said Castor's voice, resonant and ancient, filled with curiosity. "I don't know whether what you've done is good, or evil. Will it bring order or chaos? But I know this," his voice softened, "you have given them hope. You've granted them freedom. Something I once yearned for. For that, you have my respect." Edward smiled faintly, the corners of his lips twitching. "Thank you, Castor. That means more than you know." Then came another voice, rougher and deeper. It would send shivers down your spine, yet held an undeniable charm. "I stopped believing in hope," Ruler said, his tone like ashes on wind. "Or in freedom. Or divine intervention. Perhaps that's why I became a monster in my own story. But after what I witnessed in that ruined world..." A silence lingered in his voice, before he admitted, "My thirst for blood, for vengeance, it disappeared somehow. I'm still not sane fully, but I have more clarity than ever. Maybe this was all fate." Edward chuckled, the sound quiet and tired. "Thanks, Ruler. Though I still don't understand how you qualify as a ruler-class servant, considering your..." Ruler's voice shifted, lighter, more amused. "A monster? Did you think I would scream for blood again? Rip out heads like I once did? Go on a bloody rampage?" Edward shook his head. The waves curled at his ankles, receding. "No," he replied quietly. "You are not a monster, Ruler, despite what they called you. You were just a hopeless man who sought to protect his people at any cost. Despite your means, I admire your resolve." There was a pause. And then, Ruler laughed. A deep, hearty, human laugh. "Ha ha ha. That's the first time I've heard a hero admire a monster. You're really a strange one, Edward Elric. But, thank you. Truly. I only hope the day never comes when you must call upon my power against your precious humanity. Edward's expression faded to solemn again as he looked out toward the vast open sea. The stars were beginning to emerge, blinking in the darkening sky like the eyes of silent gods long replaced. I hope so too, Mr. Red, Edward whispered. The waves crashed louder, as if the sea itself acknowledged his words. I hope so too. He stood there, no longer a god-slayer, no longer a hero forged in myth. Just a man, on the shores of a new world, waiting to see if humanity would rise, or fall. And in that stillness, the age of gods truly ended. And the age of humanity began. Chapter 20, The Hopeless Fool with an Impossible Dream. After leaving the ocean behind, Edward walked in silence, his red cloak trailing behind him as the ash of fallen divinity drifted through the wind. The sun was beginning to rise over the shattered remnants of what had once been sacred ground, but Edward's mind was far from the world of light. There was still one major god who had not made a move during the slaughter. Hades. Unlike the rest of the pantheon, Hades had remained absent, silent, neutral, tucked away in the realm of the dead as the heavens above bled. He hadn't sent monsters, armies, or even showed up. Not a whisper of defiance nor trying to negotiate. Edward didn't know whether to consider that an insult or a sign of wisdom. So then, he muttered to himself, rubbing the back of his neck. Might as well pay the old man a visit. The underworld wasn't hard to reach for someone like him. With a flick of his hand, Edward summoned a glowing sigil inscribed with ancient symbols, one of the more obscure spells Castor had taught him. Shadows curled at his feet, swirling into a vortex that sucked the light from the air. And without a sound, Edward vanished into darkness. When he reappeared, the world had changed entirely. Gone was the sunlight and wind, replaced by the heat and wails of the underworld. The realm of Hades stretched around him in grim, endless twilight. Ashen fields sprawled in all directions, dotted with pale spirits drifting like fog, some groaning, others silent, their faces hollow with longing. The sky was dark as always, with low clouds that never moved. The river Styx glimmered faintly in the distance, its power flowing through. Should I take a dip? He joked. Edward took it all in with the calm of someone visiting a graveyard rather than a hellscape. He looked around with idle curiosity, almost like a tourist on holiday. Not that anything here could harm him, even the Titans. Maybe I could go Kratos and kill those guys for good measure. Edward thought while rubbing his chin. Every stone whispered of grief, of millennia spent forgotten. A shade of a warrior reached toward him, but the moment it caught a whiff of the divine blood soaked into Edward's being, it screamed and disintegrated into ash. Other spirits fled without a glance, sensing the monster scarier than them, afraid of what he had become. Edward calmly experienced with his mask of fake smile skill activated. But inside he was questioning reality. I have become so terrifying that even ghosts would run away from me. At this point, I might as well accept my current state and maybe troll some people. It should be therapeutic after the experience I have went through in less than 3 months of arriving in this world. So he walked towards the ferryman Sharon, who visibly shrunk upon seeing him. Edward spoke in a haughty voice, "Who gave you permission to look upon me, mongrel?" Sharon immediately bowed in apology. I'm sorry, great god slayer. I shall not do it again." Edward showed more anger. "What do you mean you won't do it again? You dare say this king's visage is not worth looking twice? I should end you right here, mongrel." Sharon fell on the floor of his boat this time, begging, "Please, esteemed god slayer, forgive my insolence. Spare my life. I'm just a boatman." His skeleton face was full of panic. "Why is this guy picking on me for no reason?" he questioned his bad luck. Edward scoffed, "You're not even fun to mess with. I can't see proper expression on that bone face." He walked away with an annoyed expression. Sharon was cursing in his head, "Your amusement almost gave me a heart attack." "Wait, I don't even have a heart, yo-ho-ho-ho." Edward wandered deeper, boots crunching over dry bones and black gravel. Eventually, the stillness gave way to a presence, massive, watchful, and breathing. A low growl echoed through the air, and the shadows split to reveal a hulking beast guarding a gate of obsidian iron. 3 heads, each the size of a horse, snarled in unison. Cerberus. The great hound of Hades loomed before him, eyes glowing red, saliva sizzling like acid as it dripped to the stone floor. It looked intimidating as the legend said. But in Edward's eyes and his mind, It just looked like a dog waiting to be petted. Edward blinked once, then raised a hand. "Yo, bro," he said casually, as if greeting a neighbor's dog. "Mind showing me the way to your master?" Cerberus gave a questioning bark, as if saying, "Are you talking to me?" Edward shrugged. "Your name is Cerberus, right?" So I shortened it a bit. "It sounds cool, right?" It gave an instinctive nod, then shook his head. Cerberus growled, but instead of lunging at him, it hesitated. The scent of blood. Divine blood. Zeus, Ares, Poseidon, Apollo, Artemis, there were many. It was all over him. The beast's hackles slowly lowered, curiosity and fear replacing hostility. Edward stepped forward and, to Cerberus' utter confusion, scratched behind one of its ears. "There we go. You're just a big sweetheart, aren't you?" Cerberus protested but Edward didn't stop. And soon, Cerberus had come to a conclusion: he is a good guy. The giant dog whimpered, then melted under the attention, collapsing onto its side and presenting its massive belly. Edward knelt and gave it a few affectionate rubs. One head wagged its tongue and licked his hand, another gave a low, happy bark, while the third nuzzled against his shoulder. "You're too good for this place, but it is your home," Edward murmured with a chuckle. "Now, how about that favor?" Cerberus let out a happy bark that shook the halls and got to its feet, tail wagging. It turned and trotted off, pausing to glance back. It gestured to Edward to climb on its back. Edward got on with a jump. He patted its back. "Let's go, bro." Cerberus jumped over the gate and walked towards the palace. It took them a minute to get there. The palace of Hades loomed in the distance, carved from black stone and veined with glowing veins of crimson energy. It wasn't as grand or garish as Olympus, but it exuded weight, an eternal sense of finality. Death didn't need to be loud to be terrifying. The massive doors opened with a low groan. Edward stepped into the throne hall. Empty. That was odd. He frowned and was about to call out when he heard voices echoing faintly from deeper within, raised voices, sharp and emotional. "He killed my mother. You think I can just forgive that?" He erased her. And the others? They're gone, Hades. Truly gone. Calm yourself, wife. What's done cannot be undone. He spared Hera and Athena. That says something. He's not a mindless killer. You know what Zeus became. He even tried to force himself on you. Do you truly mourn him? That's not the point. He killed almost everyone. Our pantheon is gone basically. Another voice, older and gentle, joined in. Persephone, Hades is right. Our brother crossed a line long ago. I warned them not to repeat father's mistakes, but no one listened. Zeus became worse than Kronos. Oh, Aunt Hestia, Persephone snapped. You always take the passive path. You never spoke up or intervened. And you, Hades, skulking down here, doing nothing but trying to sire a child. She huffed. Hades' voice turned indignant. What would you have me do, Persephone? March to Olympus and die? Do you want me to join my siblings in oblivion? You should have at least tried. Instead of staying here whispering sweet nothings and tempting me. I tempted you. Oh, by the gods, wait, I am a goddess. Hee, Hestia gave a silly smile. Edward leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, grinning. Domestic drama in Underworld. Classic. But I have to wrap things up here and get back to surface. He cleared his throat loudly. Ahem. Hello, you've got a guest. Silence. It was as if the underworld itself stopped breathing. Then Persephone shrieked from the chamber, oh no. He's here. Run, husband. I'll hold him off. Hades yelled back, I would never abandon you, dear wife. If you fall, then I fall with you. Oh, Hades, you fool. I love you. And I, you, my Persephone. Sniffling. Oh, you too. Hestia's voice cracked with emotion. You're making me cry. Edward coughed again awkwardly. Still here, folks. Not a corpse. Waiting. You can do your bit after I leave. After a few scuffles and movements, footsteps scrambled within, then the doors flung open. Hades stepped into view, his black robes swirling, eyes filled with tension. Beside him, Persephone looked furious but regal, while Hestia followed with a nervous expression. Edward smiled faintly and waved. "Hey there, nice day for a divine genocide, ain't it?" Hestia and Persephone became alert immediately, but Hades chuckled. "Your humor fits rather well with the morbid atmosphere of Underworld, Edward Elric, the famous god-slayer." He stared at him. You look nothing like I imagined. Rather skinny for a man who ended the strongest pantheon." "I get that a lot." "And you're not, the strongest pantheon to be exact. Also, you're not covered in skulls or flames, or shouting threats. So that's a plus point already." Edward gave a casual shrug. Persephone and Hestia stared at him. Edward met their gaze squarely, feeling the strange weight of this moment, the god of death, arguing over petty human matters, a domestic squabble among immortals. The husband and wife arguing while caring for each other. And in that strange, fleeting moment, Edward realized something profound. Even gods, with all their power, were bound by the same emotions that drove mortals: love, anger, regret, and emotions. He smiled faintly. Maybe he's not wrong to spare some of them. He won't become a bloodthirsty killer despite having the means. Kill 1 to save 10, kill 10 to save 100, kill 100 to save 1,000, huh? He thought to himself. Hades was the first to speak after a while, his voice calm but edged with a hint of wariness. He stood near the edge of his throne now, hands folded before him, crimson eyes fixed steadily on the newcomer before him. "So," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the stone chamber. "What does the God-Slayer want? Have you come to finish the job?" Edward waved a hand dismissively, lips curving into a casual grin. "Come on, now. Do I look like some Chinese young master who kills people for looking at him the wrong way?" Persephone blinked, puzzled. Hestia tilted her head. Hades furrowed his brow. "I have no idea what that is," Hades admitted flatly. "But if you're not here to kill us, then why are you here?" Edward let out a quiet sigh and stepped closer, his gaze sweeping over the black marble columns and the ancient obsidian hall. "I just wanted to meet you. To see what kind of person you are. And I've got to say," he gave a small nod of approval, "you're not half bad. Definitely better than your two brothers." Hades snorted with a cold smile, folding his arms. "That's not exactly a compliment. Those two set the bar somewhere beneath Tartarus." Edward laughed lightly. "Fair enough." He glanced around the throne room again, his eyes tracing the torches along the walls, their flames blue instead of gold. The air was heavy with the scent of ash and ancient dust, yet oddly calm, almost peaceful. It reminded him less of a prison for the dead, and more of a forgotten castle preserved in time. "I didn't come to fight," Edward said plainly, looking back to Hades. "I just came to tell you this: keep the underworld and the titans in check, and you can live without worries. I don't plan to interfere with your realm. As long as you don't meddle in mortal affairs, we're good." Hades raised a single brow, intrigued. "That's rather generous of you, considering you just slaughtered 2/3 of the Olympian pantheon." Edward gave a faint shrug, completely unfazed. "Well, I'm in a peaceful mood. And they attacked me first. No gods need to die after today, as long as no one breaks my one rule." Hades leaned forward slightly, his tone curious. "And that would be?" Edward's expression sobered. His golden eyes locked onto Hades's with absolute conviction. "Humans are off limits." A long silence followed. Hestia exchanged a glance with Persephone. Hades studied Edward, the tension in the air settling like dust on a tomb. At last, Hades gave a slow nod. "Understood," he said simply. "You have my word." The tension that had shadowed the throne room gradually lifted. There was no false flattery, no hidden resentment. Just three gods who had chosen to survive by stepping away from Olympus's madness, and a man who had destroyed it. "By the way, the soul of Polyphemus, it came to the underworld, yes. Is there any way I can take it away?" Edward looked at Hades hopefully. Hades shook his head. "It did. However, the souls of Cyclops are different from humans. They fall under the category of monsters, despite their intelligence, and they get purified and merged upon going through the river Styx. So they are unsalvageable. I really wish I could help you, Edward. If only he was human. Edward's eyes dimmed. Oh, it's okay. Not your fault. I just wish I could have saved him. Eventually, Edward turned to leave. Persephone watched him with a strange look in her eyes, half curious, half conflicted. Hestia, the ever-gentle flame, gave him a polite nod. Even Hades offered a final word of parting. Good luck, he said quietly. You'll need it. Edward smiled. Yeah, he said, I usually do. Hades shook his head. I'm curious, Edward, what are you truly? Edward walked away with a lazy wave. I'm just a hopeless fool, with a somewhat impossible dream. As he walked away, Hades thought on what he just said. A light smile appeared on his face, a hopeless fool with an impossible dream. Sounds rather like a hero. At the entrance of the palace, Cerberus let out a mournful whine, all three heads drooping as Edward approached to leave. The giant beast shuffled forward, nuzzling against him like a puppy left behind. Edward scratched behind one of the massive ears, then reached into the gate of Babylon. With a small ripple of golden light, he retrieved a large bone wrapped in divine meat, a rib from Gugalana, the celestial bull, preserved like divine-grade wagyu. Gilgamesh had apparently seen fit to store it like gourmet treasure. There you go, Burrow, Edward said fondly, tossing the bone toward the massive hound. Something special for you. Cerberus caught it mid-air and yipped with joy, retreating into the dark with his prize as his tails wagged happily. Back on the surface, Edward sat down by the bank of a shallow river, dipping his feet. The sky above was clear, but pale, the kind of sky that comes after a storm that had reshaped the world. The winds were calm. The birds chirped happily as they flew near him. He picked up a smooth stone and tossed it into the water, watching the ripples spiral outward. Some fishes started gathering near his feet, jumping happily. He chuckled to himself, I have become Aquaman. He threw a few pieces of bread to them. The birds complained as some got down and nudged his cheek to seek attention. He laughed and gave them some as well. So, where to next, he muttered, voice low. His fingers tapped against his thigh. The world felt quieter now. The Greek gods were dead or broken. Olympus was a ruin. Humanity had been handed a blank slate. But where did that leave him? A voice rang in his head, it was Saber, you have taken on a heavy burden, Edward. Are you sure you are prepared to follow through? Can you still stay calm when the very humans you protect commit atrocities with your given freedom? Can you still have hope? Edward raised an eyebrow, I thought you were supposed to be a great hero, but have you also given up humans? Saber chuckled, I'm merely asking if you can hold that resolve. Edward replied nonchalantly, I will. I just don't wish for this world to end as well. I know end will come eventually. But let it not come from humanity's foolishness. Saber smiled, that's not a bad answer. Very well then. He opened his hand and a golden light filled Edward's soulscape. His body visibly glowed. Edward widened his eyes as he felt his regular strength increasing. He asked curiously, what was that? He then looked at Saber's parameters and got another surprise. Wait, why did parameters suddenly jump? Saber just smiled and replied, because now I believe you are truly worthy, so you can see my true strength. Lancer joined in, so, the big guy has also gotten in the mix. This will be interesting. I would have loved to meet on a battle. Savior also chimed in, it's getting rather lively now. But I would still say you should go a journey to achieve enlightenment. Ryder remarked dryly, that's so boring. Journey should be about conquest. They started bickering, and Edward tuned them out. This was not the first time and won't be the last. He leaned back against a tree trunk, staring up at the canopy above. Should I go to Themyscira? The thought lingered in the air. Hera and Hippala are waiting there, he continued to himself. But what would I even say? I've never had a relationship in either of my lives. And now one wants me to marry her, and the other already made some magically bound marriage from her side. Like getting drunk and married in Vegas. He let out a dry chuckle. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling heavily. Do I marry them both? The question hung in the air in silence. A crow flew by above cawing. This isn't a damn harem anime world, dude, and I'm pretty sure I'm not Japanese, he muttered. And Hippala. She doesn't seem like the type to share. She'd probably try to punch Hera, or me through a mountain if I suggested something like that. And knowing Hera, she'll not take that lightly. Edward sighed. But am I really going to become the stepdaddy of Wonder Woman? Wait, that came out wrong. He shook his head to clear out the thought. Another stone skipped across the river's surface. He didn't even look to see how many times it bounced. A lifetime of loneliness, he said softly, and now the universe decides to dump 2 gorgeous MILFs in my lap. Literally. His head fell back against the tree, and he stared up at the fading light between the branches. Is this good? Or bad? He could still remember the way Hippala looked at him, fierce, guarded, yet full of longing. A warrior who had seen too much war and now wanted peace. A queen with a heart she barely let herself feel after betrayals. And Hera, unpredictable, cunning, with an intensity that could crush most men, yet somehow soft around him. She had burned their bond into existence with her divine authority, like a vow that refused to be denied. Both of them are stunning, he admitted aloud, eyes closed. Hippala, the proud warrior queen. Hera, the seductress with a hint of crazy. And me? I'm just the poor bastard stuck in the middle. A bitter laugh escaped him. People would kill for a situation like this. And here I am, dreading it. He took another breath, slower this time. I guess I just have to decide, or I can just go on a preemptive journey to buy milk. But even as he said it, something in him hesitated. A feeling in his gut. He didn't yet know what the future held. Whether it would be rejection, blood, or love. But the path forward was already written in the stars. Little did he know what fate had in store for him.